città di Roma, il Dio la creò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia siamo. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia siamo. Sì!
Please remain standing if you're able for the national anthem of Iran.
There you have it, the two national anthems for Iran and Italy. There was a bit of drama yesterday in the Italy fixture, which sees one of the coaches up in the stands today. He's not allowed pitch side to bark his usual instructions. And Dixie, it was all a bit controversial, wasn't it, yesterday?
Yeah, it was a very unsavoury incident altogether, and I don't think we ought to dwell on it too much and big it up any more than what's necessary for the sake of the game. Really, it was something you don't want to see, and IBSA have taken the right decision in banning the individual from the ground. He's allowed to sit in the stand, and that is it. He wasn't allowed on the pitch pre-match or during a match or after the match. So if you want to go and have a look at what happened, feel free. It was the Italy-Colombia game, which was a quarter-final yesterday. As I say, he doesn't deserve any more publicity.
Absolutely.
For what he did.
And looking ahead to today's fixtures then, of course, we've got this first game and then the next game after that, but the big two are the semi-finals later on. China versus Brazil and Colombia versus Argentina. You must be excited for those. They're fascinating clashes.
Yeah, they're two great games later on, and let's not belittle these two games that we've got going on now. And you might think playing for these teams, the four teams that are coming up, are basically playing for fifth place, which, in the scheme of things, you might not think is a big thing, but it could be huge. It could be massive, depending on who wins the South American competition, which is due in September, October time, I think. If that competition is won by either Brazil, Colombia, or Argentina, if one of those three win it, and it will be one of those three for sure, the fifth place team here will qualify for the Paralympics.
Wow, so lots at stake.
It's massive. It's huge, because the funding these countries get, if they get into the Paralympics, they'll set their budget for 4 years, for the next cycle. And so there's a lot on these next two games as well as the two semi-finals.
Absolutely. Well, we just had the two teams there up on the screen for this afternoon, but you're particularly impressed, or have been particularly impressed with the Italian number 7, Paul Yobbo. He's been in the last game he didn't really get going because Italy were kind of dominated really, and just I guess they weren't able to get into their groove as such. But he's certainly the danger man. He starts today as well.
Yeah, Paul Yobbo, he's a big, strong lad, and he knows where the back of the net is, and he can hit the ball really well, and his dribbling and running skills are pretty good as to boot. And he'd be the one that Iran need to take special care of. Yesterday, when he played against Argentina, the Argentinians done a number on him, basically. They defended him really well and kept him out of the game. So I'm not sure if the Iranians can do that, because they're a different style of a team from the Argentines. But they've got a good team as well, solid. Haven't let many goals in all the tournament. They're very frugal. They've only conceded, up until yesterday, they haven't conceded at all. And obviously they lost against Colombia yesterday, so they conceded one there. But that's it. They've only conceded one goal, so they're pretty mean defensively. So should be a good game. Absolutely.
Well, the two captains have come together, and the coin toss has taken place. Iran are ready. Italy are just having one final huddle near the bench, and you can hear the passion. As always, the national anthem is sung so forcefully by the Italians, and you can hear the roars as well, and there's a few roars coming from the stands too as they prepare for this one. And for those of you that are joining us from overseas, it's a bit of a blustery day in Birmingham, but it's dry, and the temperature is good again, so it's perfect football conditions. We're here on the University of Birmingham campus with the clock tower overlooking the pitch, and we're set for another fascinating day of men's blind football. It's set to be really, really exciting. We'll see who takes part in the men's final in the coming days as well, with the semi-finals a bit later on. As we see it, looking down on the pitch, Iran will be kicking from left to right. We nicknamed it the gazebo end. They'll be attacking in this first half, which is the end we're stationed. And then up the other end, of course, where there's an array of coffee shops which we've been utilising since we've been here. That's the coffee shop end, as it's now known. And then the main stand is opposite us, which has a cluster of fans in it, namely from Italy, including the disgraced Italy coach from yesterday as well, who's having to keep a lid on things up in the stands there. But we're almost ready to get things underway.
Yes, indeed. Looking forward to this, and we've got two well-respected referees from Europe taking charge of this game, so hopefully they won't have too much work to do. Don't mind them having work to do on the pitch. We just don't want them having to work to do with the characters off the pitch. So as I say, it's around to start. They're just doing their final checks, the referees, and waiting for the prescribed time, which is now.
Yes, it will be Shah Hosseini to get us underway for Iran. And there's two Italian players poised on the edge of the centre circle, ready to intervene as soon as the whistle blows. Cavallotto and Yobo, the danger man that we've been talking about. Febo also in the starting five with the number 4 Ramirez, and then the goalkeeper Giacomo Cori. And forward come Iran straight away on the attack. Tucked right up against the corner, and Yobo goes flying into the challenge, and Italy win the ball back and clear out of their defensive D, but it's still Iran that are pressing. Away comes Yobo though, up into the centre circle. He's pushed back into his defensive third by the number 7 for Iran, Hussein. And a good start to this game, but it will go and just trickle out. And at the last, I thought the number 4 there for Italy was going to touch the ball, but it's a goal clearance nonetheless for Italy.
Yeah, he got terribly close to touching that, and the goalkeeper was screaming at him to let it go.
Cavallotto spreads the play out to the right-hand side, off the kickboard, right on the halfway line in front of the main stand, and it's sent back in the opposite direction by Yobo, but it's cut out by an Iranian player who moves into the centre circle and over the halfway line. Right up against the kickboard now is Cavallotto, who's unmistakable with his flowing long hair. He moves into the centre spot and just tries to find Yobo, but those two not quite on the same wavelength, and Iran intervene into the attacking third here. Chance for Iran, can they finish? He takes a tumble, the number 8 in the end. It was Karimi with a mazy run. He was twisting and turning and moving between Italian defenders, but he couldn't quite find the finish.
Yeah, it was a great run. He was just a little bit off balance when he was trying to strike it and tumbled over a little bit. We've got Italy on the offensive now.
Yes, Cavallotto trying to find a way into the Iranian D, but it's cleared long upfield for the number 9 Rahimi to chase again. Back in the Italian defensive third now, about halfway inside the defensive third, and it's calmly played back to the goalkeeper Cori, who spreads the ball long. And
that's a foul.
As you can see, probably from the screens there, it's just gone all the way over the halfway line without bouncing, so the Italians will be penalised.
Yeah, so it's an indirect free kick. The ball from the goalkeeper in any way, shape or form, if he kicks it or if he throws it, it's got to bounce in his own half before it can go into the opposition half. And that clearly went over the halfway line. So we have an indirect free kick on the halfway line to Iran.
Shah Hosseini is the man to take the ball forward. He's right in the centre of the goal and he moves past several players, shoots, and just wide of the right upright there. There was a sort of dive in vain by Giacomo Cori in the Italian goal, but it'd be a goal clearance. Good effort though.
Yes. The Iranians have started really well, really on the front foot and taking the game to the Italians, and they're looking good at the moment.
Calm back pass by the number 9 Rahimi for Iran to the goalkeeper, who sends it long. It isn't quite kept in play. We'll have another goal clearance this time for Italy, and it's been an engaging start to this game. Just under 2 minutes in so far into this first half. It's with Cavallotto up against the kickboard on the near side in front of the coaches, who, as ever, are very animated. It's spread out to the far side in front of the main stand, just as the sun comes out even more, and it's now nice and warm here on the main pitch here at the University of Birmingham campus. The ball is being switched from side to side by the Iranians. Rahimi now in possession, but he's blocked by 2 Italian players in Ramirez and Cavallotto. Spills out to Yobo in the centre circle, but he misses his kick and it runs all the way through to the kickboard in front of the main stand. Yobo then pokes it away from him, and it looks as though that will end up being a corner.
Yeah. That's right.
I'm not mistaken. Yep, for the Iranians. And we're going to have a blow of the whistle here because the referee's not happy with something. Maybe just a reminder to the Italian bench there to to keep a lid on things, I think.
Yes, yeah. Yobo's miskicked that somewhat, and he's given a corner to Iran. So keeps the pressure on the Italian defence, and they're looking quite sharp, the Iranians. And as I say, they've got a very mean defence. Their problem in this tournament has been a lack of a goal threat up front, but they're doing their best to put that right. Yeah,
Ramazani in the Iranian goal, untroubled at the moment, and they've got space here. The Iranians could be a chance, but he just loses his fitting there, Karimi, at the last, just as he was pulling the trigger, and now Yobo will look to break, and he shows real power and strength to move into the offensive third. Maybe shot a bit too early there when he could have dribbled a bit further. Maybe that was a message from the guide. It's a goal clearance, which is sent upfield for the number 9, Karimi again. But the 4, who was a tough tackler, Brian Ramirez, for the Italians, does really well, just sort of barges Karimi aside and puts it behind for a corner.
Yeah, he's quite strong, the number 4 Italian. Puts it about a bit, and he's done a good job there, clearing up behind his companion in the back 4.
Shah Hosseini and Rahimi then over this corner. Just Karimi back inside the Iranian half, but the corner is an unsuccessful one. It has made its way into the D, but, well, Italy were dealing with it. The goalkeeper has to intervene, and he just sweeps the ball upfield back into the Iran half, which is picked up by Karimi. Sends the ball long straight away, looking for the number 9, Rahimi. It's all the way through in the end to the Italian goalkeeper, who just overarms it upfield into the Iran half. And now there's a bit of a sort of stalemate situation on the halfway line. 2 sides battling hard, trying to have some sustained possession in this game. But that's a bit of a scuffed clearance that time by Karimi. Doesn't clear his lines. He's helped out by his colleague, but it's picked up the field by Yobo right on the edge of the D. He shoots and just drags his shot wide.
It's got a deflection. It's gone out for a corner. The Iranian keeper's not happy about that, but definitely got a deflection on the way through. So we'll have an Italian corner. He is a bit of a handful, Yobo, isn't he? He's quite unorthodox, and his sheer size, it makes him a difficult character to get to grips with. So we've got 2 Italians over the ball, 3 Iranians in the wall, as per normal, and the other Italians middle of the box, just in case anything comes through that way. That's a standard setup in blind football. And there's switching it for Yobo.
Here is Yobo. He lines up a shot with his left foot from the far side in front of the main stand, and he's back in possession now, and he's just got that edge of pace against the Iranians when he does run at his free-flowing best, but he's been dispossessed here, and now the Iranians come forward, and really neat dribbling from them. That foul is adjudged to have been, well, it's not a foul, in fact, it was a solid tackle from the 4 for France, and it's rolled back out straight away by Corri. The guide behind the Iranian goal for Italy, full of instructions, barking orders, particularly at Yobo when he is in possession, and we will see maybe Yobo again now if he can get there in time. It's just trickled off the park for...
it's a corner, yeah.
It is a corner down there. The guide behind the goal, though, is Giancarlo Bruni for the Italians.
Yeah, they're starting to come into it now, the Italians. They've weathered the early storm from Iran and starting to force a few corners and pushing the Iranians back a little bit.
Two players over this one, Yobo and Febo for the Italians. Haven't mentioned Febo yet. He's not managed to really get into the game. We will have a stoppage here.
For yet another ambulance flying past us. Yeah, evidently we're on the main route to one of the larger hospitals in Birmingham. So it's a regular occurrence. We have to stop the game.
It's left to Yobo, who's the powerful runner. He checks back and just shoots with his left foot, but it's really acute angle, and he couldn't find the target. But just for everybody's benefit at home, when there are sort of significant noises in the background like that, the referee is entitled to stop play.
Yeah, obviously anything loud noise like that will inhibit the players from hearing the ball. So for everyone's sake, really, if you get sirens or helicopters or whatever going over the pitch, I'll stop it whilst that noise is making it difficult for the players.
Rajab was just trying to get in the game there over on that far side. It's spilled out into the path of Rahimi. Still going here, Rahimi. Into the D he goes. Can he fire past the keeper? He can't. It ricochets off the Italian goalkeeper, who's in his fluorescent orange kit. And it's now cleared up to Yobo, who has some space and who finds the pass and picks out Cavallotto. Just inside the Italian half as they look to build from the back, and that's a good return pass from Cavallotto up towards Yobo, but I'm not sure he'll have the pace this time to keep up with it. He does. Bit of good fortune as it comes off the heel of the Iranian player just before going out of play. He checks back, Yobo uses his left foot to try and find Cavallotto again, and now the Iranians will break, having dispossessed the Italians. And the number 9 for Iran, who has just won a free kick, is proving a real menace, Rahimi.
Yeah. Previous to that, his run through the Italian defence was fantastic, and he got into the box, and I thought, get rid of it now. He howled it and howled it and howled it, and he got in too close to the keeper, which made it easy for the keeper because there was no angles for him to hit, and the keeper just stood big and deflected the ball away. So if he did it a couple of metres before that, I'm sure he would have opened the scoring here. Got a substitution for the Iranians, I think.
Yep, the substitution is taking place at the coffee shop end here on the University of Birmingham campus. It'll be the number 7 that makes way, Hussein Pour Rajab. And if I'm not mistaken, Ali Reza Bakht will be the player to come on to replace him, and he's sporting a bit of a wrist strap there on his right wrist, but he's taken up more of a defensive position initially. Moves up though over the halfway line, and he'll join this attack. Usually they've left back a sort of sweeper, the Iranians, to protect themselves from the threat of Yobo on the counter attack, but all the Italian players are back themselves defending, so maybe the Iranian guide and coach is just spotting an opportunity here. 3-man wall for Italy, which is protecting the near post. It's slightly left of centre, facing the gazebo end in front of the main stand. And the 4, 11 and 10 for France. Ramirez, Febo and Cavallotto make up a 3-man wall. And then Yobo is just protecting the threats of the 4 Bakht that has just come on to replace the Iranian player. Free kick taken, shot from range, and it was on target. The goalkeeper had to move pretty swiftly. It was up, heading for that top left-hand corner, and he just parries it down and then collects the ball and rolls out immediately looking for Yobo. And Yobo will look to break right up against the kickboard, using the kickboard and his strength to try and power past the Iranian defender, but he doesn't make any progress. And now Iran will look to attack through Karim. He's still going here. He swipes at the shot, but his leg almost goes between the Italian player Brian Ramirez's legs without the ball in tow. And now Italy will look to move over the halfway line into the offensive third, but they're stopped in their tracks. Yobo battling hard up there, but he's had his pockets picked by Bacht. Bacht turns, faces two of his colleagues. He's got the threat of Rahimi out on the right, and he picks out Rahimi with a fine-looking pass. Rahimi right up to the byline, and that will be a corner for Iran. And we've got 8 minutes and 18 seconds left of this first half.
Yeah, Iran are doing really well. They're trying to pass it round and draw the Italian defence out, and they're doing it with some success. They just need to sharpen up their first touch a little bit. It's taking them a little bit too long to get the ball under control, and that's obviously giving the Italians time to get to them and put in challenges. But we've got a corner here. Standard setup again.
Shah Hosseini gets us underway, lays it off to Rahimi. Rahimi moves towards the sort of penalty spot on the edge of the D, but he's dispossessed by Yobo, who moves over the halfway line, and he just brushes, almost barges like a rugby player, powering down the wing. Iranian players out the way, checks inside and finds Cavallotto just tucked inside the Iran half, but all the Iranian players in their all white kit are back behind the ball, and then miscommunication as the ball is drilled from one Iranian player to the other, goes behind for an Italian corner.
Yeah, a bit of lack of communication amongst the Iranians there. One of the defenders has gone to clear it, and he's absolutely smashed it against the shins of his teammate who was in front of him, and it's spun out for a corner. And so again, I say the standard setup for corners is 2 on the ball. Then you'll have a 3-man wall in front of you, as a rule, and then the 4th defender will be somewhere around middle of goal, about 8 metres out from the goal itself, and the other attacker's usually lurking at the far post somewhere.
A rare chance for Italy then. Cavallotto is the man the ball is left to as he tries to scoop it over the head of Bacht, but it's gone out for a kick-in.
It's a fine header by the Iranian.
It was, wasn't it?
Don't see that very often in live football.
I'm not sure he could have had the presence of mind to know it was coming. It hit him at a rate.
Yep.
Despite the rattling of the ball there, and it is a kick-in then for Italy, about a yard away from the corner spot where the corner was just taken. What happened in the blink of an eye, and Cavallotto will go again here and look to... He's at a slightly better angle, in fact, to begin his run, his arcing run, but he shoots straight away, in fact, and Iran block the shot, and away they go through Bacht, who tries to check inside. He's in his own half, surrounded by his own players, and there's a bit of a miscommunication, and now Iran cleverly play it out against the kickboard in front of the main stand and make their way into the Italian half. Might be a cry for Bacht to pull the trigger from that distance, but it never comes, and Cavallotto peels the ball away from him, and it's kicked out to the right-hand side. That might trickle out for a set piece. Yes, it does in the end. Yes. It will be a goal clearance.
Yeah, he's put it out there thinking Yobo will be out there. And to be fair to Yobo, he normally is out on that flank, but on that occasion he'd come in field a little bit, and he wasn't in his normal area.
Reminder there for the coaches in the middle third to be quiet when the ball is in either one of the attacking thirds, I think, from the referee. It was a polite reminder, which they put their hands up and acknowledged. And here come Iran again, through their number 11, Shah Hosseini, plays a neat pass to Karimi. And Karimi tries to pick the ball up against the kickboard, and then there's a bit of a coming together between Cavallotto and Ramirez, but Cavallotto comes away with it, moves out of his defensive third, up over the halfway line, I think, again.
Yeah,
there's no void.
Yeah, no void from the Iranian there. So that'll be a direct free kick. It is important that these players get the voids in plenty of time. And the Iranian failed to do that and promptly got run over by Cavallero, is it?
Cavallotto, yeah.
Cavallotto. So it's a free kick in the Italian half, a couple of metres.
Good pass from Cavallotto, and it does evade the Iranian defender. Can Yobo pick it up here? He just keeps the ball in play in the nick of time. Will try to backheel it. He does, gets the cry from Thebo. And Thebo will now look to take this on. Into the D he goes. Tries to swipe at it at the last, but it just trickles over the line and will be a goal clearance. Rolled out quickly by Ramazani. Ramazani up to the number 9, Rahimi. Rahimi misses his touch initially, but then takes it on. Lovely close control from him. Just about to advance into the D before he's stopped in his tracks by Brian Ramirez, who's proving difficult to get past at the moment for the number 9 of Iran.
Yes, he's one of those defenders who say, "Thou shalt not pass," and he's quite effective in the play.
Shah Hosseini there just took it up over the halfway line, but Cavallotto was in the way, sensed the ball was arriving at pace. Now Karimi takes it on into the offensive third for Iran, right up against the kickboard, and they're kind of holding hands, the defender and Rahimi, but he's still going here, and just as he was about to shoot, much to his fury, doesn't get the penalty there. The referee waved play on, and the Iranian head coach is going berserk on the near side, but Iran still attack, and they shoot from range. It's blocked by Ramirez, picked up right in his own D by Cavallotto, and he chooses not to go back to the goalkeeper, but take a risk and play it into the path of Yobo. It's paid off, but they're still on the edge of their defensive third, and they've gone from right to left as we see it. And they move up over the halfway line, and then there's a coming together between several players, which the referee decides he needs to stop play for, as Yobo looks as though he's in a bit of discomfort.
Well. The Iranian head coach has gone absolutely ballistic over that decision that's gone against his team and not a penalty. Are we seeing it?
We'll see the incident again here. He just moves it to the defensive third, and Ramirez, I mean, he kind of quite subtly wrapped his arm around the Iranian striker there.
Don't they call that in rugby a clothesline?
I think, yeah, probably was.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite high enough to be a clothesline in rugby, but I think we can consider it one in football.
Oh, dear.
But the Iranian head coach could end up in the naughty corner with the Italian head coach in a minute if he's not careful. He's pleading his innocence with the referee. As you can imagine, as has been the case with a lot of these games, there's a lot of very aggressive hand gestures flying around and a lot of animation from the coaches, but it's all because they love the game so much and they want their sides to showcase their talents as best as possible. Goal clearance rolled out by the Iranian goalkeeper and back underway up against the kickboard on the near side, front of the main stand, and that's good twisting and turning there by Bakht, who's come on for Iran. Moves it onto his right foot. They're really intricate dribblers, the Iran players, excellent with the ball to their feet, and if they're given half a yard of space they really do utilise it. Came up to Yobo there, and he's just taken by surprise a little. Eventually brings the ball under control. He's inside the Iran half, and this is where he's most dangerous. Arcing his run around, he tries to shoot again from distance, which is proving to be a tactic that's unsuccessful so far. And now Iran will look to break. 4.5 minutes remaining of the first half. It's swept out to the near side to Rahimi in front of the benches. He moves over the halfway line and is tripped by Cavallotto and will receive the free kick. And that one is given.
Yeah, it's a straightforward one. That was Italian foot come out and just clearly tapped the ankles together. Bit cynical. We've got a timeout being called by the Iranians, and I expect the coach is going to calm the players down a little bit because he still seemed very upset about the fact that they won't give him the penalty. But they're going to, when they restart, they'll restart just in their own half with a direct free kick. And we got 4 minutes to go.
4 minutes 20 left, and here's a schedule for the rest of the day. Italy-Iran, of course, the game that's currently underway. Japan up against France at 2:30, and then the big two later on to conclude our day here at the IBSA World Games men's blind football. Argentina versus Colombia, an all South American semi-final, and then China versus Brazil. And China are my hot tip for the competition. I was very impressed with the way they performed yesterday. They were excellent. really measured in their performance, which was enough to overcome their opposition and set up a semi-final place. Almost back underway here. It will be the Iranians from that free kick that will get things going. And there is the head coach there, just taking some water on board up in the stand. He's got an earpiece in. I wonder if there's a few messages going back and forth.
Well, there's not supposed to be.
Oh, crikey, I've just exposed him. He's probably listening. He's probably on the phone to...
Well, he must be listening to us.
Yeah, maybe he's listening to us. He's listening to the commentary, naturally, or he's on the phone to family back home, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Here's Cavallotto, back to the football.
Perhaps his wife's in Madrid.
Here's Cavallotto inside his own defensive third. He moves up past it, but he's blocked off by 3 players in there, all white strip for Iran, and they win back possession. Iran have been impressive so far in this game, and you could argue, Dixie certainly thinks so, they should have had a penalty.
Yeah, they should be in front, really. Not only the penalty, they've had some good chances and just not converted them. But, we've seen it before. These teams, they'll hold out till half-time, and it all turns around in the second half.
Absolutely. We've certainly had some chaotic, frenetic second halves, and just in case you wondered what was going on there, Yobbo was just pressed up against the kickboard. Yeah,
he's been... the referee's penalised Yobbo for that, and I think it was continually pushing the Iranian player away with using his arms. And you can do that in rugby, Yobbo, but you can't do it in football, I'm afraid. He's playing with the wrong shaped ball. So the Iranians have got a free kick in their own defensive third. They sweep it across to this side. Good control by the 9.
Here he goes again. That marauding run. He's still going, the number 9 for Iran, but he's shrugged off the ball. He will have a corner, though, for his efforts. Rahimi's been an absolute menace for...
Yeah. But the French number 4. You've got to do well to get past him.
Yeah.
He's like a man mountain, isn't he?
He is. He was walking a tightrope in the first part of this first half, but he's putting a hefty old challenge there.
Yeah, and a fair one, to be fair.
That's an excellent pass into the D, but it's not picked up right at the crucial moment by Karimi. Karimi, though, checks back to face his own goal. And I wonder who that came off at the last there. Goal clearance, according to the referee. And it's rolled out up to Yobbo, the intended target again, but that will go the whole way through for a goal clearance for Iran.
Yeah, it's wasted clearance by the French goalkeeper, Italian goalkeeper there. And Yobbo didn't appreciate that, and I think he exchanged a few words with his keeper.
Nonetheless, Iran on the attack, but Rahimi facing his own goal there was unable to advance past Cavallotto, and now it's a chance for Yobbo. Moves into the offensive D there, shot on target, but it was not powerful enough to trouble Ramazani. And this game is now end-to-end. Chance for Iran. Can't quite squeeze it past Kori. It was the number 9 against Sadegh Rahimi. But really, this is end-to-end stuff now, and the game has just opened up. The referee's allowing it to flow. Cavallotto sweeps the ball out to the right-hand side for the Italians in front of the main stand, and Yobbo returns the favour. Cavallotto picks it up inside the Iran half. Cavallotto again, back to Yobbo, but this time I think the pass is going to be too strong. No, it's not. Yobbo collects it, keeps the ball in play. Excellent work from him, and then he just arcs his run around the edge of the D, blocked off by a Iranian player. Yobbo will have another go at goal, and my word, wasn't too far away that time either. But that was a really nice passage of play from both sides.
Yeah, it was a great bit of play, but Yobbo, if you give him a yard, he's got a sweet left foot, and he'll hit it from anywhere. He's not fussy about getting in 2 or 3 yards away from the goal. And
here come around again. The number 11, Shah Hussaini, fancies a go at goal this time. 2 very strong sides going toe-to-toe now, and it makes for a fascinating encounter. Shah Hussaini central to the goal on the edge of the D, just as he struck. He claims he was pushed by Cavallotto, but no foul, says the referee. Karimi thinks anything you can do, I can do better. Still going, Rahimi, and he fires home. A fabulous effort from him. Nothing the goalkeeper Kori could do there. He sort of fell backwards and parried it into his own net, and it's a wonderful, wonderful goal for the Iranians. And the deadlock is broken.
Oh, it's a fantastic goal by him. He's got in 2 or 3 times and taken the ball too close to the goalkeeper in previous attempts. That time, he didn't. He got in just to the edge of the 6-yard box. Good run out towards the left. Cuts back across. Edge of the box, bang. Into the bottom corner. What a lovely goal.
And he deserved that as well, Rahimi. He's been excellent so far in this first half, of which we have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. But that goal, wow, it's fine strike. And he was so central to the goal as well. He just maybe hit it slightly with the outside of his foot, which gave it an extra bit of spice.
Having a look again.
The goalkeeper couldn't
hold
hold on
the edge of the box when he's hit it.
We're going to see a substitution now for Iran.
He might be going off. My job is done.
Yeah, happy days. That's not bad, is it? Goal scored. Going to go have a rest.
Yeah, like when you're coaching this game, I call it the golden area. And the golden area is, as a striker, where you want to get into, where you've got the best chance of scoring. And where he's hit that last ball is the golden area. It's edge of the box, central. So anywhere around that 4 or 5 yard radius of that particular spot is where you want to try and get into. So it opens up the goal so you can hit it right or left and work the keeper from there. So tremendous stuff by the striker. He had looked the most likely all the way through, to be fair, and he's notched with 1.5 minutes to go.
Double substitution there with Bakht going off, and of course the goal scorer Rahimi. That means Hussein Pour Rajab has come back on, and Rahimzadeh has come on as well for Iran, who put in some tough tackles on the halfway line. They want more in this game, and big coming together between the two number 7s. Here comes Yobo, looking for an immediate response, moves onto his left foot, but he's pushed far wide onto the left for the Italians. Up against the kickboard, switches back onto his right, arcs his run again, still in possession. He's blocked off by 3 Iranian players that just grapple him there to try and keep him at bay. Up against the kickboard again, he's showing all of his strength to keep them out of the way, and now Cavallotto has a bit of a free run at goal, shoots, but it's blocked off by that one Iranian defender that was left protecting the Iran goal.
Just over 30 seconds to go. They're going to have to be quick if they want to try and get it back this half.
Just tried to buy the foul there, I think, the Italian player, but the referee's unhappy with it.
He's given the foul against Iran.
I thought that was a little bit soft considering what he's let go so far in this first half. The number 7 for Iran, Rajab, walks away.
Yeah, so we've got 2 Italians on the ball. They're about 4 or 5 metres in their own half. Very central. Yobo's out on the board. Just waiting there.
All right, 30 seconds left then. What can they create as the time ticks away? Cavallotto moves into the Iran half, but again, good defending. The man that gave away the free kick, Rajab, is the man that's keeping Italy at bay at the moment, and it's a bit of a tussle on the halfway line, and Rajab just hoofs the ball back into the Italian half, and they won't mind that too much as it's swept forward again by Cavallotto, back into the middle third, but it's Iran in possession up against the kickboard in front of the main stand. Yobo tries to dispossess the Iranian player, and there you have the half-time whistle. And that was an entertaining and pretty free-flowing first half between Italy and Iran, but it's the Iranians that strike first, and it was a fabulous goal as well. Sadegh Rahimi, the man to break the deadlock, and the players will trudge off for 10 minutes here at half-time. And we are going to cross now for a short video about the rules of blind football, and then a message as well from IBSA. 1-0 to Iran.
It's fast, technical and tense. This is your guide to five-a-side football. There are 5 players per team, 4 outfield players and a goalkeeper. The aim of the sport is to score a goal by kicking the ball into your opponent's goal, and at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. Players must wear eye shades to ensure that all players have the same level of vision. That is apart from the goalkeepers, who aren't required to wear eye shades and can be fully sighted. Their job is to keep the ball from going in the goal behind them. But how do the players on the field know where the ball, or indeed the goal, is? Well, the ball in blind football is specially designed to make sound whenever it moves. Also, each team has a guide behind the opposition goal to help direct them. Each player is required to shout "Voy" when going for the ball. This ensures every player has the cues they need to help build a picture of what's going on and what to do next in defence or attack. To help this, total silence is required from the crowd until a goal goes in. Voy is Spanish for go, and it was the Spanish who were credited with originally developing blind football in the 1920s. As well as the Paralympics, teams from all corners of the world can compete at World, European, Asian, African and America's Championships, as well as a World Grand Prix.
Blind football can be played by both men and women, with the historic first Women's World Championships coming up in 2023.
So what are you waiting for? Give it a try.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Welcome back to sunny Birmingham. I'm going to save my Lord of the Rings quote for this, for maybe for the next game or later on in the day. I've overused that in terms of its reference to the clock tower at the University of Birmingham here. But it's a goal up for the Iranians at the moment, and a fine goal it was as well, Dixie.
Oh, it was a tremendous goal by the number 9, and I'm pleased to see he's back on the pitch this second half. He's a great player, honestly, twists and turns, and he had got in 3 or 4 times before he scored, and I said in the commentary I thought he was hanging on to the ball just a little bit too long, but that time he got in edge of the box and he let fly, and yeah, the keeper's, he's got 2 hopes for that, no open Bob hope, I think.
Start as you mean to go on, though. The Iranians are off again, as they did in the first half. Rahimi in possession. He loops it up in a really creative pass out to the right-hand side. Still, the chance is on here for Iran. Right up against the corner, and it will be a clearance for the goalkeeper in the end. It was Rahimzadeh that was advancing. He's remained on the pitch, having been a first-half substitute. Good defensive work again from Iran, and forward they come once more through Shah Hosseini, who has been a real threat, actually, with these marauding runs out from the back. Cries of a free kick, but it will be a goal clearance. Referee happy to let play continue. I judge the Italian player to have gone down a bit too softly there. Here's Yobbo up against the kickboard in front of the main stand, just tucked inside the offensive third inside the Iran half. He lays it off to Cavallotto, who's in the middle third now, and he's pushed back towards the halfway line, swivels and tries to shrug off his marker, but he's lost out to another defender for Iran. And here comes Rahimzadeh up towards the edge of the D, does shoot, but it's blocked off again by the defender Brian Ramirez. And they might not get much out of that defender, Iran, today, but given they're a goal to the good, they won't mind too much. They've managed to get past him once so far in this game. And here they come once more, Iran, through that man again, Rahimi into the D, still going Rahimi on his left foot. Unfortunately for him, it was straight into the stomach of the goalkeeper, who clutches onto it with relative ease in the end. But it's good, a really good, promising start from Iran. And as you said, Dixie, they were getting a bit of an earful from their coach at half-time, and they could have a second here, but for last-ditch defending from Ramirez.
Yeah, my Iranian's not up to much. I must admit that he was doing his team talk in front of me, and for the whole 10-minute break he never shut up, and he was very animated with his mainly his strikers and the guide behind the goal. And sort of based on what I've seen, I think he was telling the 9 Rahimi to shoot a bit earlier.
Off goes Ramirez again. He just clubs it forward with his right foot. It moves up over the halfway line. It's trickled all the way through to Yobbo up against the kickball in front of the main stand. He checks back inside, runs along the length of the halfway line towards the benches, and then turns. It goes back the other way, and it's been effective. He almost had a clear path to goal there, but it's been stopped by an Iranian player, and the ball will stop bang on the line. It's just taken over it by the Iran defender, and will be a corner for Italy.
Yeah, he's just lost his bearings a bit there, the Iranian, but the ball was spot on the line, and he's just touched it, and it's rolled over for a corner.
It was the job of the guide there behind the goal to give him clear instructions, but they obviously didn't quite come in the nick of time.
You've got a little break in play here where the goalkeeper goes out to tie someone's laces. And the downside of that, he's going to have to stop and put his gloves back on. If he's taken them off, that is. I don't see how he could tie laces with goalkeeper's gloves on.
That is a talent. He's managed to do it.
Word, he's a better man than me, because he didn't take his gloves off. Good lad.
Extra responsibility for Malteser. Ramazani there, the Italian guide behind the goal, doing his best to organise everybody. The referee gets the wall ready. Final message from the goalkeeper to Rahimzadeh. And now the 2 players over this corner ball will get ready to go. The referee's whistle blows, and we're back up and running through Cavallotto. But it's broken for Iran. They move up over the halfway line. Can he dribble beyond Ramirez? He doesn't. It's a head-on-head collision, really, in the end. And the Iran player is still down right on the offensive third line, but he's just whimpering back to his feet. Ramirez comes up over the halfway line, finds Yobbo, but Yobbo's pass is into space, and it's only Iranian players at the moment that are chasing it down. It's picked back up by Shah Hosseini. Shah Hosseini loses control of the ball, and Cavallotto tries to pick his pockets, but it's picked back up by Shah Hosseini. Over the halfway line he goes. Some clear grass in front of him. He lays it off to Rahimi. Rahimi tries to get beyond the Italian defenders, but they hold firm, and now the ball is just tucked inside the defensive third for Italy, right up against the kickball. But that's good work from Ramirez. He moves up over the halfway line. He's trapped back by Shah Hosseini. Ramirez passes the ball along the line of the halfway line, but it's only Yobbo that's there for the Italians. He sprints back in the opposite direction towards the main stand, checks back onto his right foot and goes the opposite direction again. Trapped manfully by two Iranian defenders, namely Rahimzadeh, but it's still with Yobbo onto his left foot, still going. He's brilliant with the ball at his feet, but he needs to start trying to send the ball goal bound. He's blocked off by all of the Iranian defenders who are defending in unison. A back heel there from Yobbo, just trickles all the way through, and it will go out for a goal clearance.
Yeah, Ramirez at the back for Italy. He does catch the eye a little bit. He's so strong in the defence there, and he don't take any prisoners.
No, another tackle from him, and I like the way he blocked the ball off there. It was almost like he was playing in the way you're always told to pick up the ball when you're fielding in cricket. But he got down low and he blocked it from getting through to the goalkeeper, and danger averted. Now it's the Italians on the attack. Cavallotto into the offensive third. He's just a bit of a heavy touch. He's kept the ball in play for now, which is good work from him. Does shoot towards goal, ends up in the box, and it's rolled back out by Ramazani. There's a bit of a collision there and a coming together. Overzealous in the tackle, Cavallotto.
Yeah, it's a bit of an accident, really. He's taking him down, but he had no intention of taking the Iranian down, and I think the number 11 for Italy just fell before the ball got to him. Then the Iranians run over the top of him. Yeah, so it's obviously affected the play, so it's a free kick. But no intention by the Italian player there whatsoever. Got a couple of subs, or one sub for the Italians.
I think it's an Iranian, well, it's a sub at both ends, I beg your pardon. Number 9 for Iran is coming off, who'd already come on. And that is Rahimi, the danger man. Yeah, he is limping a bit, and he is the main man, so that'll be a worry.
That is a crying shame, because, as I say, he's half decent. Right, so we've got number 11's gone off for France. Yes. And they've got number 9 with the skull cap has come on for Italy. Has come on for Italy.
Yeah, so Febo off. And Hauro on for Italy. And the number 4 is back on. Al-Lareza backed for Iran. And they will take this free kick, and Bakhta was just fiddling with his shoelace there, and he's quickly called into action against the kickboard, just tucked inside the offensive third for Iran. The ball just spills out slightly. It's collected by Yobbo, who just gets his bearings, and off he goes. Tries to get up over the halfway line, but he's blocked off by Rahimzadeh. Still going though, Yobbo changes direction, moves over the halfway line, then just sneaks into the offensive third, but he's blocked off by Rahimzadeh, who recovered well, and now he's dribbling on the attack, and he changes from right to left and swivels onto his right foot this time. Now back onto his left foot, just teasing the Italian defenders before he tried to line up a shot, and he's been pushed further upfield by Hauro, who's come on for the Italians. Number 8 for Italy, battling hard as well. It's a bit of a scrappy section of play here, as neither side is able to really gain a foothold in the game. The number 4 back takes it on for Iran, moves up over the halfway line, then checks back, and he is looking for some communication from those around him. It comes from Rahimzadeh, who then takes it on into the offensive third, and it's then blocked off by an Italian player who tried to clear their lines. They do for a second time successfully through Cavallotto, who moves over the halfway line, and he just punts it upfield, and that will sneak into the Iranian box, and the keeper Rahimzani picks it up comfortably and rolls it back out to the left hand side, and back to over the halfway line it goes. He controls it with both feet up against the number 9 Hauro. Hauro pushes him back, and the referee has spotted something he doesn't like.
Oh my word, well done, coach. The Iranian number 4 was going to retaliate against the Italian player for that foul. The Italian player has been booked, quite rightly. He did get up and personal with the Iranian, and the Iranian player was just about to retaliate, and it was all going on in front of the coaches, and the coaches' big arms come over the top of the barrier and wrapped him up, and the Iranian was going nowhere, and he gave him a right mouthful.
Well, it's usually the other way around.
Yeah, well done, coach. He's saved his player a possible booking there or sending off, and he's told him in no uncertain terms, you don't retaliate, and it was good.
Well, there's an Iranian player down, just tying his shoelaces. I think it's backed, just as the goalkeeper for Iran gives some water to Rahimzadeh. We're going to see a substitution for Italy. The number 5, Guinta, is set to come on. He will replace Cavallotto. He is guided into position by his goalkeeper, Giacomo Cori. And then we will have this Iran free kick, which is just in front of the coaches. Bang on the halfway line. And then we will be ready to resume this game. Off we go. And it's spread immediately out to that right-hand side. Good initial touch from the number 8 for Iran, Karimi. Back in Italian hands through Hauro, and that's a good pass from him, utilising the kickboard to find Yobo. But Yobo is immediately surrounded by 2 Iranian players. Checks back inside, and now it's Iran on the attack, and it's a lovely mazy run, a shot from range, and forces a parry from the goalkeeper, who can only stand and watch as the ball trickles over the whitewash for a corner. But that was a lovely run by Karimi there.
Yeah, he got a great shot off as well, didn't he? And keeper's at full stretch there and can't hold it, and it's spun out of his hands and out for a corner. But it was it from some distance, fair deuce. He's giving that a whack.
Corner then for the Iranians, a 3-man wall for Italy, halfway between the edge of the D and the box. And off go Iran once more, and that's robust defending out the back, and Yobo's back helping out as well as they try to push their way up over the defensive third, the Italians. But it's back with Iran. Good opportunity here. Through on goal, he shoots. Again, straight at the goalkeeper, and the guide goes berserk behind the goal. I'm not sure he was happy with the trajectory of that shot. Perhaps he told him to shoot a bit later because he was one-on-one. Back it goes to the Iranian goalkeeper.
It was a good strike. He got a lot of power behind it, but it was just a little bit straight. And the Italian goalkeeper stood up and just plucked it out the air.
Here comes the 4 for Iran. Backed, trying to find a way through. He's in the offensive third, but he's stopped by Hauro, who forces a way back over the dotted line that marks the separation between the middle third and each attacking third. Just so you know, we've lost our feed back, so if you put a replay up.
So we got a free kick to the Italians.
A bit of a stoppage in play. It's a free kick for Italy over on the far side in front of the kickboard, halfway between their defensive third, Italy, and the halfway line. The referee just makes sure that the Iranian number 4 backed is far enough back. And then they just call for a little bit of calm as things restart. Here's Hauro. He sort of flicks it past backed, and he finds his way through to Guinta, who's just come on. Here's Hauro up against Rahimzadeh. Rahimzadeh trying to get beyond Ramirez. Still going, Rahimzadeh, just as he was about to shoot. Well, he's been penalised, Ramirez. He was walking a bit of a tightrope.
Yeah, well done, the referee on that side. It's Christian from Germany. He's made a good decision there. The foul started about 8 or 9 metres out, and he let it go and let it go and let it go, thinking that the Iranian might get a shot off, and it was clear that he wouldn't. And yeah, it did start outside the area. There's no doubt about it. And yeah, he's got hold of his shirt, he's got hold of everything. That's Ramirez for you. He doesn't like them going by him, does he? So it's a good area here for the Iranians. It looks like the Italians are making another sub.
Yep, it'll be 9. Nicola Hauro, who had come on for Cavallotto temporarily. That switch has been reversed and Cavallotto is back on. There's a double switch for Iran as well coming up. I'm not sure whether we'll see it now. Looks as though we will, yes.
Definitely going to see one, if not the two. It looks like we're going to see the number 7 in place of the number 4.
Yes, Hussein Pour Rajab will come on, and the number 4, Alareza Bakht, will trudge off, having done his work. He's been good since he's been on, I have to say. And the second substitution, which looked as though it was lined up, will be postponed.
Yeah, till after this free kick, I think. The substitute is still down by us, so they'll get this free kick done and dusted, then break up play again, will the Iranians, and get another sub on.
Well, the free kick is bang centre in the middle of the goal. A perfect opportunity for the Iranians to double their lead. And then number 11, Shah Hosseini, and number 7, Rajab are over the ball. It looks as though it will be Rajab who takes it on.
You really want a left footer on this, really, don't you? Because they've set the wall to the right-hand side. And you really want to drag the ball to the left and smack it go back across the wall with your left footer. But I think he's a right footer. The way he's lining up, he's a right footer, and if that's the case, he's going to just smash it into the wall.
The guy does his job, taps both posts, and then stands behind the goal, dead centre. What can they do here, Iran? It is Rajab onto his left foot. He shoots. He just scuffed his shot slightly. Comes off a Italian defender. Will be a goal. A corner, I beg your pardon. And just as we sneak up to 6.5 minutes remaining, Iran still on the offensive here, looking for a second goal to try and put this game to bed. And of course, these two sides playing for a chance to play in the 5th place match.
Which is tomorrow, I believe, isn't it?
Which is tomorrow, yes. Of course, we've still got the semi-finals to come today, and the game that will decide either Iran or Italy's opponents. Pushed all the way back from that corner to the halfway line, and Iran pick it up, and it's a lovely bit of dribbling again. No foul, says the referee, as the Iranian player is down on the floor, and it's picked up deep inside their own half by Ramirez, who has been the stalwart defender in this Italian side so far today. He spreads the play out to the far side in front of the main stand up against the kickball. Cavallotto takes it on, but he's lost out. And now the 7, Rajab, takes it on and immediately sends the ball out towards the left-hand side in front of the coaches. We're right on the halfway line, and Yobo picks it up. And here is Yobo now trying to penetrate through a gap between two defenders, but he's pushed against the kickboard. It looks as though Iran might win this tussle here. They do. Shah Hosseini has the ball at his feet, but they're facing their own goal here, Iran. They're living slightly precariously.
Corner.
And it will be a corner for the Iranians. And a timeout is called as well.
Yeah, there's a timeout to the Italians. If you want to call a timeout, you have to be in possession of the ball. So it's an Italian corner. So they're entitled to call a timeout, and they'll just have a minute's briefing and then drinks and such like.
It's been an entertaining game so far. The foul count for Italy is up at 3. 1 for Iran. Iran, of course, have the lead in this game thanks to a fantastic goal from Sadegh Rahimi. And both sets of players now just taking some drinks on board on the near side, and the two head coaches will communicate some instructions to them.
We have seen some fantastic goals in this last 10-11 days. Might not have seen many, but the quality of the goals has been absolutely tremendous. Really well worked, power, strength, and mazy little runs. And some of the goals are just... it'd be really interesting to see if IBSA do a compilation of all the goals from here and make that available to the wider public, because they absolutely, some of the goals just just unbelievable skills and power that these players have.
And of course, some players that may have been relatively unknown on the circuit have really made a name for themselves as well. Really good experience for some of the sides that maybe weren't necessarily the well-known teams as well. There's been some really impressive football.
Yeah, like Colombia. You know, they've come from nowhere and they're just brilliant to watch.
Yeah, and China and Zhang. I think it was Zhang yesterday scored a wonderful goal for China. Here come Iran over the halfway line. Wonderful run again. Shot from range and again forces a fine stop from the goalkeeper, and that was a really difficult one to bring under control. All the way up to Yobo though from the goal clearance. Sneaks into the box. Still going here, Yobo. Can he steer it goal bound eventually?
Yeah, no, the goalkeeper's done nothing wrong at all there. So if the Italian think they're going to get a penalty out of that one, they're not. We got a bit of an injury too. I think the goalkeeper's okay. I think it's the defender that's not. Goalkeeper's done nothing wrong there at all. He was in his area. He's got the ball. Yeah, it was just a coming together, really. It wasn't anything more than that. So I think Christian, the referee, will just start and just drop the ball back to the keeper and let him get it going. The Iranian keeper's just stretching off his thigh muscle. Perhaps he got a little knock in there. But he looks all right, and he's a good lad, the Iranian keeper. He's always got a smile on his face when you see him around. Yeah, it is just a drop ball to the keeper, and off we go.
Rolled out to Shah Hosseini. Now Rajab checks onto his right foot, and the ball just sneaks into the Italian D. Rajab still going here. If he just pulled his right foot back there, he would have had a clear path to goal. It's cleared away though by the Italians, who are digging deep now. 4 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock for them to find an equaliser and take this game to penalties. They've not looked likely to do that though. They've not really troubled Ramazani in the Iranian goal. It's looked more likely Iran to grab the second goal in this game, just as Hauro brings the ball over the line for his defensive third. He tries to keep the ball in play, and he's given away a corner in the process. Now we have 4 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock, and the Iran side will prepare for this corner, and they'll start to probably think about winding the clock down themselves.
Yeah, Yobo's been disappointing again, hasn't he? He disappointed yesterday when they played their quarter-final and against Argentina, and we put that down to the Argentinians doing a number on him, but he's not looked particularly bright today, and it's the Argentinians have got a grip of him and stopped him from playing altogether.
Here come Iran then from the corner. It's well worked, kind of deceived Yobo there as he tried to get away from the ball. It will be another corner.
Just what they want, isn't it? Keep the ball in that corner, and the clock will tip down. It'll be going exceedingly fast for the Italians and exceedingly slow for the Iranians.
It's Shah Hosseini, I beg your pardon, Rajab, and the number 3, Rahimzadeh, over this corner. Karimi is poised just outside the edge of the D, and they find him with the pass. His first touch is a touch heavy, and he is forced back towards his halfway line, but good dribbling from him, and he is ended up out by the kickboard in front of the main stand inside the offensive third. Has some room now if he wants to find the shot. That will be another corner, and at the moment the Italians can't do too much except try and keep the Iranians at bay.
As another substitution from the Italians. You said at half-time or just before half-time when we saw a picture of the Italian coach up in the stands, and you said, oh, he's got headphones in. Just looked across at the Italian bench, and the substitute head coach, if you want to call that, strange enough, he's got earbuds in. So make of that what you want.
On comes Massimo Dattiloco for the Italians. Immediately joins the wall, and Yobo now just being told to stay upfield, and he's having a bit of a conversation with the Iranian number 11, Shah Hosseini, who won't want to lose him as a marker.
All good natured,
Rajab,
wasn't it?
Yeah, arcs his run. They were patting each other on the chest, so obviously just having a very respectful conversation. Now it's with Iran, bursting forward here, could be a second goal. He punts it just wide of the uprights. The guy slaps his quads in frustration that had whistled wide. It was Karimi again who's proved to be the danger man, and now Yobbo could be through, and he fires into the roof of the net. It comes all the way from the goal clearance. The Italians go bonkers, including the coach up there in the stand. They're all hugging each other, and now Yobbo's competition comes alive.
Yeah, it was straightforward enough, wasn't it? Sloppy defending by the Iranians, really. They let the ball travel far too far down the middle, and Yobbo was just stood in the middle of the goal, and it's just come to his feet. He's turned onto his left foot and just rifled it into the top of the net. The keeper's got no chance from 2 or 3 metres like that. Sloppy defending by the Iranians, and they got it all to do again. You know, they've been in total charge of this game up to that moment. We were just saying how disappointing Yobbo had been, and there he goes. That's Yobbo for you. He doesn't do anything for 85% of the match and grabs a goal for you.
In the meantime, the Iranians have called for a timeout with 3 minutes and 36 seconds remaining. And in terms of the blind football calendar, then, Dixie, I don't want to put you on the spot. I don't know if you've got the answer to this, but what's sort of next on the agenda for these players once this competition concludes?
Well, we've got the South American Championships that's got to take place, and that's got to take place, I think, before November. And then the next big competition will be Paris, and I think that starts around about the 25th of August next year, 2024. Round about that time. The pitch that they're building in France for the Paralympics, for the football, it's just unbelievable. It's underneath the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, I think it's got about 67,000 seats around it. And the backdrop is the Eiffel Tower. So I don't know what the road is called that goes up to the Eiffel Tower. Well, it looks like they're going to close it and build a pitch.
Are they looking for any commentators?
Well, let's hope so. We'll chuck our names in the ring, won't we?
In all of that, there was a substitution for the Iranians. The danger man, Rahimi, is back on, which means they're probably going for broke here, and they're attacking straight away. You can see it. It's pretty visible. A looped ball over the top for the number 7, Rajab. Does find Rajab, and he using all of his might to try and fend off Cavallotto and Ramirez. He's pinned up against the kickboard. Referee just, I guess, gives a warning there that the ball wasn't moving. Maybe a second warning as well. And eventually the free kick is awarded.
Yeah. Yes, it's
all just become a little bit more feisty now. And
yeah, the Iranian was holding the ball against the board, and the ball can only be still for 4 seconds. Any longer than that, and it's an indirect free kick to the opposition. Straightforward enough, and the Italians are making a substitution.
Yep, the number 8 for the Italians, Datalocco, is on his way off. He's not been on the field for particularly long. Looks a bit frustrated that his game is done, and the number 11 who started the game, Valseis Febo, comes back on to replace him, and he's just gathering his bearings and trots up to the halfway line.
3 minutes to go.
Cavallotto is over this free kick. 3 minutes and 8 seconds remaining. 3 fouls for the Italians, 1 foul for the Iranians. But it's the Iranians now in possession. They move over the attacking third into Italian territory, still going here, and it's the man that's just come back onto the pitch, Rahimi, that's trying to force the issue. It's with Ramirez up against the kickboard. He lays it off to Cavallotto. Cavallotto tries to switch play, does just that, and finds Yobbo on the near side. Is there a winner for the Italians in the space of just a few minutes? Can they turn this game completely on its head? Legs flying around all over the place. Yobbo pressed up against the kickboard as the Iranians try to win the ball back. Will it spill out? Yobbo screaming at the top of his lungs. He feels as though he should have a free kick.
No, that seemed
Iran
all
have
fair
got other
to me.
ideas. Yobbo comes through for him, and he chases after the ball. And Febo's just come back onto the field, tries to bring it under control. And now Iran will break through Rahimi. Rahimi checks back inside. Lovely dribbling from him. Fires at the legs of the goalkeeper. And that's an excellent save, but they're still going. Rahimi wants this winner. He's convinced he's going to grab it and add to his goal tally from the first half. But he's been pushed back by Ramirez into the middle third. And now it's with Shah Hosseini who moves up over the halfway line. Into the attacking third, Shah Hosseini. Iran looking more likely. And he just scuffs his attempt at goal. It's on target, but it only finds the Italian goalkeeper, and that will go the whole way through for a goal clearance for Iran. 1 minute 43 on the clock.
What a marvellous run by the Iranian number 9. And he's unleashed a really good shot, and the keeper's done well there. He spread his legs, got something on it, and yeah, it's a great bit of play.
Here come Iran again through their number 8. It's Karimi. Karimi shoots from range, just wide of the post. The guy again goes berserk at Karimi there. Bit of a tongue twister for me, having Rahimi and Karimi on the pitch at the same time. Here's Yobo. He's right on the line of the offensive third for Italy. Now he's been pushed back up to the halfway line, right in the middle of the centre circle. Still with Yobo, got his foot on top of the ball, and he's been sort of sandwiched by 2 Iranian players, and eventually it spills through to him, but he can't prevent the ball from going out of play, but nonetheless he'll have a corner. 58 seconds left.
Yes, it's all getting a little bit squeaky bum time, I think they call it, isn't it? He's all getting a bit excited ball out there, and yeah, it's been a couple of marvellous runs by the Iranians, though. They're very good on the ball, aren't they? Their dribbling skills, and they twist and turn and cover the ground extremely quickly. Good side.
It's a 3-man wall for Iran. Febo is just in front of it for the Italians as he looks to kind of block their path from making a tackle on Yobo. Yobo looking to arc his run and force a way through. He does shoot. Takes a bit of a heavy one to his left foot there, Yobo, but he's told to get back to his feet by the referee and the coaching staff, I think, and just get on with things. He does, gingerly. It'll be a corner for Iran now. And this game is really twisting and turning. And they'll have an opportunity now with 42 seconds left on the clock to force something here, force an opening.
Yeah, they'll probably get one more chance at either end, I would have thought, in this 42 seconds.
Could we see a late winner?
Well, they've left Yobo right up the pitch. And they're telling him to go on, get up the pitch, get in the box. They're hoping that the Italian keeper's going to get it and launch it up to Yobo and in to repeat what he just did about a minute or two ago.
The corner, though, is for Iran, and Rahimi will be the man to take it on once Shah Hosseini has just flicked it a touch forward, and it will be Rahimi, and off he goes. Shah Hosseini blocks off the Italian players, but Rahimi can't, well, it's Ramirez in the way again. He takes a bit of a heavy tackle from Ramirez. It will be a free kick for Iran.
Yep, that was right. Good decision, referee. He was pulling him back, and they've had quite a tussle, haven't they, Ramirez and Iranian number 9 all afternoon. Probably have a nice little drink together tonight. What's happening now? They're just indicating that the Italian side are on 4 fouls, but unless they're giving a stupid one away down, that would be a bit of a shock, wouldn't it?
It would be.
If they run this free kick, draw another foul, and get a penalty in the last 30 seconds. Obviously, the game can be extended. If there's only a second to go, they will take the penalty. The game's got to be finished, and the penalty's awarded, be it just 1 second before the end. It will be taken.
Well, the free kick is right on the offensive third. The guide is tapping away at the uprights as we speak. Just inside, just tucked about half a yard inside the offensive third for Iran. Up against the kickboard there in front of the main stand, so it's a bit of an awkward angle to navigate from. And it will be the main man to take it on, though. And off he goes, a wonderful mazy run, but the touch was a bit heavy from Rahimi. Checks back onto his right foot, finds a way through, shoots, and forces a stop from the goalkeeper. And now it's, as predicted, launched up the other end, and Yobbo can't quite bring the ball under control.
15 seconds to go. They're going to get another attack in. The Iranians. It's going up to the number 9. It's a good shout, that is.
This really would be on the buzzer if he finds the back of the net. Now he's through on goal. Can he shoot?
He's been taken down.
And there it is.
He's been taken down just outside the box. Well done, referees. The pair of them both called it at the same time. No issue with that whatsoever. I think it was Ramirez who's come across
and clattered him.
Cleaned him out. Not sure where it's happened, but it will be, if it's not in the box. Yeah, it's just outside the box. Now, even though it's an 8-metre penalty, the player has the choice. He can either move the ball back to the 8-metre spot, or he can take it from where the foul happened. Now, in this case, as we can see, the foul is about 6 inches outside the penalty area. So he's chosen, it was his choice, even though it's at a bit of an angle, he's chosen to take it from there and not where Christian and the other referees stood at the moment. Can't put a wall up, everyone's got to be 5 metres away, it's all still exactly the same. His choice to take it from there. So they just check his shades again. My word, we've got 5.8 seconds.
But he can't take an initial touch and dribble at all, can he?
No, that would be a double touch.
Fine.
So he's got to strike it at goal. He can't pass it or anything. It's got to be a deliberate effort at goal. And we said we don't get many late goals in this, but 5.8 seconds. Now, well, it's not going to take 5.8 seconds to get to the line, is it? It's going to take a split second. So here we go. We're all ready. My word, excitement here from Birmingham.
Fabulous end to this game, and it will be the number 9. He scored in the first half, Rahimi.
Oh, he's been their best player by a street. By a street.
On the angle then, what will he do here? The goalkeeper is poised. 5.8 seconds left on the clock.
Whistle's gone.
Here he goes.
Oh, he's put it wide.
He's sliced it.
Oh,
he's sliced it.
Oh, perhaps he should have taken it from the spot. Perhaps that angle was a bit obtuse for him. Oh, it's gone up, and then that's it. It's all over. It goes to penalties.
My word. What an interesting end to the game. Yep, there you have it then. One apiece between Italy and Iran. A fascinating game. It's been a really entertaining game as well.
I've enjoyed that. It's been great, hasn't it? Absolutely. We had a few cobwebs this morning because we're not used to starting that past 12, are we? We're usually used to starting before breakfast. So, yeah, we've all had a bit of a lie-in overnight. We got here this morning and everyone was a bit sleepy. But that certainly woke us up. It was tremendous entertainment. And, I don't know, it was a choice, wasn't it? Do I take it from here and suffer the angle? Or do I take it back 2 metres and take it from the spot? I bet he's wishing he took it from the spot now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, some of the Iranian players look a bit dejected, actually, having given away the advantage and then missing that penalty there. Well, not penalty, the free kick that was at an excellent angle right at the end. And then we're going to see a few clips, though, from the game. That's a wonderful, wonderful run. It's the 2 goals, so it was the Iranians that opened the scoring. And
that's
that was
fantastic.
Just a wonderful finish. A lesson, really, that is in scoring. Probably one of the a perfect goal in blind football in some respects.
Yeah, because it's involved all the elements of being a good player and having a good touch, being able to dribble, keep it under control, twist and turn, straighten yourself up, then unleash an unstoppable shot into the corner. Yeah, he's a good player, number 9.
And then it was Route 1 stuff for the Italians and Yobbo. It's a good presence of mind from the goalkeeper to send it long quickly. And Yobbo made no mistake inside the box.
Yes, after we'd seen very little of Yobbo through the whole game. He'd been, what was the number 11 doing for Iran? Oh, dear me, he's let the ball go right through his legs to Yobbo. And Yobbo dispatched that in some order.
Well, we've got one of the Iranian players here just changing his his boots. The number 9, Sadegh Rahimi, who just missed the penalty. Maybe he's now convinced they're unlucky boots because he skewed that opportunity wide there.
Well, he's certainly going to be one who takes a penalty, isn't he? He's one of their better players. So, we're just getting ready. The toss is taking place. They'll toss first to see which end, and toss second to see who goes first. And we struck gold again because they're coming up this end by the looks.
Yeah, we've had every shootout, I think, at this. Well, at least when I've been with you, Dixie, we've had every shootout at this end.
As far as I can remember, all the shootouts bar one have been up at this end. So I don't know why they don't like the other end, but they don't seem to. All the teams seem to like this end, perhaps.
One of the coaches for Iran had just made his way out onto the pitch, and the referee spotted that quickly, ran across and said, "No, pitch is just for players and the guides."
We don't need you on there, young man.
It looks as though it will be Italy to take the first penalty. The Iranian goalkeeper Ramazani is poised. Just wanders back, probably just to have a couple of moments in his own thoughts prior to the penalty being taken.
Yeah, and it looks like which keeper's gone in? Can't remember.
Corey is
so it's going to be Italy first.
Casually leant on the sideboard here in front of the Iranian bench.
And it's Yobo. They're going with their big, tall striker first, and trying to get a goal under the belt and put the pressure on the Iranians, I suppose.
He follows the guide out to the penalty spot.
God, he's towering over the referee, isn't he?
The referee is there waiting, and he rattles the ball, the referee, and now the Italian guide, I should say, gets ready to tap the post when Yobo is ready. Conversation between the referee and the goalkeeper, Ramazani, just to make sure he remains on his line at all times. And now the tapping will take place.
I don't know why he's come forward there. He's a few mind games going on there. Has anyone not told the goalkeeper that Yobo can't see him? He can do what he wants, can't he? You can't play blind games against them.
And then the second post is tapped, and the guide returns to the centre spot behind the goal. And it will be Yobo then on the referee's whistle to shoot first. He does. And it's such a powerful hit. It's in the net.
Yeah.
First blood, 1-0 to the Italians, and a big fist pump as well from Yobo.
Yeah, goalkeeper's a bit frustrated with himself there. He got a hand on it, but there was so much power from Yobo. He couldn't stop it from going over the line. He's thumped the post as he's come off. Disappointed with himself, but he shouldn't be, because that was going at some rate of knots.
Well, the two main men are the two to take the first two penalties, and for Iran it will be Sadegh Rahimi, who just missed that chance with 5 seconds left on the clock a few moments ago, but he was the scorer of that fabulous goal in the first half of this game.
Yeah, and let's hope he's got that penalty miss out of his mind and just concentrate on what he's got to do now.
The second post is tapped, and the very tall Iranian guide makes his way to the back of the goal, and Rahimi is poised on the referee's whistle then. Corey in the goal will try and save it, and
he's no chance
against the upright and just behind the line, and it will be a goal for Iran. So one apiece in the penalty shootout. Not too much the goalkeeper could do about that. He wanders away and smiles at the referee as if to say, I had no hope.
No, that's it. The back stanchion right at the top, and it's a great penalty. You ain't getting those.
Cavallotto comes forward for Italy, and he will be the man to take the next penalty and try and regain the advantage for Italy. Pressure stuff. As Dixie has said, there's a lot riding on this, despite the fact neither side made the semi-finals. They want to be in that 5th place match tomorrow. Cavallotto then gathers his bearings, and the guide taps the first post and wanders round the back and taps the second now.
He's not hurrying himself, is he?
Several taps there. Ramazani is bang on the line, and here we go then. Cavallotto to try and regain the advantage, and he powers home.
It's another good penalty. Keeper's again got his hand to it.
He looks disappointed again, Ramazani, and I can understand why. I think he maybe would have felt that just snuck under his hand a bit too easily there. But
again, there was a lot of power in there, wasn't there? And he's hit it low and hard. Probably better going with your feet, really, to be honest. It's a long way to get your hands down into the corners.
Now it's Shah Hosseini's turn. Giacomo Corri is reminded to remain on his line. The ritual, the routine, I should say, for the shootout is underway. And I've just noticed one of the coaching staff for Iran cannot even bear to watch. He's made his way out over to the practice pitch because he doesn't want to watch what's going on the pitch. It's that tense. So Shah Hosseini then to shoot here beyond Corri if he can. Who will blink first? And that's saved onto the uprights.
What a marvellous save. Absolute fantastic save by the keeper.
2-1 then for the Italians.
So if they score this,
match point basically.
If they score this, it's all over. And the Iranian coach has gone over to the training pitches. He's just staring up at the sky.
This is an interesting one because Jacopo Lilli hasn't played a great deal in this game at all. So he's been chosen to take the penalty nonetheless. So that might give Morteza Ramazani, the number 1 for Iran, a bit of confidence. And there will be wild scenes here as the Giacomo Corri looks up to the skies. He's got his eyes closed, the goalkeeper for Italy, and his hands in the praying position.
Yeah,
he can't bear watch.
Fair dues, that was a hell of a save, mine, wasn't it?
Certainly was.
Really good save.
All down to Jacopo Lilli then. The whistle blows. Can he win it?
Oh, it's a good save by the Iranian keeper. Yeah, he's gone down to the right, and this time he's gone down with his foot. It's easier to get your feet there than your hands. He's gone down with his foot. He's made a really good save. So, here we go. We get the Iranian scores this. We go into sudden death. Well, it is sudden death now, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If he misses, though, the Italians have it.
Yep.
We continue if he scores, but if he misses, the Italians take the victory. And it's Morteza Karimi, who is one of the main attacking threats for Iran alongside Rahimi.
The Iranian coach, he's got a bit closer to the pitch, but he's still behind the tents. Leaning on the barriers, looking the other way.
Karimi then to take this to sudden death. And Giacomo Corri, the man to prevent that and send the Italians into the 5th place match. He shoots
and scores.
It's a wonderful, wonderful finish.
Yeah, he's put the keeper down the wrong side.
And now we are in sudden death.
The Iranian coach behind the goal. It's not showing any emotions at all. Nothing.
High praise for the guide there from the Iranian goalkeeper for helping the striker there place that into the bottom corner. And this is probably now a bit nerve-wracking for these players because these are the less favoured strikers of the ball, I'd imagine. So it's Nicola Hauro who will take this one. He's wearing a scrum cap. He's got the captain's armband on. The goalkeeper again is reminded to stay on his line for Iran. Morteza Ramazani. Can he make himself a hero?
Yeah, I wonder what happens if Ramirez takes one, because if he gets hold of it, the whole goalposts are going to move.
The tapping has been concluded, so it will be Nicola Hauro then to give the advantage to Italy. Up he steps, bit of a run-up, shoots, and he forces a save from Ramazani. So now it's match point for the Iranians. Pressure penalty.
It ebbs and flows, doesn't it? It ebbs and flows. Italy were almost there. Almost. And now it could be Iran.
Rahim Zadeh is the Iranian that has the responsibility here.
Oh, no, the Iranian coach is still walking across to the other pitch. He's slapping his thighs. Oh, he
can't bear the suspense. Rahim Zadeh then
done, isn't he?
Up against Giacomo Corri.
Yeah, he's looking over at us, smiling. We just put our thumbs up to him, and He's wandering back across.
The Iranian guide then just using his, I think the ring on his finger to tap the post there. And here we go. This is the big moment then. Can Rahimzadeh fire Iran into that 5th place match? He shoots and forces a save again.
It
from
is a
Giacomo
good
Corey,
save.
and the sudden death goes on.
Oh, that was a fine save because it wasn't a bad penalty. He's hit it to the keeper's left. And if I suppose anything you would say, it was a nice height for the keeper because it's around about 2 foot off the ground, so a bit easier to get his hands down to. So we still haven't seen Ramirez, have we? Oh, I want to see Ramirez take a penalty.
Well, it will be the number 5 for Italy, Damiano Guanta. And then the tapping will begin now on that left post, and that just means that Guanta just adjusts himself ever so slightly in how he plans to strike the ball. Tapping of the right post takes place, and the whole ground here falls quiet, and here we go. The Italians to regain the lead. Another save. Ramazani.
Yeah, the keepers are doing well.
And again, Iran now have the chance to win this once more.
Yeah, they're not bad penalties, these. We haven't seen any scuffers or anything. They've all been hit with some force, and the keepers are doing their jobs. But, I bet it's tense out there now, because now you're coming to the jelly wobblers, aren't you? The ones who didn't want anything to do with penalties.
Well, it's a blessing when you go second in the shootout and the player before you misses, because really it's a kind of free hit, isn't it? The team is still in the contest if he does miss this, but he's got a chance to make himself a hero if he does score.
Yeah.
Kambi Smokham is the player to take the penalty. Looks a bit tentative with his foot on the ball there.
The car horns in Tehran will be blaring away if he puts this in.
Instruction comes from the guide. He shoots, and it's off the legs of the goalkeeper. Another save. The sudden death continues.
Not such good a penalty. That one is a bit straight, but it's still needed to be saved.
Here's your man now then. Brian Ramirez steps forward.
Oh, here he comes. Oh, my word. This is either going to break the back of the net
or hit us and take the whole unit out in front of us, I think.
It's going to be no halfway measures for this one. We have got a couple of hard hats. Might be worth putting them on.
Brian Ramirez composes himself. He's very much, he barely left his own half, I think, in that game. He's very much the sweeping defender, the Herculean effort from him defensively throughout the game.
The man mountain of the Italian defence.
The tapping is concluded, and the guide makes his way central to the goal. And Ramirez has the chance to give Italy the advantage here. He shoots, he scuffs it wide. It's a poor penalty in the end. He just didn't really hit it with conviction.
No, he did a little run-up. He stepped back a couple of paces, and as I said it earlier in the week, if you step back off the ball, it's fraught with danger. And so here we go again. Another opportunity for Iran to wrap this up. And the Iranian keeper can't watch either now. He's leaning over the barriers.
Ali Reza Bakht is the man. Oh no, they've changed their mind as to the penalty taker, and it was met with real vigour by Mazareh, who has now stepped forward. He jumped up in the air and clapped his hands as he was called upon to take the penalty, and in the opposite direction, Bakht goes back, trudges back towards the halfway line, disappointed that he's not been called upon there.
Well, I wouldn't be. He's had a last-minute reprieve, I think. I wonder what happened there then, because they would have had to give a listing to the referee. Hey ho.
Big responsibility on Hojatolah's Mazareh's shoulders here, up against Giacomo Corey. A chance for Iran then to progress to the 5th place game. The whistle is about to sound. Here he goes. He shoots.
Oh,
and it rifles home, and there you have it. Iran are the victors.
They know
it's a wonderful penalty in the end, and it was the right decision to switch the penalty taker, I think, there.
Whoever made that decision is... and the Iranian coach who was couldn't bear to watch it. He's just come running past us, and he's jumping up and down, gave us a big smile and thumbs up, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And joy in the Iranian camp. And it's great that these games, there's still something really to play for. And I'm sure Iran now, if they can finish 5th in this contest, they'll be absolutely elated with their performance across the tournament. Big hugs for the Italy goalkeeper. And there you have it then. We'll be back in about 15 minutes time to see who will face who will face Iran in that 5th place game tomorrow afternoon. Bye for now.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back to the University of Birmingham campus for another fixture here in the men's blind football at the IBSA World Games 2023 here in Birmingham. This time it sees Japan taking on France for a place against Iran in the 5th place game tomorrow afternoon. Makes for an interesting game, this. Japan and China played a decent fixture yesterday. China narrow winners in the end, and the two teams now wander out onto the field. Still dry here in Birmingham, very warm as well, which is lovely. The two teams will line up in preparation for the national anthems. It's myself and Dixie Dean on the commentary for this one, and we will hand over to the matchday announcer to take you through the anthems, I should say, of both Japan and France.
Please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Japan.
There you have it then, the two national anthems for Japan and France. Makes for an interesting fixture, this one, ahead of the 5th place game tomorrow afternoon. Let's have a look at the home side then for this fixture. And the lineup for Japan. Daisuke Sato is the goalkeeper. Robert Zumi Sasaka is the number 3. Hirabayashi is the number 6. Masaki Goto, number 8. And Ryo Karamura is the number 10. The starting 5 there for Japan. Then on the bench for them, Kenya Izumi, Tomonari Kuroda, Akihito Tanaka, Kento Tori, and Yazuki Sonobe. And then the head coach there, Eiji Nakagawa, and the guide, Tomohito Ubiashi. And then your France side, and there's been a few changes to the usual starting 5. We're used to seeing Babacar Niang starting these games, as well as Tidiane Diakite, and they're both on the bench. So starting in goal, and a replacement in goal as well, in fact. Number 16, Benoit Chevroux, is the goalkeeper. Number 4, Mikhail Miguez. Number 5, Hakim Arezki. Number 8, Ivan Vanchy. Number 10, Frederic Villaroo, who of course is the danger man. The two I mentioned are on the bench, as well as Khalifa Yume and Martin Baron. And then the head coach, Toussaint Akpwe, and the guide, Yannick Le Colvez. And of course the danger man is in that starting 5, Dixie, with Villaroo in there. He's quite a player, isn't he? He took a bit of a battering in the game yesterday, and he was bloodied. In fact, he specks of blood across his top, and we saw him outside after the game clutching an ice pack against his face too. But he's the real main threat in this side, and somebody they rely on heavily in an attacking sense. Yeah, he's the main man for France. He's a quality player, very good on the ball. His dribbling is fabulous. Got a great shot with either foot. He's been around, well, at least 20 years on the international circuit, and he still puts in as much effort as what he did when he first come onto the scene back in, I think the first time I saw him was the European Championships in Manchester, and I think it was 2002, 2003, somewhere around about that time. So yeah, he's definitely going to be a threat, and the Japanese are going to have to be aware of that, and I'm sure they are. They've all watched the videos, and the blind football world's quite small, and everyone knows everyone else, and they all know who the danger men are for either team. So he'll be a marked man for France, that's for sure. And not so much on this game for France, really. They pre-qualified for the Paralympics, so will they be going full bore? And the side that they've put out would indicate they're not going to not going full bore, really, because they've swapped the keeper around, and it's not through performances, and swapped one of the two of the outfield players around as well. So I'm going to go for Japan in this one, because there's something on it for them, and they have got a slim chance of qualifying for the Paralympics. So you can be sure that they'll be going full throttle. Yeah, and of course, if France are to progress into the 5th place game, and then they subsequently beat Iran, well, if France, in fact, what I'm trying to ask, if France do progress here, does that mean Iran, regardless of whether they win tomorrow against France, will progress as well? I'm pretty sure, yes, that would be correct. Yeah, but that's still bearing in mind who becomes the champions of South America. Sure, of course. We've got the 3 pre-qualified, which is Argentina and Colombia and Brazil. If one of those 3 win the South American Championships, your premise that it would be Iran going through would be correct, I think. And I can't see any other team from South America beating Argentina, Colombia or Brazil, to be honest. So I think it's a pretty safe bet that place will come to here, and we'll have 4 qualifying teams from this competition. Just goes to show how important this competition is across the world. It does, absolutely. The referee just checking with both sets of guides that they're happy. Japan lining up in a really attacking way. They're just going to go full throttle at this by the looks of things. And the guide behind the Japanese goal for France, Yannick Le Colvez, has a very respectful embrace with the number 1 for Japan, Daisuke Sato, who's just stretching off now as well. The two referees are taking their time to make sure everybody's okay and in their half of the pitch. I think the referee closest to the stand is he's a British referee. And I believe the referee on the opposite side is Brazilian, but don't hold me to that, because I might not be right. Lots of thumbs up. I think he's pretty much checked every person within the stand and the pitch, and everybody around it is happy to start playing. We are underway, which is fabulous. A delayed kick-off for this one, following the penalties between Iran earlier on, which sent them through to the 5th place game. Italy unlucky to miss out, but Iran was certainly the better side. Goal clearance for France, and it's with Arezki. He spreads the play towards Villaroo, who's eager to get on the ball. France in a Slightly changed kit, lighter blue colour with the white shorts and red socks. And the Japanese in almost what you would describe as Argentine colours with the light blue but mainly white strip from head to toe. And a chance for Japan as well, an early good chance for them through Hirobayashi, but he's straight at the goalkeeper Chevroux, who couldn't wait to get that out to Arezki at the earliest opportunity there. And now France come forward, but it's straight back into Japanese hands, just on the edge of the centre circle. The captain takes it forward for them. Kawamura, he spreads the play to the left-hand side. Hirobayashi picks it up right on the offensive third for Japan, but he's wrestled off the ball by a French player, and then Villaroo looks to spread the play to the left-hand side. Good run down that left kickboard by the number 8 for France, Wanshi. But he is forced backwards into the middle third, and Villaroo looks to try and tackle him. The number 8, Masaki Goto, is on the floor now, and both he and Villaroo battling up against the kickboard just inside the offensive third for Japan. And it's now been forced all the way back towards the goal line. The number 8, Goto, for Japan, battling with Arezki, who just keeps the ball in play by a fraction, and that will be a corner.
Yeah, it come off Villaroo's heel then as he tried to scoop it away. Villaroo was in quite close proximity to those two battling away, and he's unfortunately got a touch. But it was a good run from the Japanese earlier on. Dennis left-hand side, yeah. Got his shot away and forced a save from the keeper. So they've started well, Japan.
The number 10, the captain, Kiwamura, looks like the man to take this on here. He's over the ball with Sasaki. Sasaki will lay it off for him to make that sort of arcing run and loop around the D on the edge of the box. It's a ball that's spread out to the left-hand side. Picked up. It's on the edge of the D, right on the attacking third now for Japan. It's held up, though, by the number 8 for France, Vanchi. Japan move into the offensive third, but again, it's the French that clear away. Japan, though, the more dominant side so far in this game. Forward it comes once again. Japan move into the French D, but Villaroo brings the ball away. That's looking slightly less mobile today, maybe feeling it a bit in his legs from all the football he's been playing.
Yeah, he has taken a bit of a battering in the previous games, and to be fair, he's been a bit of a marked man in this tournament, and he's I'm not saying he's getting on a bit, but he's been around for a while, so those little knocks take a little bit longer to heal up, and he has been a marked man through the tournament. So
Wanshi up against Kiramura, but Kiramura is the man to bring it away up over the halfway line, running at real pace, and he's veered from right to left, and he checks back onto his left foot, making an excellent run here just as he was about to shoot. He's stopped in his tracks by Villaroo.
Yeah, it's a free kick to the Japanese. He's in a good position. A couple of metres outside the penalty area, I think. They look like they're placing it down there. It's about a metre outside the penalty area. To the side a little bit, but good chance.
11 minutes and 37 seconds left on the clock. What can the Japanese do here? Hirobayashi stood over the ball along with Sasaki right on the edge of the D, just as the ref organises the wall, along with the French goalkeeper Benoit Chevroux. Edges them towards that near post, and he'll be covering the far post, and all of the Japanese players are up here. There's no French attacking players further down the field as well. The French players just protecting their face. I don't think Villaroo wants another whack to the face as he had yesterday. Maybe just feeling that a little bit. Be Hirobayashi to take this one on then, after the touch from Sasaki.
Yeah, you can see the French guy on the end of the wall. He's going to be the one to charge it down. He's in the starting position, and he's a bit upset that the Japanese player's gone in front of him, and he's quite entitled to do that, as long as he's a metre away from the French player.
One foul conceded by the French. The referee will now blow his whistle following the guide's works. And off we go. Hirabayashi does shoot. For a minute I thought that took a deflection. Maybe he just kicked it off his own boot, off his other foot, Hirabayashi. But we're back underway with a goal clearance. It's with the number 8, Wanshi, down that left-hand side, up against the kickball. Moves into the Japanese final third, but he's held up. Good tackling from the Japanese early on in this game. They're keen to keep up the intensity, and Villaroo forced all the way back into his defensive third by the number 8 for Japan, Goto. Goto does well, but it doesn't stop Villaroo sending the ball further upfield towards the number 4 for France, Miguez. Miguez against the kickboard in front of the Japanese bench, but it's won back by Kawamura. Kawamura up over the halfway line into the attacking third. Now it's with the number 6 for Japan. He spreads the play to the right-hand side. Excellent pass from him. Now Goto. He gets goal side initially of Arezki, trying to wrestle the ball back from him, but he's done well to keep hold of it, Goto. Arezki does just enough though, and then Villaroo, no-nonsense stuff, and he's called for a substitution there. I think he's clutching his knee and limping along, Villaroo, but the bench seem undeterred by that message from him.
So, yeah, he's conceded a corner. He's definitely struggling, Villaroo, not moving at all well. The French would be wild to get him off, and he doesn't want any long-term injuries at this stage of his career.
And off go the Japanese. Kawamura tries to steer it goal bound, but his attempts are unsuccessful. It will be a goal clearance. Here is Wanshi. Wanshi down that left-hand side up against the kickboard. Moves into the offensive third, but it's stolen back from him by Goto, and Goto moves over the halfway line, and there's a bit of a wrestle then off the ball between the two number 8s. Goto still going here up against Villaroo. Villaroo not really looking himself so far in this game, but he uses the kickboard to move away from the Japanese player, and it's now back on the near side in the middle third with the number 6 for Japan, Hirabayashi. Hirabayashi trying to move onto his right foot, but he's met by Wanshi. Wanshi battling hard with Kawamura. The two of them trying to wrestle the ball off each other, and I think now to sneak off for a goal clearance, which it does.
Yeah, the French coach is not happy about something, and he's barking orders out at his team.
Miguez tries to force a way through. That'll be a corner for the French, much to the frustration of the Japanese number 3, Sasaki, who felt as though he should have kept the ball in play there. Corner on this near side. Miguez and Wanshi are the two players that are over it. Will be left for Wanshi to try that arcing run around the edge of the D, just as the Japanese goalkeeper prepares his wall. The referee waiting for the thumbs up from the guide, which he gets, and Wanshi then just chips it into the D, looking for the number 5, Arezki, but wasn't stirred by the rattle of the ball there as it went past him, and he's forced up against the kickboard, just tucked inside the Japanese defensive third. He's not going anywhere at the moment, pretty much stationary, and then he squeezes it through to Wanshi, but it's picked back up by the Japanese number 8, who looks to break forward, but he's sandwiched by two French players, one of which is Miguez, and Miguez just looks to bulldoze his way through. He does just that. Can he shoot? Didn't get the message, I don't think, there from the guide. So when to go, he was muted, the guide behind the goal. They'll have to settle for a corner.
That was a heck of a block by the Japanese defender, number 3. God, he's taken a blow there. That was... he's done really well to get his leg into that. It was a good run from the French guy. He's gone in, and the number 3's come across, closed the space down, and yeah, he's taken a right whack. Ooh, good tackle, man.
Corner for France, right in front of the main stand. Wanshi, again, one of the players, stood over the ball along with Arezki. Villaroo has stayed back, which is uncommon for him. He's acting on defensive duties. I wonder if that's something to do with the injury, as Miguez goes flying into the tackle. He's obviously suffering with his knees himself. He's heavily strapped. In his fluorescent yellow boots, he's up against the kickboard. He just squeezes it out and finds Arezki. Wanshy and Villaroo are back behind him if he can find them. Gets a cry eventually from Wanshy. Villaroo is behind him, but Wanshy looks to go alone. Moves over the halfway line, twisting, turning, trying to force a way through, but is only tackled by Kawamura. And now the Japanese will look to build again from the back. It's with their number 6, Hirabayashi. He spreads it out to the right-hand side. And that's a good pass. And now there's a big chance on here for the Japanese. Hits the post. Ricochets back inside.
And it's a penalty.
And it's a penalty. I think the goalkeeper again has made a mistake. We've seen so much of that.
Yeah, he's come out the. He must have come out the area. That's the only reason it can be a penalty. And we're looking at it again. And yeah, he's outside the area. Good spot, referee. That's what we want to see. The referee's on the case, nice and close to it. No one can argue. So,
another penalty. 7 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock until half time. So we're about halfway through this first half. And the foul count is up to 2 for France. And it could be Japan that are set to strike first. And this will receive a big old celebration from the bench, I'm sure, plus the Japanese fans that are in the crowd.
It was a great run by the Japanese player. He's picked the ball up outside his third and gone in there at an angle, beating a French lad, and he did really well to get his shot off, and he's obviously forced the keeper to come out of his area. It is a very small box. It's 6 meters by a meter, the goalkeeper's area, for those who haven't seen blind football.
Here we go, and it's in the back of the net. What a fine penalty that is.
Yes.
Hirabayashi, the hero.
That's a good penalty.
And he's small in stature. He can barely get over the kickboard to receive the applause.
And he's put a samurai on him. This is something that the Japanese do. If they get a goal scorer, the samurai goes on, straight onto the head, and that's their little trophy for scoring a goal. And yeah, it's lovely.
The referee has a big grin on his face. I think even he enjoyed that. The number 10 for Japan, Ryo Kawamura, receiving a bit of treatment. I think he just scuffed his knee slightly, and we're going to see a substitution, the first of the game for the Japanese. Masaki Goto comes on.
It was a superbly taken penalty, though. He drilled it into the keeper's right-hand side, and it sort of... Well, it just went past him in a flash, didn't it? It was like he was still waiting for the penalty to be taken. And it was in the back of the net, mate.
Goto comes off, and Kuroda comes on. Tomonari Kuroda. And he's immediately... he's desperate to make an impact straight away. He's been pushed back slightly by the referee. And France will get us back underway with 7 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock. 1-0 to the Japanese. Hirabayashi, the man to bag the goal from that penalty. And eventually the referee's whistles does go, and Wanshy gets us underway. Goes one way and then checks back and goes the other. Here is the substitute straight away into the action. And Hirabayashi trying to catch up with Wanshy there, but he's left him in his wake. He does track back though, and now the number 9 for France, number 8 for France I should say, Wanshy is pegged back, and it's back in Japanese hands through Hirabayashi. He's chased diligently by Villaroo. Villaroo is impenned in that far corner. The ball hasn't snuck off the pitch though. It's up against the kickboard. It's took back inside by Kiwamura. Kiwamura is tripped, but then it's now back in French hands through the danger man. Villaroo still going here, trying to navigate his way through some Japanese players, but to no avail.
Yeah,
he's all the way back in the French half.
He's hobbling terribly. He's just jogging back into a defensive position, Villaroo.
Off goes Wanshy against the far kickboard in front of the main stand. I think that came off a Japanese player and will be a corner for France. Yeah. He is still hobbling, isn't he, Villaroo? But they're determined to keep him on.
I think that's a silly decision. It really is. Now, he must be mid-30s by now. And like, to keep a player on a visibility when he's clearly not right, how do they know what damage they're doing to him? Well, I suppose he wants to play, but...
Here's Wanshi. Tries the shot. Sort of feigns to shoot, and then the ball is peeled away from him by Kiwamura. Kiwamura and the substitute in there working together to try and dig the ball out. Eventually it's Kuroda that gets a toe in, and Kiwamura will bring the ball away. Miguez does his level best to get in the opponent's way, but it's Villaroo eventually that does the defending. He's got rid of that limp momentarily, and the ball is guided off the pitch and will be a goal clearance taken quickly by Chevroux. France trying to find a way back into this game. Off goes Wanshi. Real good close control from him, and he swipes at it and trips the number 3 for Japan, Sasaki, in the process.
Yeah, it's going to be a foul against the Japanese here, I think. I do believe it is going to be the number 3 from Japan. I saw a hand snake out. He was on the floor, and I'm sure his hand came out and grabbed the ball. And I'm pretty sure the Brazilian referee is. Yeah, he has. He's given the free kick to France, which is about right. Nice position.
Certainly is. Dead centre. About 2 metres back from the penalty spot. I shouldn't think the player Wanshi will go for goal straight away, but the guide nonetheless is doing their job behind the goal. Probably choose to just dribble it maybe out to the right slightly and create a bit of an angle before having a strike.
And there's those bells again, 2 minutes at a time, as per usual.
Still not found out why that is the case. Still not quite ready for this free kick. The referee checks with the guide and the goalkeeper, as he always does. And then the tapping will come from the guide now. The French guide does the first post on this near side as we see it, and then moves across to the post nearer the main stand. And there's lots of people lingering around, maybe a few students and stuff from the university around in the background of the picture there, just peering in at the pitch as to what's going on. And Wanshi takes the ball on and shoots straight at the wall, then a swipe from a Japanese player, and Wanshi just careers over the top of him. He almost hurdles the player. We have lost a couple of eye masks down there. It's given back to the number 3 for Japan, Sasaki, who will quickly put that back on, but the referee has to keep an eye on play simultaneously. I'm not sure who's lost the other eye mask. He's still got it in his hands though, the referee. Not quite established who it is actually, but the ball is in the French half nonetheless. We resume play as they try to wrestle the ball off each other. And the number 5 for Japan, who's just come on, Kuroda in there. Hirabayashi, the goal scorer, up against Villaroo. I think in fact the referee had dropped his whistle in the process of picking the eye mask up there, but we're back underway, and Villaroo brings the ball away this time. It's intercepted though by Sasaki. Sasaki back towards his own goal line, up against Villaroo, just taps the ball in the end, and that will be a goal clearance for Japan. And a timeout, I believe, is called. It's going to be maybe the substitution, which is set to take place on this near side in front of us at the gazebo end. Just wait to establish who it is, and in the process of doing that, the eye mask of Sasaki will be checked by the referee. It's the number 6, Hirabayashi, the goal scorer, that trudges off. And he will be replaced there. And on goes the number 11, who is Kento Tori. He sort of tentatively moves up towards the halfway line and moves beyond it. And we'll be ready again with 4 minutes and 48 seconds left on the clock for this goal clearance. And off we go. Daisuke Sato sends it out to that right-hand side to his captain Kawamura, who's been full of energy throughout. He looks like a real athlete. His pass forward, though, is missed by everybody and goes out for a goal clearance, which Chevroux picks up. Rolled out to Villaroo, who can build from the back, and he moves up towards his defensive third. He's dispossessed straight away though, and that's a good turn by the substitute Tory here, who will shoot straight in the face, I think, of Cheverou in the goal. It's put over the crossbar, and that will be a corner for the Japanese.
Yeah, I think it's his shoulder. Great bit of skill by the number 11. He's robbed Villaroo of the ball and gone in on goal. It was a good shot. Keeper's made himself big, and I'm pretty sure it's hit him on the shoulder and ballooned over the bar. You will just watch it again. It's a great bit of skill. Yeah.
Nonetheless, it will be a corner for Japan. 4 minutes 17 seconds remaining of this first half on a bright and breezy day in Birmingham. Japanese are preparing another substitution. They've been rotating their players at will so far in this game. The cross is made, but Kuroda picks it up and it will spill out, and it will be a goal clearance for the French. And the substitution bell blows. And the very animated French head coach is barking orders at his players. He looks a bit frustrated with Wanshi there, who wanders across and looks a bit perplexed. Off goes the number 5 for Japan, Kuroda, who'd come on earlier in the half. And he will be replaced by the man that started the game, Masaki Goto.
Yeah, so we're going to restart with a goal clearance for France. And Villaroo hobbles across the board. Doesn't look right at all.
Maybe his instruction is just to get through until half-time. They've got a full bench of the French, but they're choosing not to use it at the moment. Miguez battling hard with the recent substitute, Tory. Tory keeps him at bay momentarily. It's on the halfway line. Wanshi takes it on though. Real powerful running from him, and he makes it past the second defender. Bit of work to do to keep the attack going. It will be a corner for the French in front of the main stand, just where the kickboard ends.
Yeah, good defensive work by the Japanese number 3 again. He's got across there and nipped it off the toes of the French guy and concedes the corner.
3 minutes 46 left in this encounter. 3-man wall for the Japanese, who are crouched over, looking as though they're the front row of a scrum about to settle down in a rugby match. It's cleared away by the Japanese. Villaroo gives chase, just his goalkeeper beyond him, as he faces back towards goal, and then he puts the ball out to this near side, and Miguez picks it up. Lack of communication there from Miguez as he turns and continues his run forward, a touch off balance, and then he swipes at the ball as though he's about to shoot, and then the referee almost collides with Wanshi as Wanshi tries to keep the ball from going out to play, and then it's thrown out by the goalkeeper Sato upfield. A chance here for the Japanese, straight at the goalkeeper in the end. Thought as though it looked as though the goalkeeper was quite far out there, but nothing given by the referee, and Japan come forward again. That's a heavy touch by the captain Kawamura. It's afforded some time for Villaroo to get back goal side, and that's a good tackle from Villaroo, and the French clear through Miguez. Back inside the Japanese half, but only just now through the number 3 Sasaki. Sasaki moves over the halfway line, has player options left and right, but chooses to go right and try and find Goto, who's back on the field of play. Big crunching challenge there between the captain for Japan. It's back inside Japanese territory. All 4 Japanese players surround the goal, but it's the ball, I should say, but it's with the number 3 Sasaki. He moves down that right-hand side and checks back inside. He's forced back inside his own half. Kawamura takes it on. He's crunched into by Villaroo, and for a second time up against the kickboard, bang on the halfway line. A tug of the shirt on Villaroo as he tries to advance into the offensive third for France, but Japan dispossess him. End-to-end stuff now, and the captain Kawamura takes it on, a central position, checks onto his left, back onto his right, shoots, hits the post, and it goes out for a goal clearance, which will be taken quickly. Back it goes to Villaroo, which I think he'll probably disagree with. He might fancy a rest with this breathless passage of play. 1 minute 45 left on the clock in this first half. The referee, the third referee, trots down to our near side as Japan looks set to make another substitution, which I'm sure one of the players will be relieved to hear the buzzer go for, given the breathless nature of this game. Picked up now by the number 3 Sasaki. He keeps the ball in play just, and then it sneaks out and will be a corner for the French side.
Oh, and the French are going to make 2 substitutions and 1 substitution for the Japanese. Villaroo definitely did not want that ball from the keeper, did he? You can see his body language is, don't give it to me, I'm tired. And the keeper just rolled it out to him.
He just signalled to the bench there as if to say, I am done in this game.
But, one of the commentators last week said to me, stick a fork in it, he's done.
And here is that chance. Kiwamura with the effort on goal off the outside of the upright. We're going to have to wait for these substitutions. The referee wants to get this play underway. Wanshi will be the player again to take it on. Diakite and Baron are due to come on. Off they go. We'll have to wait for this substitute. Will they be done before half-time? Just over a minute left on the clock of normal time. Villaroo will be begging the referee to stop play and let the substitutes take place. But he's going to have to get through this passage of play now, as Wanshi is battling hard there with Kiwamura. It's out to this near side in front of the benches and the operational staff and the referees here at the University of Birmingham that are putting on the blind football for us. I hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you are watching. Maybe you're in Japan or France watching our coverage today. The weather's not usually like this, I must admit. We've not had a decent summer of weather, so don't be fooled by the glorious sunshine we currently have. Kiwamura takes it forward, but he's tackled robustly down there. 30 seconds left of normal time. It's poked back through to the number 11, Kento Tori, has a go at goal, and we'll have a goal clearance. And 23 seconds now left on the clock. And it sort of seems a bit pointless to be making these changes now, but they will be done nonetheless.
Yeah, well, they've been waiting for about a minute and a half to come on, haven't they? They're going ahead. Number 8 for France is going off. He's one of them one's going off.
Wanshi makes
number 4,
way.
Villaroo staying on.
Miguez and Wanshi make way. Villaroo stays on. They're running him into the ground, I think. Diakite will be the player to come on. Diakite Tiadine and Martin Baron as well. And then the change is confirmed for Japan as well. Number 6 back on, Hirabayashi, the scorer of the goal. And the number 11, Kento Tori as well. Just shy of 23 seconds left on the clock. 1-0 to Japan, thanks to that Hirabayashi penalty. A very convincing penalty as well. Villaroo with a pretty lifeless pass out to the near side, and straight into the action is the number 11, Diakite Tidiane. Tucked back inside to Villaroo, who falls to the ground. He might want to just stay there until the buzzer goes, and there it eventually does go, and there we have the half-time whistle here for this second fixture to decide who faces Iran in the 5th place game tomorrow afternoon. The score at half-time, it's Japan 1, France 0.
It's fast, technical and tense. This is your guide to five-a-side football. There are 5 players per team, 4 outfield players and a goalkeeper. The aim of the sport is to score a goal by kicking the ball into your opponent's goal, and at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. Players must wear eye shades to ensure that all players have the same level of vision. That is apart from the goalkeepers, who aren't required to wear eye shades and can be fully sighted. Their job is to keep the ball from going in the goal behind them. But how do the players on the field know where the ball, or indeed the goal, is? Well, the ball in blind football is specially designed to make sound whenever it moves. Also, each team has a guide behind the opposition goal to help direct them. Each player is required to shout "Voy" when going for the ball. This ensures every player has the cues they need to help build a picture of what's going on and what to do next in defence or attack. To help this, total silence is required from the crowd until a goal goes in. Voy is Spanish for go, and it was the Spanish who are credited with originally developing blind football in the 1920s. As well as the Paralympics, teams from all corners of the world can compete at World, European, Asian, African and America's Championships, as well as a World Grand Prix.
Blind football can be played by both men and women, with the historic first Women's World Championships coming up in 2023.
So what are you waiting for? Give it a try.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Welcome back to the World Games, the IBSA World Games, and the men's blind football. France versus Japan. Japan in the lead as it stands for a place in that 5th place game tomorrow afternoon against the Iranians, who ran over Italy in the end through penalties. We're back in action shortly. There's been a change in goal for the French. Benoit Chevroux has been replaced by Bartolomucci, as they like to do. Every game involving France so far, they've switched the goalkeeper at half-time. And still no rest for Villaroo. We've been watching him during the half-time interval at Dixie. They've been spraying him with something or other.
It was probably Chanel number 5. They've been working on him all half-time. And he's just prior to him going back out, he went for a little jog. He come back, he said, "Yep, I'm fine. Get me on that." So
they'll have to drag him off if he does come off, I think. I think he's determined to stay on.
He's a braver man than me. I would. He's taken a bit of a battering here.
Certainly has. Right, we're up and running again. France get things moving through Martin Baron. He's pushed up against the kickboard just outside the offensive third, and he lays it off to Villaroo, who's moving a little bit more freely now, having had a bit of a rest and some magic spray. Here's the number 11 for France, Diakite. He's pushed into that far corner, and it will be a goal clearance for the Japanese. The Japanese goalkeeper Sato looking for options but not finding them. Eventually it does sneak all the way through to Hirabayashi. He's forced back upfield. Hirabayashi still in possession now, though. Bang on the halfway line, looking to penetrate into that French half, but it's peeled away from him by Baron. Baron still in possession, doing really well, but kicked the ball out towards the coaching staff, and there was no French player there. Villaroo does give chase. Hirabayashi is the man closest to it again for Japan, just outside their defensive third. The Japanese goes all the way out. In the end, it will be a goal clearance for Japan. It's launched upfield, dead centre, stuck all the way through. Chance here for Japan. Can they strike? No, it's picked away from the foot of the Japanese player Goto by the goalkeeper Bartolomucci. And there's been an infringement as well, and it will be a free kick for France.
Yeah, there's a coming together there. Japanese player just barged into him, knocked him to the floor. So, then the said Japanese player who'd retreated 5 yards, the French player just walked straight into him and gave him a bit back.
Goal clearance for Japan. It's flung out to the kickboard side in front of the main stand, and well collected by the Japanese player, the number 6 again, who's been involved in all the action, Hirabayashi. Of course, the scorer of the penalty that the solitary goal that separates the two teams. And the two teams, this game has been played with good nature. It's been a tough tackling affair. We've had lots of substitutes for the Japanese, and that's a big coming together there, and a bit of an accidental stamp as well from Villaroo, who pleads his innocence with the referee.
Oh, he's taken a right clatter in there against the boards. My word, he'll do well to get up from this. He's still down at the moment. The referee's over there asking the question. He's struggling to get up to his feet.
And the number 8 for Japan is struggling as well. The physio has actually been called on. I think he's got a facial injury.
Yeah, he's gone on to the number 8 who stood up in the middle of the goal. But there's a poor lad.
He's thinking, where's my attention, as the physio wanders off with the number 8. Masaki Goto. It's the captain, Ryo Kiwamura, that's still on his backside at the moment, waiting for some treatment. Confirmation, though, of the substitution for Japan. Goto, the player, to give way through injury by the looks of things, and he will be replaced by the number 5, Kuroda. And here is the incident again involving Villaroo. He just nips past him. That's a big barge initially, and then he gets a a foot in the chest for good measure, just to follow through with as well. But free kick nonetheless for
he's up on his feet.
the Japanese. He's back on his feet, slightly winded and wounded. Silence called by the referee. Sounding like a headmaster at school.
Well, he used to be a police sergeant.
Well, there you go. He's used to these. I'm not sure much phases him in that case.
No.
Right on the line of the offensive third for Japan. Hirabayashi and Goto are the players over it. Poised are the number 3 Sasaki in more of a defensive position. And the number 5, who's just come on, Kuroda, is just snuck into the D. And the guy just taps the posts, ready for this free kick to be taken. 13 minutes left on the clock. Japan still lead. Off goes the free kick and a shot from range off the face. The player that's just gone off with a bloody nose, I think. So hopefully he'll be reintroduced shortly for Japan. Here is Diakite Tidiane. Flings it out to Baron. Baron facing back towards goal, squares it across to Tidiane again, who is supported by Villaroo, who again, as I say, is moving a bit more mobile. Appears to be a bit more mobile, I should say, in this second half. But the Japanese push back into their own half through the captain, who sends it out to the far side. Hirabayashi was there waiting patiently. He's forced back towards his own goal, and that will be a goal clearance. I'm not sure whether it's a timeout that's been called, but the referee behind the hoarding there, behind the kickboard, is called for the referee to come over.
Right. Yeah, the third referee's not happy with someone.
Just checking Hirabayashi's eye mask, I think. I think that was the message. I think the third referee there was in conversation, actually, with the coach in the middle third. Smiles all round, so everybody's ready to continue. It's rolled out by Bartolomucci in the French goal, up towards Villaroo. He's in more of a defensive position this time. He's got his back to goal. He's forced back towards the edge of his own D. And a flailing attempt to put the tackle in from Kuroda comes in, and the ball goes upfield to the halfway line, where Wanshi will pick it up inside his own half, and it's a lovely, powerful turn from him. He sighs between two defenders, but then loses his footing. Bit of good fortune at the back from the Japanese. Japan player forced back towards his own goal, and again there's that sort of stalemate by the corner flag, and then it's launched across the park, and it will be picked up by Baron, who moves into the D here, still going Baron, and that will be a corner for the French side.
Yeah, it was a good run by the 6 there. He's picked it up and powered into the box and forced the Japanese to give him a corner.
It's going to be Baron then, and he's joined by the number 5, Orezki, to take this corner on the near side. 11 minutes 37 seconds remaining for France to find a way back into this game. But I think I get the impression, Dixie, you're hoping for a Japanese outcome for this game. You'd like to see them maybe contesting that spot, the 5th place spot tomorrow against Iran, as there'll be a bit more on the line then.
Yeah, it's nothing against the French at all. But the French have already qualified, being the host for the Paralympics. So if Japan can get there to this game tomorrow, we've got 2 teams in that game tomorrow who can both qualify. So it's going to make it a much more interesting game if you've got 2 teams fighting to get to Paris. That's in my opinion. So there was a foul there by a Japanese player. So the French have got a free kick just on the line of their defensive third.
Orezki takes it on, he thumps it upfield, and that will go the whole way through for a goal clearance for Japan. As we approach the 4-minute mark, Villaroo tackling up against Kuroda. Kuroda wins the ball though inside the offensive third. Poked back to the number 3 for Japan, who is Sasaki. It's a bit further up the field this time, and it's prodded away altogether, and now Baron will look to break. Good attack from Baron here, twisting and turning between his 2 feet. That's a big collision there between Baron and Sasaki and Hirabayashi there. But bravely, they're all back to their feet, and we'll have a goal clearance. It's flung out to the right-hand side for the Japanese, and that'll go all the way for a goal clearance for the French, and Bartolomucci will pick it up and just drops it into the path of Rezki. Rezki takes it forward, and that's an excellent pass out to Baron up over the halfway line. Baron will now look to break down the left-hand side. No foul as he runs over the top of Kawamura. Baron now onto the edge of the D, more central, and flicks it into the path of Tiadine. All the way back to Rezki in the end. He might look to go back to his goalkeeper. Bit of an awkward moment as all the players come together, but Rezki holding firm, holding off the advances for the number 3 for Japan. Villaru tries to clear, but it's not made much progress up the pitch, and Rezki is pushed back up against the kickboard. It's poked away by the Japanese player, and that will be a goal clearance. And it will be a substitution now for the Japanese. It looks as though the number 8 for them is ready to come back on, Goto, and he will replace the number 5, Kuroda.
Yeah, it was fine play by the Japanese number 3. He went into one tackle in his own half, then went into another one, and into another one. And he ended up right at the other end of the pitch, battling away with the French player on the goal line there. So he's done a good bit of work for his team as the clock ticks down to just over 9.5 minutes to go.
Off goes Rezki again. More central position, just taking his time to bring the ball forward, but his pass is an unfortunate one in that it meets the substitute Goto straight away. Still going here, Goto. Wonderful run from him. Will he shoot? He does. Just wide of the post. But he had Bartolomucci flailing down to his right-hand side.
Yeah, it was a tremendous run. And he's just not got his bearings quite right. And we've had a bit of a coming together here.
Guess who's in the wars once more, and he slaps the ground in frustration, Villaru.
It was a complete accident. Villaru's not happy. It was just a coming together between two players who were quite entitled to move around the pitch. It looks like Villaru's hurt his shoulder or his neck. Japanese player's up, he's a bit winded. Of course, Villaru doesn't want the physio to come on, because if the physio comes on, he's got to go off.
Will he dust himself off here, Villaru? It looks as though he will do. He's received a bit of a pat on the back from his goalkeeper, Bartolomucci, and he's back to his feet, stretching things out, and he's just going to get his bearings again before we get back underway. We're going to see another Japanese substitution. They really are shuffling the pack today where possible. The number 3 for Japan comes off, Sasaki, and on comes the number 7, Tanaka. Villaru will have the bounce ball here, and despite his protest, he might show some fair play here and send it back the opposite direction. I'm not sure what will happen here necessarily, but the referee will push the Japanese number 8, Goto, a bit further back.
I don't think he will. I think he'll play. This. He was in possession of the ball, mind, so yeah, he is playing it.
Forward it goes, it misses everybody, and that will go out for a goal clearance for Japan.
Well, he'll say he was playing fair play then, won't
yeah,
he?
Absolutely. Again, the goal clearance misses everybody, and will be a goal clearance for France. Bartolomucci not missing much in terms of the action. Tiadine picks the ball up inside his own half, spreads the play out to the left-hand side. A powerful pass from him. Kiwamura picks it up inside his own half, but he's dispossessed, and it's a wonderful effort on goal by Baron. Forces a decent stop from Daisuke Sato in the Japanese goal, who then rolls out, and the keeper's just keeping the score as it is at the moment. Lovely run now from Hirabayashi, I should say, onto the edge of the D, moves into the D, aims to shoot, but he's blocked by a wall of dark blue, and off goes Villaru now. This is more like Villaru. We're used to seeing him on these marauding runs forward, but it's stopped by the Japanese, still with Villaru. Now Japan looking for a way out, and they move it into the middle third, nearer the kickboard in front of the referees. Baron is back on defensive duty this time. Villaru as well is having a much better second half, is Villaru, as we enter the final 8 minutes of this game. Off goes Tidiane. Tidiane checks back inside. Really powerful run from him. It will trickle into his path. Can he get the shot away? And it's just looped up over the bar. And that'll be a corner for the French.
That's a good save by the Japanese keeper. He spread his body. He was very brave there. And the French guys, he's drilled it against his body and it's looped up over the bar. As you say, Toby, nice and brave.
Well, this game has been played at such a pace. We had a 10-minute delay after the first match. It might be that this one ends up sort of finishing on time. 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, but of course for penalties the French can find an equaliser. It's 2 fouls against the Japanese at this stage, 1 foul against the French. Neat bit of footwork there from Arezki, and then Baron tries to take it on. Japan tried to clear the ball away.
That's a corner.
And that will be another corner for the French.
Yeah, the French coach is urging his players on. He's not giving it up yet, and Villarou's certainly not giving it up. He's still on there. I'm just amazed how he's still standing upright.
Yeah, at the moment he's stood on the edge of the centre circle. He's not really committing himself too far forward, Villarou. He's acting more as a sweeper in this second half. 7 minutes and 30 seconds left, halfway through the second half as the referee blows his whistle. Off goes Baron and an arcing run, but it will trickle all the way through following an attempted shot through to the goalkeeper Sato, who rolls upfield straight away, and there's a bit of a collision of legs there, but nothing wrongdoing. Villarou will now bring it away against the kickboard on that right-hand side. Excellent run from Villarou in his fluorescent yellow boots up over the attacking third into Japanese territory. Checks back, wrestles the ball away from his marker, but the ball is off into sort of no man's land, and Hirabayashi eventually locates it with his face to goal. Tidiane wins it back though, right on the edge of the D in a central position. Can't unleash the shot, and Japan have the ball back, and that's a hefty old clash between the kickboard there and Tanaka, the substitutes. The top of the headboard, the kickboard I should say, was at head height, so hopefully that didn't wound him too much. Japan look to come forward through the substitute Tanaka. Tanaka is dispossessed by Tidiane. Tidiane in between a melee of Japanese players, and there's lots of shouting going on the pitch as they try to organise themselves. And now Japan come away through the number 10 and the captain Kawamura. Kawamura into the offensive third for the Japanese. He's had the ball wrestled away from him by Arezki, who looks to force the issue as the French go in search of an equaliser. Off goes Villarou into the Japanese half. He runs through the Japanese defender, has his hands out in front of him. Now Villarou. Villarou looks to get beyond the defender again. To no avail. Now Japan will come away with it once more. Excellent defensive work from the Japanese as they hold on to this fragile lead. Goto, the number 8, up against the kickboard, keeping the ball in the French half. Just outside the defensive third for France, and eventually the whistle does go with 5.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, that was a rash challenge by the Japanese number 8. Absolutely flattened the French lad. He's prone on the floor, not moving much. Yeah, and the referees are calling for the physio. So, well, when you're ready, pal. Oh, here he comes.
He's never been the quickest, the French physio.
No, I don't think he watches. I don't think he watches the game. He had to be told then. And the coach turned around and said, "Well, are you going to go on or what?"
Which is always helpful when you haven't seen the collision either. Give you a bit of
heads up on what's injured.
Exactly.
Yeah, so he's on there now, having a look at the. I can't see which French player it is, but he took an almighty blow from the Japanese lad. And
Tidiane is a player that's gone down, and in replacement of him, Khalifa Yume is set to come on. Just checking his eye mask.
Yes, he can't enter the field till the injured player has come off. The physio's having another word with the big number 5 to make sure he's okay.
Confirmation there then of the substitution. Khalifa Yume will be the one to come on as Tidiane is led off with his hand on the shoulder of the physio.
Where's Villaroo at the moment? Oh, there he is.
He's still going. He hasn't missed a minute yet of this game.
He's just wandered into the picture, and he's going to assist in this restart of a free kick to the French team. Referees all ready. And yeah, he's just checking, making sure everyone's okay. Right, we're off. With
Villaroo then.
5.5 minutes to go.
And Arezki just thumps the ball forward, looking for the substitute Yume, who's in an advanced position upfield. But he has his pockets picked again by a very cunning Japanese player, who then plays it back to the goalkeeper. Good back pass from him. He had his bearings mapped out perfectly there on the pitch. Here's Kiwamura. He sweeps the play out to the left-hand side. And it's picked up by the number 6 for Japan. Good bit of skill initially from him, but he has the ball peeled away from him, Hirabayashi, by Villaroo.
Yeah, there was a little foul there by the Japanese player on Villaroo. The referee's taking it back to the halfway line. I think it was a bit of a shove or something going on there.
Inside the final 5 minutes then of this game. And that is the signal that Japan have picked up 4 fouls now.
Yes, they've got a problem now, haven't they? Because Villaroo on penalties is he's
ruthless.
Yeah, he's quite the penalty taker. They won't take him off now, that's for sure.
Arezki spreads it out to Baron, who's been a top performer since he's come onto the field of play. Now it's with Yume. Yume with a clear view on goal, but he can't quite find the strike there, and the ball is cleared upfield by the Japanese. Into the attacking third for Japan now. If Goto can bring the ball under control just in the nick of time, keeps it in play. Still going with Goto. That was right in the nick of time. The ball was literally on the line itself. Now it's with the number 10 for Japan, Kuwamura. Pops out though to Arezki, the French defender. He's tucked inside his own half, about a metre before the goal line. Still going here, Arezki takes it over the goal line. It will be a corner for the Japanese with just over 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, the Japanese player on this right-hand side, very honest then. He had the tap, he definitely clipped on his feet, and he stayed upright, and yeah, we played on. We've seen players go down for a lot less than that. That was a corner to Japan, out on the stand side.
The two players over it down there, Hirabayashi and Kawamura, the two mainstays of this Japanese team. Villaroo and Baron form a wall. Here is Hirabayashi trying to orchestrate a bit of space to turn around and head up the other way. Bit of confusion at the back, could be a chance for France.
Ooh,
straight into the arms of the goalkeeper, in a late collision there involving Khalifa Yume, and there's a yellow card for Yume for his troubles. It will be a...
That's very dangerous, isn't it? He's gone headlong into the keeper there. He had no hope of getting that ball, and he's gone with both feet. And if it hadn't been for the keeper being quick on his toes and jumping up in the air, he would have been well clattered. So we're ready to start with free kick to Japan.
Yume is swaying back and forth as though nothing has happened, following his yellow card to match his fluorescent yellow boots. Squeezed all the way through to a Japanese player, and that's well picked up on this near side. But Villaroo has found the loose ball now, as Hirabayashi didn't initially control it, but he's won it back off Villaroo. Those two battling really well down that right-hand side in front of the main stand. Kawamura picks it up in the middle of the park, and he'll look to break now. He's one-on-one with the final defender, Arezki. Can he make it beyond him? He does. He's got a view on goal, and that's a wonderful finish, and the Japanese probably have just won it there. He's nutmegged the goalkeeper, Bartolomucci, who shakes his head, furious that he's let that one past him, and Japan have a 2-goal advantage, and this is a bit of a rarity. All of the games we've seen over the last couple of days,
been tight,
we'll see the replay again, have been so tight, and now we have a 2-goal advantage.
Yeah, a little bit of luck on the edge of the box, but he's absolutely smashed it with his left foot, and the keeper can't get his legs together quick enough, and it's gone right underneath him and right through him. He's going to be disappointed with that when he sees it on the telly. And yeah, that should, you would think, do Japan now. They haven't been too stretched at the back there, really. And perhaps they'll push Villaroo up front now. Possibly.
Another substitution for the Japanese. Probably a defensive one, I'd imagine, just as I've spotted the Colombians warming up ahead of their semi-final.
Oh, that's going to be a good game, isn't it? Oh, I just love the way Colombia play. They're a cracking team.
Hirabayashi comes off for Japan. He's replaced by the number 11, Tori. Not long to go in this one, just over 3 minutes. I anticipate that the next game will kick off on time, given we've made up a bit of time, well, providing nothing out of the ordinary happens in the remaining 3 minutes of this game, as Yume sends it to the left to Villaroo. Villaroo is tackled by 3 Japanese players that swarm around him. He's got Yume for support, and Yume is found, but he's also found by 2 very tough tackling Japanese players, Kawamura and the number 8, Goto. Goto relinquishes responsibility to Kiwamura, and the ball is out on that right-hand side. It's still in the offensive third for France as they look to halve the deficit. Here is Villaroo now. Villaroo and the number 7 for Japan coming together almost like wrestlers there. Tanaka spilled out as far as Baron, who picks it up in the middle third of the pitch. Still going here, Baron, who checks back inside and heads straight towards Villaroo, and it's now with Yume inside the offensive third for France. Villaroo again, he shoots at goal, and it's gone all the way across the face of it and out for a goal clearance for the Japanese. They'll be in no real hurry here. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Flung upfield, up towards Goto, who can just wait for that to carry all the way through to his feet. Unchallenged initially, but then Aretsky joins the scene. Still going here, the Japanese forward. He's flattened by Yume, who has to be careful. It's gone through to Bartolomucci. It will be a goal clearance. Nothing wrong in that as far as the referee is concerned. That's come off a Japan player, and a second Japan player. He almost keeps it in play, but it does eventually go out for a corner for the French with 1 minute and 45 left on the clock.
There was a couple of rash challenges up this end then, wasn't there? My word. French were treading a very thin line now. So we got 1 minute 46 seconds. French got a corner. The Japanese goals never really looked particularly threatened. They've managed the game very well.
Yume and Baron over this one. It will be Baron to take it on. Just tries to steer the ball back towards Yume, who would run away from him. Villaroo still on the pitch. He's set to see out the rest of this game by the looks of things. 90 seconds left. A rash attempt at clearing the ball for the number 11 for Japan, Tori. Tori could be through on goal here. Can he steer it goal bound? He's pushed further wide by Villaroo. Delicately so, up against the kickboard now, about 5 yards away from the goal line, right in front of us at the gazebo end. Villaroo gets his body between the player and the ball and will build from the back. Moves out of his own D. Checks back inside. Lovely footwork from Villaroo. The Villaroo that we saw earlier in this competition could be through on goal now. Just as he looks to swipe, he clashes with the Japanese player and lets out an almighty roar. I think he may be injured again. But he's going to gradually get back to his feet. The referee hasn't blown his whistle yet as the Japanese player kicks long. Goto now through one-on-one with Arezki, but Arezki intervenes and wins back possession. He lumps it upfield. 36 seconds left here. Villaroo has made his way over to the kickboard and he's moving very, very gingerly. And now the Japanese will look to close out these final 30 seconds or so. The ball is sent up long towards Goto. Goto up against Zarezki. Goto twists back in the other direction, and we'll just look to keep the ball moving now as we head back into the final 15 seconds. Now there's 11, 12, 10 seconds, I say, left on the clock. Goto still just 5 yards out. He's keeping the ball moving. He'll just wind the clock down here.
He's done well
right
there.
Up to the final whistle. And there goes the hooter. And the full-time whistle blows. An excellent victory for the Japanese, and the fans in the crowd go wild. And the French goalkeeper doesn't look particularly happy with himself. And that is the final score then in the final game before the semi-finals here. The Japanese set up a fixture tomorrow with Iran for the 5th place game. The final score, Japan 2, France 0. Welcome, semi-final one then. It's the big one, the South American derby, if you like, between Argentina and Colombia. Let's cross now for the national anthems for Argentina and Colombia.
Please rise if you're able for the national anthem of Argentina.
Derrotas cadena, desde el trono a la noble igualdad, ya su trono finísimo abrieron las provincias unidas del sur, y los libres del mundo responden al gran pueblo argentino salud, al gran pueblo argentino salud. Y los libres del mundo responden al gran pueblo argentino salud. Y los libres del mundo responden al gran pueblo argentino salud. Sean eternos los laureles que supimos conseguir, que supimos conseguir. Coronados de gloria de paz, oh juremos con gloria morir, oh juremos con gloria morir, oh juremos con gloria morir.
Please remain standing if you're able for the national anthem of Colombia.
Oh gloria inmarcesible, oh júbilo inmortal, en surcos de dolores, el bien germina ya, el bien germina ya. Oh gloria inmarcesible, oh júbilo inmortal, el surcos de dolores, el bien germina ya. Cesó la horrible noche, la libertad sublime, derrama las auroras de su invencible luz, la humanidad entera entre cadenas libres comprende las palabras del que murió en la cruz. ¡Vamos, vamos!
Rousing rendition of both national anthems. Let's have a look then at the two teams that will go toe-to-toe in this big clash. The first of two semi-finals, starting with Argentina in goal. Number 12, German Mulik. Number 2, Angel Deldo. Number 4, Froilan Padilla. Number 8, Esquil Fernandez. And then 15, Maximiliano Espinilo. And then on the bench, Dario Lencina, Matias Oliveira, Brian Pereira, Nahuel Heredia, Juan Oviedo, and then the head coach Claudio Falco and the guide Marcelo Gonzalez. And this is your Colombian side. In goal, number 1, Johan Ardilla. Number 7, Jean Hernandez and the captain. Number 10, Juan David Perez. Number 9, Jean Gonzalez. And number 2, Devian Lopez. And then on the bench, the replacement goalkeeper Freddy Gomez, Alex Martinez, Jesus Lopez, Julian Jaramillo, Coca Nicolas, and then the head coach Fernando Carrera, and the guide Jonathan Ramirez. There's a lot of energy building both in the stand and on the pitch as the players step forward with their names being read out. I reckon this will be a really feisty affair. There was a real intensity in the warm-ups as well. The sun has just cooled ever so slightly, and here's confirmation of what we've seen so far today. One apiece in the end between Italy and Iran. Iran coming through after I think about 6 penalties each. 3-2 winners in the shootout. And then Japan overcoming France pretty convincingly. So actually they were in full control of that game. The star man Villaroo for France struggling with an injury throughout, but nonetheless soldiered through to the very end. Japan 2-0 winners in that game. And then the 2 semi-finals, Argentina-Colombia. And then at 6:30 we'll bring you coverage of China versus Brazil. That will be starting from 6:20. As for the route to the final, and this is how they got there. We had the group stages last week, then into the quarter-finals yesterday. Italy versus Argentina. Argentina coming through that. That was right at the start of the day, and there was a lot of controversy in that game. Argentina coming through narrow winners in the end. And Colombia overcoming a pretty hardened Iran side to match up in this contest for the first semi-final. Now, China were really impressive against Japan. They're my hot pick now for the competition, as I've told Dixie. Really measured display from them, really solid, and they played a completely different style to that of the other teams we've seen in the competition. And then the Brazilians doing what the Brazilians do best, and they sort of turned up at last into the competition yesterday. They weren't wholly convincing. That's why we think China might have a good chance up against them a bit later on. But there's your 2 sets of semi-finals, and we had a good day of action yesterday, didn't we, Dixie?
Yes, it was a fantastic day. The quarterfinals day, we called it Super Tuesday, and it didn't let us down really. We saw some great goals, some great games, competitive, and no game was boring whatsoever. There's action from the first whistle to the last whistle. And going into this one, very hard to call this one. Been impressed with both sides. I particularly like the way Colombia play. They're very much in your face, get at you. The 2 lads up front are like, sort of, they look like they're on springs because they seem to hit the floor and jump back up and be running before they've even got back up. They're just amazing athletes. The Argentine, a little bit more cultured footballers, I would say. They try and pass the ball round. But again, for the 2 guys up front for them, the 14 and the 15, they seem to come with a different coloured hair every day. But 14 and 15 are very, very, very good players, and especially 15 knows where the goal is for sure. So, yeah, we're probably going to be looking for a mistake or 2 here, I think, to give one of these 2 sides the edge.
Well, let's hope it's free-flowing and action-packed as well. The referees are just circling around both teams to check the eye masks are correctly fastened and the strapping behind the eye masks are correctly in position as well. Checking in with the goalkeepers too, and the guides behind the goals as well. And the number 12 for Argentina, the goalkeeper, he's probably the biggest goalkeeper in the competition actually, German Mulek. He's doing his last minute stretches as well. Bit of the splits there as he gets his legs ready for some diving saves. And we are just about ready to go. Colombia will get us going in that colourful, unmistakable kit of theirs with mainly yellow, blue and a dash of red and white there as well. With the red socks, they'll be kicking from left to right. And then, Dixie, what did we describe the Argentine colour as? I put you on the spot there again.
Have. Did we go with jade in the end?
Jade. It's sort of a dark green kind of with white socks and white numbers, and then on the sleeves a dash of the sort of turquoise, light blue, Argentine blue that we're used to.
We got one Argentine with pinky red hair, one with green hair, and one with, it looks like sort of a wheat colour on the top there. They do like their hairs,
We're almost ready to go then. The ball is placed on the centre spots. The clock ticks up to bang on past. Thumbs up all round from the referee. And we are good to go. And the Colombians are up and running. Still in possession of the Colombians, despite making its way into the defensive third for Argentina. The number 9 for Colombia, Jean Gonzalez, was the man tackled, and immediately the Argentines surge forward. But it's all the way back to the Colombian goalkeeper, Johan Ardea, who rolls it out to the number 10, David Perez. Perez slaps it across the field and it ricochets off the board, but it's Argentina that have started with a bit more pace here. An early opportunity for the number 8, Fernandez. He's pushed back into the middle third, lays it off to Espinillo. Espinillo shoots from a bit of distance then. No foul, says the referee. And again, it's gone through to the goalkeeper, Johan Ardea, who rolls it out to Perez. Perez switches play to the kickboard in front of the main stand inside of the Argentine half. And as the number 9, Gonzalez, tries to force a way through, it rolls through to the goalkeeper, Mulek. And Mulek overarms it upfield. And it could miss everybody here. Yes, it does. It will go out for a goal clearance to the Colombians.
Yeah, it wasn't far from the 15, that one. He nearly got on the end of it. So that's obviously a tactic they're going to be using. A lot, just a straightforward throw through the middle and get on the end of it. But Argentina on the attack. Oh, had a bit of a coming together there, but everyone's all right.
Big diving stop just before that by the captain, Angel Deldo, as well, to stop the ball advancing into the D. Still with Colombia, fast start to this game. The gloved Colombian player, Jean Gonzalez, flicks it on to Perez there, but his advances towards goal are unsuccessful, and the number 4, Padilla, sends the ball upfield, and that will be another goal clearance for Colombia. Good start to this game. The number 8 for Argentina, sporting bright pink boots, and he is nutmegged there as he tries to stop the rollout from the goalkeeper. Still with Colombia, but that's come off a Colombian player. It'll be another goal clearance. We're sort of going end-to-end stuff here with goal clearances aplenty at the moment. Now with the 15 for Argentina, Espinillo. He is gone to ground, but no foul, says the referee, and eventually the whistle does blow. They're judged to have, I think, been a bit of...
Yeah, it's an obstruction by the Colombian there. He's fallen on the ball and stopped the Argentine moving forward. So it's an indirect free kick on the boards, just about in the attacking third for Argentina.
Oviedo and Oliveira just warming up in front of us, in front of our gazebo here. Poised to come on as a replacement if they are needed. Colombians organise themselves in that 3-person wall. Right in the attack, just tucked into the attacking third here, the Argentines. This free kick, we'll just wait for it to be taken. The referee whistle will go shortly. And just in front of the kickboard as well. And off we do go. And Espinillo is the man to take it on, but it ricochets off a Colombian player who will look to build now from the back. Espinillo stops them from doing that though. But the clearance from Colombia this time is successful. It just rolls back into the Argentine half, and the number 4, Padilla, will pick it up in front of the kickboard inside his defensive third. He just comes in field about 10 yards or so and then enters the centre circle completely unchallenged. But he opts to scoop it out to that left-hand side, and it's gone out for a kick-in for Argentina.
Yeah, it's put over the boards by the Colombian there. He come across and managed to get his knee on it and lift it over the boards. Doesn't happen very often, but... Yeah, so it's just in the attacking third again. And we're away. Yeah, he shoots on sight, the 15 from Argentina. He doesn't mind where he is. He gets the shot away.
Rolled upfield, but another good block, and he's really mastered the art of that. Angel Deldo, that sort of sliding obstruction when the ball is coming in his direction. He uses his whole body to lie flat on the surface to stop the Colombians coming forward. And off go Colombia once again into the Argentine half this time. What a wonderful run this is. Can the shot be taken? It does, right at the knees of the goalkeeper. It was the number 9, Jean Gonzalez for Colombia, that challenged the keeper Mulek there.
Yeah, it was good play by the Colombians down the left-hand side. It's got off a good shot, but 15 for Argentina's on the attack.
Espinillo is the man moving forward.
Yeah, there was a foul on him, so the referee's brought it back. It's clearly indicated if a foul was earlier, I played advantage, and there isn't any. That's what we like to see, isn't it? When we know what the referees are giving, and that was quite obvious. He made it quite plain that the foul happened earlier in the move. So they got Argentina got a free kick again, just inside the attacking third, but it's out on the right-hand side of as we look at it.
Padilla with his foot on the ball, and he's got his talisman in front of him, Espinillo, who has been very impressive so far in this opening 3 minutes of the first semi-final today. We've got China versus Brazil at 6:30, starting our coverage at 20 past with the anthems and the analysis ahead of that one. 4-person wall for the Colombians, but one has just retreated. Jean Gonzalez, who rejoins the wall. In front of the wall is the number 2 for Argentina, Angel Deldo.
Yeah, he's all right. As long as he doesn't go back, the Argentine, he's fine there. He's got to be a metre away from the Colombian wall.
Presumably he's there just to stop them then advancing when they do try to tackle the attacking player.
Yeah, sometimes we've seen it. They've broke early, haven't they? And he's there to stop that.
Espinillo shoots, but it comes off the wall, and Argentina come again. That's not a bad effort. Bit wayward in the end, but hit with real power, and it will be a goal clearance for Colombia.
Plenty of pace on it, but not a lot of direction.
It's flung upfield right down the middle of the park, and again Deldo is there to lie on the floor and stop that one making its way to the Argentine box. And it's with Colombia now as they move into the centre circle with their number 7 Hernandez, the captain. He spreads it to the left-hand side, looking for Gonzalez, but doesn't quite find him. And now the Mexican of Fernandez tries to move forward. He checks back inside, and he's stopped in his tracks by Lopez. Lopez brings it into the attacking third, but he's stopped by Deldo. He's a bit of a wrestling match going on there, and a warning from the referee too. The referee stops play. There's a bit of communication.
Right.
Passive aggressive communication going back and forth between the two benches as well. So the Colombian was penalised. It will be a free kick for Argentina.
Yeah, it's a free kick to Argentina. Bit of over-aggressive play by the Colombian there. So the referee's given a free kick. Now, why the benches have got to get involved in that, I do not know. It's absolutely childish.
The referee had already made the decision as well. Tensions are high, lots on the line. 2 fouls now against Colombia. Chipped forward by the number 4 for Argentina, Padilla into the Colombian half, and it's out by the kickboard now in front of the main stand. Hernandez plays it calmly back to his goalkeeper. Good bit of play from him. Now Gonzalez down the left-hand side against the kickboard. He releases the ball out of his feet. Deldo just bides his time and waits for the ball to run across him, and then he just scuffles away from the number 10, Perez. Goes to ground. Another free kick in favour of Argentina. And that's, Colombia are going to have to be a bit careful now.
I'm laughing because now the Argentine bench are clapping the referee. They were berating him 30 seconds ago. And now he's the best thing since sliced bread. Oh, you're making mind up, boys. Yeah, so the Argentines, they've got a free kick about 2 or 3 metres outside the attacking third, but they're very central, so they can go either way. And as you rightly say, Colombia are going to have to be a little bit careful because they've given 3 fouls away already, and then you're only allowed 4. And on the 5th one, it becomes an 8-metre penalty. You're not missing anything at the moment. They're setting up the wall and getting all the preliminaries done.
Yep, just inside the first 5 minutes of this. The number 4 for Argentina, Padilla, has his foot on top of the ball. It's perfectly central to the Colombia goal. But Espinillo, and wow, what an effort that was on goal, off the uprights, ricochet back, and I was waiting for the net to bulge, but it didn't quite come. It was Espinillo with the shot. My word, he hit that with power. We were directly behind it. Took us all by surprise.
Oh, I just can't believe how hard he's hit that. My word, what a strike by the Argentine. It was a good way out and all. And he smashed it. And I thought, is it in? But it's come back off the post and crossbar. Oh.
We're going to get a yellow card here.
Yeah, 15, the one who's just had a fantastic shot. Silly boy, he's gone in on the keeper with his foot up, taking the keeper out. He's given the referee no option but to book him. And now all the clubs are gathering around. Obviously, they're upset because their keeper's been absolutely poleaxed by the number 15 Argentine striker. And just minutes after that fantastic shot from him, and seconds, and I think we're going to see the shot again here and now. We are. Just watch this. Oh, what a shot!
If you've been an inch more to the left, it would have had just enough to sort of clip the inside of the post and would have gone in off it. But it then springs away to the left-hand side and out to the kickboard. But
that's marvellous, isn't it? Absolutely marvellous.
Amazing technique.
Then that was the good side of him, and then 30 seconds later, you saw the not so good side of him.
I feel a little for this referee as he comes across. He's had a couple of games where he's really had to manage the spoils of Argentina and Italy usually, and now it's Colombia.
Yes, he's had a rough couple of days as Francois, through no fault of his, I might add. Yeah.
Colombia clear. We're into the final 10 minutes of the first half as Deldo comes forward looking for Espinillo, the man that just crashed the crossbar. He's under a heavy challenge from the number 7, John Hernandez, the captain for Colombia. Eventually Colombia come away with it, but it ricochets off one of their own players and it doesn't go upfield. And now Argentina have an opportunity maybe just to reset through their number 4, Padilla.
I think I called this lad the Alan Hansen of Argentina the other day.
There's a bit of likeness, certainly with the back of his hair there and everything as well.
Yeah, he's very cultured centre-back, tall.
I'm not sure who you compare the pink hair of the number 8 Fernandez to. Here comes the number 10, Perez for Colombia. With his ponytail, striking ponytail and long shorts as well. A big collision in the middle of the path.
I'll tell you what, he's going to have to be careful, the 15. He's just smashed another player and he got away with that one.
Well, he might score here. He
has scored.
My word, what a chaotic couple of minutes for him.
The Colombians are not going to be happy about that.
Espinillo, he powers through everybody and his teammates have jumped on him and the rest have gone to the bench to celebrate. But what a goal again. He's a bit of a kind of Balotelli type. He kind of comes up with something magnificent, but then is a bit ill-disciplined at the same time, and has a haircut to boot too.
Yeah, he's picked it up on the halfway line. He's powered his way through, and he's got it straight underneath the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper's gone down in a really strange way. He's gone down with his left leg, and he's trying to reach his hands over his leg. Don't know what he's doing there. That's really peculiar way of trying to stop a ball.
First blood to Argentina, and I think they're going to make a double switch now. I wonder whether Espinillo will come off here just to cool down for a couple of minutes, potentially.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit lucky when he won that ball. He didn't give away a foul. He must have been close to it.
And he's hurt himself in the process. He's down on his backside. I think we will see these substitutions now.
Yeah, the physio's coming on, so he's definitely coming off.
The physio retreats. And Espinillo comes off arm in arm with the physiotherapists.
And his hair's bright green and blue.
It's a cracking trim, that one. Number 10 comes on for Argentina, Pereira. And he'll have a moment to calm down, and I think, well, I might have to ask him if there's not the language barrier, but the number 11, Oviedo, that's set to come on. I wonder whether he's styling his hair on Lisandro Martinez of Manchester United, the other Argentine, because it's a very similar trim. Seems to have matched him. Here comes Perez, though, looking for an immediate response. Flies in on Mulek, and Mulek makes a meal of it.
Yeah, that's nothing like...
It's going to be a yellow card for him.
Yeah, it's nothing like the incident up the other end, though, is it? You know, he's got virtually every right to go for that ball. It's just watch the replay here. The ball's there, and if the goalkeeper's not said anything, which obviously we can't tell from our angle, but yeah, he's going after the ball, and yes, the keeper's got a knock, and yeah, that's life as a keeper, and you have to put up with that. But he got a yellow card for his troubles, which is right. He should have had a yellow card for it, but the referees on the pitch know whether or not the goalkeeper's called for it. And he obviously has. So it was a foul, and...
well, we barely had... Well, we've just had just over 6 minutes, and it's been all action for that time.
Did we expect anything else?
Those 6 minutes have taken more than 15 minutes to get through. So, and we've got a timeout now as well, by the sounds of things. All the players wander across to get some water, much needed water on board. And Argentina will be happy with the way this game has got going, really.
Yeah, it's amazing, you know, where the time goes, isn't it? Because it's not felt like it's been a start-stop game. There's been plenty of action on there. But you are right, we've played 27 minutes. Is it? Yeah. But
17 minutes.
17, I can't, maths is gone. 17 minutes, and but we've only played just over 6 on the board. So.
Well, there's the end of the timeout. The referees, I'm sure, will be doing their best to keep the game moving as much as possible. The stand is looking nice and filled up in terms of spectators. Good number of them in there. I'm sure there'll be a few people be on the railings watching over as well. A few students from the University of Birmingham and the locals too.
In the cheap seats.
In the cheap seats, where obviously we're coming to the end of the working day as well. So wondering if a few people on their commute home might stop by and watch these encounters. There's some of the Turkey representatives there. I think it might be either Germany or Austria sporting the red in the top right-hand corner of the main stand as well, or at least some of the organisers potentially. And finally, we will be ready to go again once the eye masks have been looked at.
And that's 4 fouls against Colombia.
My word, and we've barely, as I say, played 7 minutes of this first half. It might self-combust here, Colombia, if they're not careful.
Yeah, it'd be... it'd spoil the game if they...
There was a bit of confusion at the back there. I thought for a minute the Argentine was going to put it into his own net. Colombia blocked that forward pass from the goalkeeper, but only momentarily. I thought Argentina might have a free shot at goal there through the number 8, Fernandez. But danger averted, only momentarily. Wonderful skill from the number 10 for Argentina. No foul given. Still going here, the number 10 onto his left foot, back onto his right. Will he shoot? He does. He just scuffs it, and the Argentine guide just falls onto the back of the stanchion of the goal in disbelief as to how he's not connected with that. It would have been one of the goals of the tournament had it gone in. Here comes Deldo, the captain, onto his right foot, back onto his left. Deldo shoots, and I'm not sure if there was a touch. No, there wasn't. It will be a goal clearance, but almost forced a fingertip save from the Colombian goalkeeper, Ardila.
And the Argentine guide was on his hands and knees again, wasn't he? It's gone out wide to the other ball with the Colombian players, battling away with 2 Argentines.
Jean Gonzalez is there, and the Alan Hansen lookalike is defending Padilla. He sends it upfield. And it's a big collision there between the number 10 for Argentina, the number 8 Fernandez as well, and Perez steered towards the Colombian goal, who the goalkeeper scoops it up, and Perez sets sail down the right-hand side, up against the kickball, bang on the halfway line. It's played back to the number 7 for Colombia, Hernandez, the captain, and now Lopez will take over But that's calmly done by the Argentines. And that's the thing, they don't have to force the issue. Now they've got the advantage. Padilla sends it upfield. Good initial touch by Fernandez. He shoots and forces a cracking stop again.
Yeah, he was diving up high to his right, and he's got a hand on it and pushed it over the bar for the corner. And we've got a substitution being made, one by Colombia. Don't quite know who's going off yet. No one's making a move to go off. Is it number 2?
Looks like the number 2 for Colombia, who is Lopez. And the number 3, Alex Martinez, will come on in his place and immediately join that tight-knit group of 3 in front of the goalkeeper.
The Colombian pair up front really haven't got going in this game at all at the moment, and I think that's probably down to the Argentinian defence.
Off goes the number 10 for Argentina, Pereira, who's come on. There's a mask off for the Colombian player as he shoots from range. That will be a goal clearance. It allows Martinez to get his mask back on in the interim. The goalkeeper, Ardilla, just delays a touch. And we are back underway. 6:40 on the clock. He just rolls it out to the number 7. Hernandez, the captain, who scoops it up and looks to chip it over. Chance here. Off the goalkeeper again. It was Perez with the effort. He's collected possession again. Twists and turns, looks to move onto his left foot. Bit of a collision between a few players, and there's a boot off as well. That'll be put back on. The whistle will be blown though to Hulk players. That's readjusted.
Yeah, it's dangerous if they lose some of their footwear or headgear really, so they should be stopping the game for incidents like that. I know it can be a bit frustrating if you're on the attack, but you know, for safety's sake, we need to be stopping the game. But yeah, as I said before, the 2 up front for Colombia haven't really got going because they do a lot of passing, and we haven't seen that in this game. And I think it's down to the way the Argentinian side are approaching the game, and they're sort of blocking all the spaces down the middle. And Argentina starting off we go. Yeah, it's fair play, so that's good.
Rolled out immediately by the Colombian goalkeeper, collected by Perez. Perez, as soon as he picks up the ball, he just puts his head down and just runs like a battering ram at that Argentine defence. Big collision there, play on, says the referee, into the Colombian half, but it's in Colombian hands through the number 7 for them, Fernandez.
Yeah, he's given a no voy against number 10. He's gone in around the back of the Colombian, and the Colombians faced up with the ball, started to come forward, and the Colombians just stood there and not said a word. So that's a foul against him. He's going to have to be careful because he's on a card already. Is it him? No, it's not him, is it?
No, it was Espinillo that went off. 2 fouls now against the Argentines, 4 against Colombia, who, in fairness, since the 4th one was committed, they've been fairly disciplined. Ball is just tucked up against the kickboard on this near side in front of the gazebo end, where the Colombian guide, all 6'9" of him, stands tall behind the goal. Launched forward as Deldo dives to the floor, but it's snuck through to Perez. Perez keeps the ball in play. The number 4 for Argentina, Padilla, takes no chances and sends it upfield. And now another chance for Argentina in the middle third through the number 10 for them, Pereira. Pereira squares the ball. A lovely pass out to the number 8, Fernandez.
Wow, there's no doubting that's a foul, is there?
Well, they're at the limit now as well.
Yes, that's going to be an 8-metre penalty. Now, again, we were in the same situation in the last game. The actual foul is taking place closer to the goal than the 8-metre spot. So, in these circumstances, the player who's going to take it has the choice of taking it from where the foul was or placing it on the spot. And quite rightly, the Argentinian player has decided to go from the spot. The foul was committed in not a very nice angle. So, it's going to be an 8-metre penalty from the middle of the goal. But that was a wild challenge by the Colombian, wasn't it? He just went across there. You're not passing, and I'm just going to take everything. My word, he did take everything.
It will be the number 8 then. Ezequiel Fernandez to take this 8-metre penalty. The guide wanders round each side of the goal and taps away at the posts. Keeps his tapping fairly central to the post. Quite often the guides tap all the way from top to bottom. Here we go then. He shoots off the uprights again. Wow, that was powerfully hit. If it had just been again a couple of inches to the right, it would have ricocheted off the post and nestled in the net. The goalkeeper was nowhere near it.
So that's both posts have been smashed in this first half.
Should be 3-0 Argentina, really.
Oh, all but a lick of paint, I think it would have been.
Timeout called by Colombia.
And we've got a substitute going to happen for Argentina at the similar sort of time, I think.
Alessandro Martinez look-alike with his haircut, his blonde hair, is going to wander on. It's going to be Oviedo.
Yeah, that's 2 efforts. They've smashed the left-hand post and the right-hand post. And they're both cracking efforts, hit with such power. And we're looking at, we missed it. We're so engrossed in what's going on here, we missed the replay. But
there's some cracking hairstyles on show, as we're seeing here. The Colombian player with his braids that we've not really seen much of in terms of...
No, he hasn't been on the pitch once yet, has he?
Game time. We've not seen him come out yet. He's got a sort of a Dharma Traore / braid situation going on there, but far more colourful. Off comes the number 10 for Argentina, Pereira, who was a substitute himself a little earlier in the half. And we have 4 minutes and 53 seconds left on the clock. And Argentina still lead thanks to the divisive character, Maximiliano Espinola, who was on a yellow card, crashed against the uprights, and then found the net with a fabulous goal. We're up and running again. The Colombians have the ball deep inside their own half. It's kicked all the way through the middle third, and that will go all the way out for a goal clearance for Argentina. No need to take any risks at this stage. It's just dropped out to Padilla, who drags it beyond the number 3 for Colombia. Alex Martinez swept out to that right-hand side. Good space here now for the Argentines. It ricochets off a Colombian foot though and ends up back with the Colombian goalkeeper, who makes a meal out of a bit of a tap on the back from the Oviedo, the substitute. In front of the kickboard now, in front of the main stand. A bit of a swipe of the legs there from Gonzalez, but play on, says a referee. Fernandez continues. He's not tripped according to the referee, and it's played back once again to Johan Ardilla. He sweeps it out in front of the kickboard. Now it's taken on by the number 9 once more, John Gonzalez, and he's careered into the number 2, Deldo there. But it's spat out and it's now picked up by Perez. Perez looks to shoot. Deldo gets in the way, and it's a foul according to the referee.
Oh, the goalkeeper's just kicked the ball away. He could be dicing with death here.
Nothing said by the referee, but I wonder whether there might be a talking to there.
Yeah, it was a definite foul. Again, the Argentine bench are all up in the air, all getting a little bit excited there. But we got a free kick. A couple of meters outside the penalty area, is quite wide angle for them. But we've got a substitution going to take place as well for Colombia.
It's happening down at the far end in front of the scoreboard, the coffee shop end, as it's known by everybody now.
Well, it's known by us by that.
Number 3, Alex Martinez, who, as per Pereira for Argentina, was already a first half substitute. He makes way.
No, it's Colombia.
And number 2 comes on, back on for Colombia, and that is Lopez. Trudges on, no great rush. He makes his way forward. Yeah, Martinez has gone off, Lopez on.
Right, let's see what the Colombians can conjure up here. You got 2 on the ball, 1 on the far post.
Perez and Lopez are the 2 players over this free kick as the guide wanders round. Jonathan Ramirez.
That wall's just going to charge up them. You can just see they're all ready to go. As soon as the whistle goes and the ball is played, here they come.
Perez off the post, and it ricocheted back off the goalkeeper Mulek. And we've seen incidents like that where the ball then has just trickled over the line, but that time there's a bit of good fortune for the Argentines.
Yeah, it was very lucky. It was a well-hit shot to the near post. It's hit the post, hit the keeper on the back of his head, and he's managed to gather it up before it's crossed the line. So, very, very unfortunate for the Colombians.
Well, Perez plays right on the edge, doesn't he? He's
yeah.
careering around everywhere, and
he's a brave boy. There's a boot come off.
It's number 8, Fernandez, who's lost his boot.
I'm not sure. Referee's picked the ball up now. Has he stopped the game because of the boot? Not 100% sure. I haven't seen any signals yet, so I think it's going to be an uncontested drop ball. So he did stop the game for the boot rather than anything else that we didn't see.
Perez then over this drop ball along with the number 2 Deldo, the captain for Argentina. 3 minutes 12 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, he's limping quite badly, the 10, isn't he?
We've had
for Colombia.
We've had 12 minutes of a 32-minute half.
No, he can't carry on.
And he is down, and the physio will now be called on as well.
Yeah, he's holding his leg just below his knee, and it looked really painful when he got up. And I don't know if it's his calf or he's taken a knock on the shin.
The physio is on. The guide rushes onto the field as well, just to...
Oh, it'd be a crying shame if he has to leave, because he's a quality player, and he's so lively in and around the box, and I've really enjoyed watching him play through this tournament.
He's trying to get up off the floor, but not making much... I don't know whether he's sort of wincing in pain as the physio just assesses the extent of the injury. Just at the moment, playing around with his sock and just... I'm wondering whether he's got a pre-existing injury or something there, because he's got some bandaging around his leg underneath his shin pad, as we're seeing on the screen here. But the physio just rearranging his sock and his shin pad and his sock.
So he's going to have to leave the field to play, but the way they put the shin pad on there will make me think he's not going to be off for too long. Oh, he's back up on his feet all right now.
Yeah, but he's still going to have to leave the field of play, of course.
Yeah.
And the Colombian substitute is poised. He's been bobbing up and down on his feet ever since he's been called upon. Seems very eager to get onto the field of play.
Yeah, the physio's just gone running off and left him behind.
Forgotten that she needs to take him with her.
Yeah. She got to the corner and then realised, oh, I haven't got my player.
The Colombian number 5, Julian Jaramillo, will come on in his place. He's sort of pushed away like a...
Right, so we're going to get this drop ball eventually.
Referee ready to drop the ball, gives the ball a shake. The 11 for Argentina is over it. And off they go to battle. It's with Deldo, the captain. He's well supported in the end by Padilla. Padilla, though, looking for a runner, has to swivel away from the number 9, Gonzalez for Colombia. Still going Padilla, but he leaves the ball behind him, and now there's danger on. John Gonzalez here, through on goal, he shoots, and a good left-handed paddle away by the goalkeeper. It was on the angle there for Gonzalez. The keeper just stretched out his left hand and stopped it nestling in the far corner.
Mind you, that was a good save by him though, wasn't it? He's made it look really easy, but that wasn't easy because it was right down low. And we're having the time out.
Substitution, I think.
Another substitution. Oh, here comes my man, 15.
Here's a replay of that save. Just scoops onto his right foot there, and he hits it pretty well. It's a good, actually, reaction save from the goalkeeper, Mulek.
Yeah, so we got number 15 for Argentina coming back. who's on the yellow card. So
poor Oviedo didn't get much of a gain there as Espinillo comes back on, yellow carded, and a goal to his name.
Yeah,
responsible for half the fouls that Argentina have accrued. 2 minutes 37 left on the clock, and this half has lasted 35 minutes to get to this point. But we're up and running again.
I haven't been bored.
No, it's been very entertaining so far. The number 9 for Colombia, Jean Gonzalez, then trying to orchestrate some room. Still going here, really good dribbler of the ball, and that would be a corner for Colombia. One of the volunteers wanders across. The volunteers are on boy and girl duty around the pitch.
Yeah,
they're brilliant, really, at getting the balls back in play nice and quickly.
Yeah, across all the games, there's 400 of them, volunteers, and say without those volunteers, we don't have any games. So
absolutely, just the corner's taken there. It's looped at the head of Deldo, and it ricochets off his head and then hits the corner taker back in the face again. Argentina just force away upfield, back over the halfway line into the Colombian half. And there's just a
he's through.
melee of bodies, but the Argentine could be through here.
That could be a red card. That could well be a red card.
Every element of the mask has come off the Colombian player there.
Yeah, 15 was through. He was through on goal. It all depends how the referees interpret it. But he was through on goal, and he was dragged back by I think it was number 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, the number 2, Lopez.
So it's going to be an 8-metre penalty. But as I say, he might well go over, and there could be a card involved here as well.
Doesn't look as though he's in any rush to deliver a card, the referee.
No, but he's giving himself thinking time. No, I don't think he is going to card him.
You'd have thought it'd be at least a yellow, but
he could have, that's for sure. He could have carded him.
Just over 2 minutes remaining then of this first half.
Yeah, he's a bit of a lucky boy, him, because, as I say, you've been quite within his rights, and there couldn't have been many arguments. Perhaps he thought that the other Colombian was coming around, and he didn't have a clear run on goal.
Well, the last time we were in this situation, Espinillo just crashed it against the uprights.
And it was the right-hand upright, wasn't it?
It was. Let's see what he can produce this time. Will he find the net instead? He's had plenty of time to consider his options. The guide is centre of the goal at the moment. The referee hands over to said guide, who will then walk to the left-hand stick, the stick that is closest to the main stand, the goal post, and then he will wander around the back and do the same to the post nearest the coaching staff and the operational staff and the referees. And the whole ground just falls quiet as he tees this one up. Off he goes into the back of the net. It was low, outside of the foot, bottom right-hand corner, and the Colombian goalkeeper lays there flat on his back.
Yeah, it was a
beaten.
good strike.
And now the Argentines have a 2-goal advantage, and he's on the pitch in dispatches, the number 15 Espinillo. But my word, when he is on the pitch, he has some impact.
Oh, he's some player. He's a good finisher. But I tell you what, I would do now if I was the Argentine coach. I'd get him off the pitch, because you get in any more bother, he's going to be a red card and you miss the final.
Haul him off and they'd be down to it, and then they let Colombia back into the game, of course.
I would get him off now. I know there's only 2 minutes of this half to go, but it doesn't take long for, if he commits another foul, and it's a bad one, he's going to get another card. It'll be a yellow, and that'll be adding up to a red. So they're going to make a substitution.
Heredia will come on, and it won't be 15 Espinillo to come off. It'll be Fernandez to make way with his pink Mohican and his fluorescent orange boots.
They're taking a risk here, the Argentinians. They really are. Because, like, with the 15, he's all action, isn't he? He plays one way, and...
Jean Gonzalez, the number 9 for Colombia. They need an immediate reaction. Almost kept in play by Paradilla. And in fairness to Paradilla, he is the real stalwart at the back for the Argentines, and everything seems to just go from him in the first place. He's kind of the base to their formation.
Yeah, well, he's so calm, isn't he? And he gets the ball, and every time he gets it, he passes it to someone. He either gives it to his goalkeeper or he knocks it left or right. It's absolute quality, the number 4.
Here comes Gonzalez. Arced his run around the edge of the D from that corner, but Deldo steals the ball away from him.
There was a pull on the shirt.
He's played on, though, the referee. Deldo now stuck up against the kickboard in front of the main stand, looking for a route out, of which it doesn't come. And the free kick is given down there, with 1 minute 28 left on the clock.
Yeah, he's given an indirect free kick to Colombia. Must have been a bit of blocking going on, or obstruction of some sort.
Off go Colombia again, through their number 7, Jean Hernandez, the captain. Good touch to bring it inside, and then he spreads the play out to Jean Gonzalez in front of the main stand. Deldo moves into the Colombia half. Not even at half-time yet, and here's the danger man. Espinilo, he shoots and scores again. It's a hat-trick.
What a super goal again.
Quite incredible goal by Espinilo. He's unstoppable at the moment.
He is a superstar, isn't he?
And the goalkeeper couldn't do a thing there, could he?
No.
He was blindsided by the players in front of him.
There's no backlift. The keeper's not even expecting this. Look at it again. He's 14 metres out. Hardly any backlift. He toe pokes it. And he's drilled it into the far corner. Not getting the keeper a sniff. But they still keep him on. Oh.
He scored a hat-trick, picked up a yellow card, and he spent about 10 minutes off the pitch. Yeah, so he's done well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've been dragging him off the pitch now.
Yeah, there's no real need to keep him on at this stage, is there now? It's a comfortable lead that. They'll probably have to think about that, I'd imagine, at half-time.
Well, I hope someone has a word with the head coach and says to him, if he picks another one up, he'll miss the final.
The Colombians look very deflated, but they come out the traps. They're not giving up on this one. The number 5, Jaramillo, brings it forward, looking for Gonzalez. But Argentina will look to go again, and Espinilo driving forward there, goes careering into a Colombian
like
player.
That. He's just given a foul away again, and although it wasn't a bad one, but it's something like that. Referees, he might say, that's 3 or 4 of those you done. I'm going to give a card. I'm telling you, the Colombians are asking for a card for definite.
Well, they'll continue to do so, I'd imagine, as well. And the 2 benches are actually communicating. The Argentines are annoyed that they're trying to get in the mind of the referee, just as we see a change for Colombia. Jaramillo will be going off.
Well, you're going to use everything you possibly can, aren't you? So
the number 6 will come on to replace him, Jesus Lopez, and we get to see the haircut finally.
Yes, he's on.
The Colombian colours running through his hair, which is quite something. Let's see if he can produce a performance to match. Is he their flair player? Off we go again. The Colombians, the number 9, Gonzalez, flicks it out looking for the number 7, Hernandez, the captain, who's sent back towards his own goal, and then the 14 gets in the way. It's now with Colombia next to the kickboard in front of the main stand. They move over the halfway line. It's Alex Martinez trying to wrestle his way through, but to no avail at the moment. Deldo up against the Colombian himself. It's just a brick wall of Colombians trying to get past the Argentines at the moment. And here goes the danger man, Espinilo, for a 4th goal here. Tries to poke it beyond the goalkeeper, but it's safely in his clutches. That would be quite something, 4 goals in a game. I'm not sure whether that would be a record for you, Dixie, in terms of...
Well, probably not, but 4 goals in a half.
It's quite something as Colombia shoots. That'll be the last action of the first half. And it's been, it's lasted 45 minutes, that first half, and it's been quite an entertaining one, to say the least.
Well, there's been plenty going on, hasn't there? And I really hope, for the sake of the 15, that the coach takes him off now.
Yep.
They're 3-0 up. They've got 1 foot in the final, haven't they? And it'd be dreadful for him to miss the final.
Well, they certainly have. 3-0 then at half-time. A hat-trick for Espinilo. The tour to Argentina. Let's watch a short video now about the rules of blind football and a message from IBSA.
It's fast, technical and tense. This is your guide to five-a-side football. There are 5 players per team, 4 outfield players and a goalkeeper. The aim of the sport is to score a goal by kicking the ball into your opponent's goal, and at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. Players must wear eye shades to ensure that all players have the same level of vision. That is apart from the goalkeepers, who aren't required to wear eye shades and can be fully sighted. Their job is to keep the ball from going in the goal behind them. But how do the players on the field know where the ball, or indeed the goal, is? Well, the ball in blind football is specially designed to make sound whenever it moves. Also, each team has a guide behind the opposition goal to help direct them. Each player is required to shout "Voy" when going for the ball. This ensures every player has the cues they need to help build a picture of what's going on and what to do next in defence or attack. To help this, total silence is required from the crowd until a goal goes in. Voy is Spanish for go, and it was the Spanish who were credited with originally developing blind football in the 1920s. As well as the Paralympics, teams from all corners of the world can compete at World, European, Asian, African and America's Championships, as well as a World Grand Prix.
Blind football can be played by both men and women, with the historic First Women's World Championships coming up in 2023.
So what are you waiting for? Give it a try.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Half-time here then at the IBSA World Games men's football semi-final, the first of two between Colombia and a dominant Argentina. 3-0 at the interval. It's been one of the highest scoring games I've certainly covered. And overall, actually, in the men's category, the Colombians a bit deflated, I am sure. But the coach at half-time was trying to give them a rousing speech. And you've noticed, Dixie, that the number 15 remains on the field of play for Argentina despite being on a booking.
It's an absolute bonkers decision. Can't understand it. He's had one card, he gets another one, he misses a final.
We're off again, and Argentina fancy more in this game. They want it finished off altogether. Padilla in possession, up against the number 7, Hernandez. He holds on to the ball as long as possible there, Padilla. Now Espinillo clattering through bodies out there. He's in possession, using all of his trickery and footwork. He wants more goals. He shoots from range. It's wide of the post. Almost takes out our cameraman. It will be a goal clearance for the Colombians, which is taken quickly because, of course, they need to act very, very quickly. Up towards Perez it goes. And that will be a corner for Colombia.
Yeah, they need to get a goal back in the first couple of minutes if they can, Colombia, to set the second half up a little bit. It's the longer it goes on like this, it's going to just fizzle out, I'm afraid.
Back up it goes towards the Colombia half. They retreat through their number 9, I should say, Jean Gonzalez, who scoops the ball up and flicks it out to the far side in front of the main stand kickboard. Perez battling in there, trying to win back possession from the number 14, Heredia. And it's taken by the centre half, and it is poorly cleared in the end. It will be a corner again for Colombia. Didn't quite reach the goalkeeper there, and it was just flicked away. It will be a corner then, yes, for the Colombians, with just over a minute gone of the second half. Number 7 now for Colombia. John Hernandez, the captain. Now Perez. Taken off his feet by Espinola. Perez battling in there with Heredia. Perez just inside the final third for Argentina. Espinola pushing him back. It's in the final third, but Argentina are going to struggle to capitalise on that. It will be a goal clearance, which is taken quickly. Espinila's furthest forward, brings the ball under control, and he's battered there by Jesus Lopez.
And it's a corner to Argentina. Oh, my eyes are all over number 15 for Argentina. Every time he goes anywhere near the ball, I think, oh, please don't give a foul away. I really can't. I know I'm going banging on about it and people are probably getting bored with me, but I just can't understand the logic of the Argentine coach. Really can't.
Espinola then up against the kickboard, tucks inside, shoots, and it's deflected wide again. It'll be another corner for Argentina. Over on this near side in front of the benches now and the set of referees. And Espinola wanders across. He's got a green dash of hair dye with a blue in the middle. And he's looking a bit out of puff here. But he will continue, no doubt. No sign that the bench is looking to replace him or anything.
No.
Wonder whether they've maybe forgotten he's on a yellow card. I'm not sure.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Espinola tries to weave his way through, and he's sent to the ground by the number 9, Jean Gonzalez. And
because he's not a dirty player, but he's an all-action player, isn't he? And he wants to be involved with everything. He wants to be involved with the tackling and the shooting. So he's a prime suspect to get a card. And they just keep leaving him on.
The ball rolls back into the Colombia half, and it's picked up by Jesus Lopez on his defensive third. He moves past it, into the centre circle he goes with the ball between his feet. Twisting, turning, looking for options sort of left and right, waits for the cry from Perez, who's out on that right-hand side, who plays it straight across the line of the attacking third. Doesn't quite find his intended target, Jean Gonzalez, initially. He is pushed back into his own half, and then a good scooping ball forward finds Perez. Perez trying to squeeze through a tight angle. He's gone to ground inside the D, but the challenge is fair by the 14 Heredia, and he kicks it up long over the halfway line, but it will trickle all the way through for the Colombian goalkeeper, who aggressively launches it downfield. And number 14 Heredia there throws his body to the ground and blocks the ball from making it through to the goal line. It goes again to the Colombians, who scoop it up over the halfway line, and Deldo is in the way this time. He retreats back into his own half. It's gone out for a goal clearance, and we're going to see a substitution for the Argentines.
Right. Please be the number 15. He's walking that way. He's walking that way.
That's going to be the end of his afternoon, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
They might throw him on at the end, who knows?
Well, yeah, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? Just for his sake, really, because we don't want to see a final without him. He's absolute class, and there's every possibility. I don't know what he might have even missed the final because he's had a yellow card. I can't remember how this tournament is structured in so much as cards.
Here's Padilla. He thumps it upfield, looking for the substitute, and it almost makes its way through to him. Can he keep the ball in play? Does. Pereira uses the kickboard to head back towards the attacking third line and then just squares it, but there's nobody there to meet his pass. And Gonzalez runs away, moves over the halfway line, checks back onto his right foot, drags it back, and then he just kicks it against the face of the substitute Pereira, who breaks over the halfway line. They want a fourth here, Argentina. They could get it. That looked like a bit of a dive there from Pereira. I think he felt as though he'd lost control of the ball and thought he'd chance his arm. Forward it goes up to the halfway line, and now Colombia will look to break through Hernandez, the captain, but it's stopped by Padilla again, who's been so solid for Argentina. He moves up to the halfway line, but is dispossessed by Perez. Perez checks inside onto his left foot, could do his shooting, and his right foot just took the ball away from him. And now Deldo will look to defend further up the field, but he's pushed back into his defensive third and consolidates and finds Mulek in the Argentine goal, who kicks it long, but doesn't find Pereira, who's further upfield, and the Colombians will come again. That's a good sweeping stop there from Deldo inside his defensive third in front of the kickboard by the main stand. The ball is just in deadlock here between the two players down there, and Padilla again just calmly plays it back to the goalkeeper Mulek, who launches it long, looking for a striker that isn't there, and we'll have a goal clearance for the Colombians. Ardilla sends the ball further upfield. The number 9, Jean Gonzalez, picks up possession, moves into the attacking third for Colombia, but he's pushed back, rather like a ruck forming in rugby. And we end up further up the field, move over the halfway line into the Colombian section, the Colombian half of that middle third. Wide it goes again. Number 10, Pereira for Argentina, battling with the number 7 for Colombia, Hernandez. Hernandez into the final third, but he is tripped by Padilla. Padilla wins the ball fairly, though, according to the referee. And Padilla moves the ball up over the halfway line. He's pushed into the hoardings. The kickboard by Juan David Perez, but Perez regathers his feet along with the help of Jesus Lopez, and there's a back heel there, and now Colombia will attack. But for Padilla again, who sticks a foot in and pushes them further wide. That's a good pass. And there's a chance now for the Colombians to shoot. Gonzalez with the shot, second bite at the cherry, and he puts it wide for a goal clearance. We've had the buzzer go off there. Not sure whether it's a timeout. The signal's not been made. There's no sign of any substitutes either. So I wonder whether he's just had a word from the referee on the sidelines there. Yeah, he is, just to check Perez and Pereira's eye mask. This will start again with a goal clearance.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, in the rules and regulations of this tournament, if a yellow card may be a one-match ban, which would be the reason they didn't take him off when we thought he should. We're just trying to get clarification from one of the referees. I'm on WhatsApp, and he is typing the answer, but he's taking an awful long time about it.
Deldo gets a touch on the ball there, but it just trickles through to the goalkeeper for Colombia rather than troubling him. It's rolled out almost intercepted by an Argentine player, but picked up by Gonzalez in the midfield. He's making his way into the attacking third for Colombia. Good footwork from him. Is there a consolation at least here for the Colombians? It's dragged back, and then the clearance is made, but I think there was an infringement. No, the referee is pointing to a eye mask there that needs checking. The referee's picked the ball up, and the buzzer has gone once more. It will be a free kick on that far side for Argentina by the looks of things, or a drop ball. I'm not quite sure what actually happened there. We're just trying to establish. It's tucked down in the far corner, deep inside the Argentinian half. Wondering if something's happened to one of the Argentine players. He's making his way out to the corner. No, it will be just a general substitution in the end for the Argentinians. Heredia goes off, and the number 8, Fernandez, comes back on. So I can understand, I can decipher from that, Dixie. So if you receive a yellow card, if you miss, if you get 2 yellow cards in the competition, you miss the next match.
Yeah, in 2 different games.
But it's whether he's got a yellow card in previous games as to whether he'd.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, the message I had back on WhatsApp wasn't particularly clear, and so I think.
But of course, if he gets a second yellow in this game, he would miss the match, presumably,
for sure,
for a red
that
card.
That would be a red. So
number 10 comes forward then for Argentina. It's squared, and a big opportunity here for the 4th, and it's dragged wide towards the corner, and it will be a goal clearance. It's a decent enough effort, but it was just hooked wide of the post closest to the main stand. Colombia come away with it through their number 7, the captain Hernandez, and it's hoofed up long, and it will go out for another goal clearance. The half is motoring on a bit quicker than the first. Good stop there by Perez to stop it advancing. Excellent intuitive work from him. Still going Perez, ricochets off a couple of Argentinian players. He'll shoot, and a good clutch there from the Argentine goalkeeper, who gets us moving again up to Pereira. Pereira halfway inside the Colombian half, spreads the play out to Fernandez on the near side in front of the benches. He's tripped by an Argentine player. They're coming together with Jesus Lopez. He shoots, forces a stop, a shot on target though for the number 8 for Fernandez. And the number 9 now breaks, Gonzalez for Colombia, but he's stopped in his tracks on the halfway line. Bit of a stalemate there. The 2 players go to ground. The referee says to get up, and eventually the whistle is blown against the number 8 Fernandez, and he is told to retreat.
Yeah, clear foul against the Argentine 8. And so I suppose the question is now, has the 15 from Argentina picked up a yellow card in any of the previous games? I can't recall him. I've watched every game Argentina have played. I can't recall a yellow card, I must admit.
Pereira trudges off, and the number 11 comes on again. Oviedo, sporting the Lisandro Martinez bleach blonde hair.
It's like a silvery grey, isn't it?
It is.
It looks quite nice.
The number 9 and number 7 for Colombia, Gonzalez and Hernandez. The captain stand over this free kick, just tucked inside the Argentine half to the left of the centre circle. It's looped up towards the danger man Perez, whose dribbling has been good, but he's been largely ineffective in front of goal. Padilla at the back for the Argentines has been phenomenal so far in this game, and he's allowed the attackers to do what they do best. And a chance for Colombia just on the edge of the D. Back to his feet goes Gonzalez, who organises some room, and what a goal that is!
That's it, isn't it?
Are Colombia back in the game here, or is it too little too late? With 6 minutes and 38 seconds left on the clock, he's rocketed one into the roof of the net.
Oh, that's a fabulous goal again. We have seen some marvellous goals at this tournament. Let's have a look at it again. Come from nothing, really. It was a ruck of players. He's going away from goal, and he's hit it back across himself. Top corner. Keeper's got no chance. Wow. And that might put a different complexion on it. Will the Argentines be so calm and collected now? Next couple of minutes are going to be interesting, aren't they?
They certainly are. Padilla is ready to take the kick-off. Do the Argentines go to try and restore this 3-goal advantage, or do they play it safe at this stage? It's an attacking start to this kick-off here. Two wingers are spread out on each side, but it's gifted straight back to Colombia through Perez, and they've got the bit between their teeth now. Off goes Perez. Could they get a second here? Perez on his left foot. He just falls at the final moment and scuffs it. It goes trickling into the arms of Mulek. Up the pitch it goes, and it trickles all the way through to the Colombian goalkeeper in the end. Substitute Oviedo almost got a vital touch. Back with Perez on the halfway line. He finds Gonzalez. And if the Colombians get a second here, this is going to be a fascinating end to this game. Forward goes Gonzalez, keeps the ball in play. It's sort of desperate stuff at times for Colombia. Argentina will want to see the clock trickle down as often as possible. Padilla tries to thump the ball up pitch, uses his muscle and concedes a corner.
He's bottled hard up there. Oh, this could be fascinating. If I can get one in the next minute or two, I think the Argentine side might crumble. Because they haven't conceded many goals in the whole tournament, I think. Let's have a look.
Gonzalez is over the set piece, and he will be the man to take it on here. Threads it through, looking for Perez, and it's a back pass into the arms in the end of Mulek. And the Argentines let off the hook. Flung forward off the kickboard on the right-hand side, and that will make its way the whole way through for a goal clearance for Colombia, who will restart again. And they're not giving up on this one. Gonzalez inside the Argentine half, flicks it out to the right-hand side, but he doesn't find his target, Perez, and Deldo will come away with it. Moves into the Colombian half, and could be a chance here for Oviedo. Jesus Lopez battling to try and keep him at bay, and that will be a corner for Argentina, and this is where they want to keep the ball for as long as possible.
Yeah, by my reckoning, and I could well be wrong, but that's the first goal the Argentines have conceded in the whole tournament. So it's pretty good to get to the semi-final and not concede, isn't it? As far as I can work out.
Absolutely, going deep into the competition, and all the players, as part of a timeout, come across to the dugouts on the near side and gather some water. Let's have a look at that goal then that reduced the deficit. Wonderful bit of dribbling here, and a fine finish there from Gonzalez. You're not stopping those, and he's congratulated by his guide. You want to, I guess, relish every moment of the competition as well. Whoever loses this will take part in the third, fourth playoff game, of course, as well.
Yeah, that's the first goal they've conceded in the tournament. That's amazing. They drop another one in there now. I think it'll be panic stations. They'll be getting number 15 back on. You'll pick up a yellow card and miss the final. It could all go really, really wrong for them. They need to keep their heads.
Nonetheless, a corner for Argentina. 3-man wall for the Colombians, which they're just readying themselves for. They still look pretty energised, as though they're in the game. And it's the number 8, Fernandez, and the 11, Oviedo, that stand over this. Deldo, the captain, makes his way to the edge of the D and just has his eye mask checked. Oviedo will release Fernandez here. He backheels it to Oviedo, makes his way into the box. He tramples over Jesus Lopez, still battling in there as the Colombians look to bring the ball away. And I wonder whether they're just trying to wind the clock down a little bit. Oviedo tucks it up against the kickboard, and now they break through Gonzalez, Colombia. That looked like a heavy touch there off a Argentine player. The ball isn't quite kept in play, and it will be a corner. Less than 5 minutes remaining now. Still 3-1. Espinillo with a hat-trick. And Gonzalez with a consolation goal, as it stands, a consolation goal, unless they mount a formidable comeback in this game. They're doing their level best to do just that. Just wonder if Espinillo was still on the pitch, whether they would have had more success. Perez opts to go back to his goalkeeper at the Colombian goal. And it's punted upfield, but Deldo does what he does best and just lies on the floor and blocks that one from making its way through. And that was a big trip there from Jesus Lopez. Free kick for Argentina, which will suit them nicely. Just outside the attacking third.
Yeah, it's just outside the attacking third, and the man with the hairstyle certainly chopped that Argentinian down in some order.
Padilla then over this free kick just outside the offensive third for Argentina. Shoots from range. My word, it was on target. It was going to sneak under the crossbar. And Padilla, though, in the Colombian goal, was fairly comfortable with it in the end and then rolled it out. And now we attack again through Argentina. Deldo looking to close this game off. If Argentina get one now, it will be all over as a corner is awarded for Argentina.
It's making a fascinating end to the game now, isn't it? You know, when it was 3-0, it was a bit of a dead rubber, really. And but now, it's there's something to play for.
Corner takes place in front of the main stand. Back it goes to Oviedo. Oviedo shoots and it ricochets off a Colombian player again and will be a corner.
Yeah, Francois is the referee is just in front of us. And he's sharing a little joke with us while he's waiting for this corner to be taken. And he passed the whistle over. He said, "Do you want to take over?" I think he's feeling the pressure.
Here come Argentina. Chance here to complete the game.
Save.
Good save from the Colombian goalkeeper. It was the number 8, Fernandez, that stung his gloves. Still going, though, Fernandez up against Jesus Lopez. Lopez just pokes the ball away, prods it, but it's straight into the path of Oviedo, who checks back and uses his neat footwork just to scoop it long, and that will go out for a goal clearance for the Colombians.
Yeah, the Colombians need it up the other end. It's no good playing it short now. Let's get it up the other end. And he's done just that.
Gonzalez chips it forward, but that's wayward in the end and will go out for a goal clearance. Not too much movement from the benches at the moment. It doesn't strike me as though we're going to see many more substitutes in this second half. 3.5 minutes left. Here's Padilla. He certainly won't be going anywhere. He's been talismanic for the Argentines.
That's another quality ball from him, isn't it?
It really is, and that's gone out for a kick-in.
No, he's hit that, 35 yards? Yeah, and he's hit it right into feet.
He certainly has.
The player didn't have to move.
Amazing awareness, and he commands the Argentine half, doesn't he? Sort of just.
He gives them such a platform that the Argentines are swapping the keepers.
Yeah, run out for the Argentine replacement goalkeeper, Lencina.
Yeah, that pass was at least 35 yards, and it's across the pitch as well. So he's gone from one corner to the other, and it's gone straight into feet.
Do you think that's just to give Lencina a few minutes, potentially? Because we've not seen him so far. It's been Mulek that's been ever present between the sticks for Argentina.
Well, I don't know. It's the Argentine coach is pretty confident in his ability.
Padilla, he scoops it into the box. Oviedo's there. Can he shoot? Goal bound. He swipes at it twice, but loses balance, and then Perez brings the ball away up over the halfway line. If they can grab a goal now, Colombia, what a fascinating end to this game it will be. Here's Gonzalez into the final third and is pushed out of it again. Perez might just pick the ball up here. He does, but he's clattered into by 4 Argentine players. Gonzalez again down along the side of the kickboard.
Yeah,
he's pulled back according to the referee. Deldo is the one who was penalised.
Yes, as I say, this swap of the keeper, to come on in this situation for his first few minutes. Oh boy, I bet he's nervous.
Perez over this one. Gonzalez makes his way into the D. It will be left to Perez. Yeah, the goalkeeper has a lot of responsibility. Lencina on his shoulders now with 2 minutes and 53 seconds left on the timer. If Colombia do something here, the bench will go bonkers and they'll feel as though there is something left for them in this semi-final. But they need to act now. These are the big moments with the opportunities.
Yeah, I would imagine he'll run to his left. Take the ball and run to his left. I would have thought that's where the space is.
The guide will tap the post on the near side in front of the main stand. Makes his way around the back of the goal and does the same.
Yeah, he changed his angle, so it looks like he's going to go to the left.
The guide might start again here because the wall wasn't quite ready.
Yeah, I think they started to talk amongst themselves, didn't they? So we go through the process again.
4 taps of the left upright. And the guide sidesteps along the back of the goal. And taps 4 times on the far stick. Gonzalez is completely unmarked. They'd have to get the pass bang on if they were to go to him. It's Perez, though. He shoots straight away. Could have maybe done with taking that a bit further. But guess who it was in the way? Padilla. And he chases the ball upfield. And he'll hold firm now just in the middle third to try and keep Colombia out as Oviedo takes over and kicks the ball away. It's right on the line of the defensive third for Argentina, and now they bring it forward through their number 8, Fernandez. Still going Fernandez to try and close out the match. It took a touch off him last, but it's a goal clearance anyway into the arms of Ardilla, who sends it long, looking for Perez. He's pushed back into his own half and then sends a sweeping ball out to the left-hand side. It's picked up by Gonzalez. Gonzalez into the D. Still going Gonzalez. The ball is just static on the goal line. Padilla takes his time and scoops the ball away. Sends it up over the halfway line as Perez is just getting back to his feet, having picked up a knock. Now the number 11 for Argentina, Oviedo. Perez is down in a crumpled heap. He's maybe suffering from that knock in the first half. And with 1 minute 54 seconds left on the clock, you might have to see a substitution here.
His race is done, I'm afraid. He's taking a knock in exactly the same spot as he was struggling with in the first half, hasn't he?
Sure, he'll be determined not to go off because there's still time for something dramatic to happen, but the substitute has been prepared nonetheless.
Here comes the physio. I wonder if she'll take him off this time.
Physio comes on as the buzzer for the injury sounds the other side. But off goes Perez, and that's the last we'll probably see of him in this semi-final.
Yeah, he's a fine player, him. He's a good player. He's all action. It's a shame to see him go off and limping away like that. He's given us good entertainment over this last 10 days.
Feels like that's Colombia's hope gone as well, really.
Yeah, I think so.
Jaramillo comes on. No disrespect to him, but he's a different kind of player. Perez was their real attacking threat. Gonzalez, of course, scored the goal, so you never know. Here is Jaramillo. He's going to prove me wrong now as he moves over the halfway line and into the attacking third as well. The ball's right on the line. Still battling hard, Jaramillo, trying to make his mark on this game, but Colombia push back into their own half with Hernandez. Hernandez just outside his defensive third. Moves up towards the halfway line. Off goes Hernandez again into the attacking third. Up against Deldo. But Deldo gets his body between the player and the ball and just squeezes it back to the goalkeeper along the goal line. And the goalkeeper goes long. No nonsense clearance up towards Oviedo. That's gone up for a goal clearance at the other end. And Colombia go once more. Time ticking away. 1 minute 10 seconds on the clock. It's in the Argentine half. Gonzalez with the ball at his feet. And he will move into the final third. Gonzalez twisting, turning, looking to get beyond Deldo. It's opened up for Jaramillo, but he misses the ball completely. And it goes up against the kickboard on the far side. And they've just found a way out there, Argentina. Fernandez is the man with the ball at his feet. Moves through the centre circle into the attacking third. No foul, says a referee. And that will be a goal clearance. And the buzzer sounds. Give me a sub for Argentina. 40 seconds left.
Yeah, just slowing it down. Yeah, game management from the...
That's the last bit of action from Fernandez, who conveniently was placed miles up the field.
Yeah, he hasn't even made it to the corner yet, has he? He's not hurrying.
Number 14, Heredia, will come on to replace him. It's a bit frustrated, actually, the number 8. But he's run his race and he's done well. And the referee will now blow his whistle for the final 40 seconds of this encounter. And I'm sure the Colombian side will just go long. Hit and hope stuff now. Jaramillo is the man behind the ball, and he almost takes control of it, misses it completely, and that will, I suspect, with protection from Padillo, run out for a goal clearance. Rare touch of the ball for Lencina. 30 seconds left, and Padillo will just keep this moving now, taking no chances. He squares it very cleverly there to Deldo. Deldo sends it upfield, looking for the number 11. Hope has not been lost, though, by the Colombians as Gonzalez comes again. Twisting, turning, trying to get beyond the defender, but to no avail. Padilla intervenes once more, and now Oviedo can break with 6 seconds left on the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Could we have another goal? At the goalkeeper it goes. The buzzer will sound, and Argentina are through to the final of the Men's Football World Games here in Birmingham 2023. And a fabulous performance from the Argentines, namely Espinillo, who scored a hat-trick. I mentioned, though, for the Colombians, that one goal from Gonzalez. Tight turnaround now before the second semi-final, which our coverage will start at 6:20. We'll see you shortly for that.
Please remain standing if you are able for the national anthem of Brazil.
Ipirangas margens plácidas e o povo heróico brado retumbante e o sol da liberdade raios fúlgidos brilhou no céu da pátria nesse instante gigante pela própria natureza estelas forte pávido colosso se o teu futuro espelha essa grandeza terra dourada entre outras mil és tu, Brasil, ó pátria amada. Os filhos desse sol és mãe gentil, pátria amada, Brasil.
Lots of emotion there in the national anthems here in the second semi-final of the IBSA Blind Football World Championships between China and Brazil, who will face Argentina in the grand final. It remains to be seen. Two very different teams going toe-to-toe today in terms of their playing style, to have navigated their way nicely to the final as well. Here's the China lineup for this one. In goal, number 12, Huachu Zhu. And then number 3, Meng Lu. Number 6, Xiaibin Zhang. Number 7, Yutan Yu. Number 11, Ruming Zhu. Then on the bench for them, should they be required, it's Shi Ai Wang, the goalkeeper. Haifu Li. Guangshen Zhu. Yun Han Zhao. And then the head coach, Gushen Wang. And the guide, Jin Li. As for the Brazilians, who are the side to stop in terms of men's blind football, won so many championships over the years, but China will have other ideas this evening. Here's the Brazil lineup. Mateus Bamusa, the goalkeeper. Number 5, Cássio Lopes. Number 8, Nonato Mendes. Number 9, Thiago da Silva. And number 11, Jardiel Vieira Soares. On the bench for them, Luan Lacerda, Jonathan Silva, Jesus Lopez, Jefferson, Samir Santana, and then the head coach there, Fabio Vasconcelos, and the guide, Edson Jr. And as you've heard from me the last few days, Dixie, I was a big admirer of the way China went about their business against Japan. And I think Brazil will have a tough test this evening.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight game, and really Brazil have not hit the heights that we're used to seeing them. As we just look at the games that we've had today already, Iran winning on penalties, Japan beating France 2-0 comfortably, and Argentina again comfortably beat Colombia and get through to the final tomorrow against one of these two teams. Yeah, Brazil really. They flattered to deceive. They've just done enough in each game. So I suppose, their supporters would say, well, we'll just keep doing that, and that's quite nice. And we look at their routes into this game. You can see there that Argentina beat Italy in the quarters, then Colombia, and Brazil beat France in the quarters, and coming on to this one, and China beat Japan, which was a very good game. Going back to, as I say, they flattered to deceive a bit, and I've just got to sneak in, aren't we starting to see the changing of the guard? Are the Chinese on the up and Brazil are on the slopewards down? As I say, up until now, Brazil have won every Paralympic medal there has ever been at blind football, which started in 2004, I think, in Greece. So they've won gold medal every time, and as I say, they just don't look like it. They're missing one player who's in Brazil at the moment. He's just had a knee operation, who's particularly sharp and a good player for them. So they're missing him a little bit, and they brought in Jefferson Concaves or Concalves. My pronunciation's not the best. I do apologise. Yeah, and evidently this is his first games in 2 years. Now he is a superstar, but obviously if he hasn't played for 2 years, he's going to be a little bit lacking. And they've used him sparingly, and he's been coming on and off a sub every now and again, and not really setting the world on fire. But as I say, that's understandable if he hasn't played for a couple of years. So I don't know. It could be this is the changing of the guard, and China are going to have a golden period. So what I do know is we're going in for a cracking game.
Absolutely. Well, I guess it's a free hit for China in some respects. They'll feel as though they should win it, but they'll know the dangers that the Brazilians possess. So hopefully that will give them an air of calm to some extent, and know that they can just go and express themselves. The two captains a few moments ago came together. The captain for Brazil is incidentally the replacement goalkeeper, Luan Lacerda. He is on the bench, but he came forward with the number 8, Renato Mendes, to meet the captain for China, Zhaibin Zhang. And the two exchanged their pendants, as they do before every single game so far in this tournament. The referee's now just checking the nets, making sure the guides are set as well, who line up behind the goal. The guide for China is Jin Lee, and the guide for Brazil is Edson Jr. And we're not too far away. The referees go across and do their customary handshakes with the sets of coaches.
Well, it's a good that they do that before the game.
I'm sure the handshakes are a touch firmer at the end, depending on who goes on to win.
Yeah, we've seen some histrionics by the benches.
China, then, in their all-red kit, will attack the coffee shop end where the scoreboard is. The floodlights are on. Brazil are in their away kit, if you like, in the dark blue tops, white shorts and blue socks. And number 7, Yu, and number 6, Zhang, are the two on the centre spot, ready to get this underway. And the Brazilians have adopted a diamond formation inside their own half, and they're ready to pounce through their number 8, Mendes. Off we go with Yu. He progresses into the Brazil half and then backtracks towards his halfway line before turning again, trying to deceive the Brazilians. And he's a bit of a speedster himself. He's still in possession here. He's not opted to pass, and the Chinese won't move away from their tactics, which is exactly what we saw against Japan as well. And that's good running from Yu. It goes all the way through. Well, it was about to be collected by the goalkeeper, but it was put behind in the end for a Chinese corner.
Well, that's the first time the Brazilians have touched the ball in 25 seconds, and it's they've whacked it out for a corner. Well, no one else has touched the ball except for the 7. He hasn't passed it, he just kept it to himself. It's a good start by China. It showed their intent. They're going to go forward, and off we go with the Chinese number 7. He's coming round, passes it across. It's a good ball across, and there's a shot, and that's going to go for another corner.
Another corner then for China. A 3-man wall for the Brazilians, 9, 5 and 11 in there. Silva, Lopez, Suarez, and off go the Chinese again through their number 11, Zhu. Zhu goes back towards the corner section there, and he's blocked off by a Brazilian player. And for a minute there I thought it had gone out for another corner, but it's in the grateful arms of the Brazilian goalkeeper Bissouma. Bissouma now just gently rolls out to his number 5, Lopez, and Lopez spreads the play to the right-hand side in Silva. Silva takes a heavy touch but keeps the ball in play just before the goal line in the Chinese half and squares it out to the left-hand side with their number 11, Suarez. Suarez checks back inside, and they've just playing the ball now from left to right pretty casually. The Brazilians getting a foothold in this game. Just tucked inside is Silva into his own half. He sort of splits the centre circle before changing direction again back towards the main area where the benches are, and now Mendes is up against the kickboard. He tucks back inside and squares it once more, and the 11 Suarez will chase after it, quickly marshalled wide by Yu. They're about halfway inside the offensive third, Brazil, but they are dispossessed, and now comes forward number 6, Zhang, for the Chinese, the captain. He consolidates, and here we go again with this sort of tactic that the Chinese like to adopt, where they just sort of hover on the edge of their defensive third, watched on by some of their fans that are from the University of Birmingham, and some of the fellow athletes in the main stand as well. Still with Zhu just on the centre circle. He's again back in his own half, and he's just finding his feet, finding his bearings. He squares the ball out to in front of the main stand. It's picked up by Zhang, but he is dispossessed, and it goes back to Yu once more. Back into the defensive third for China. They're quite happy just to let the ball play around. They're in their defensive third again. They're just working out who is around them. Back to the goalkeeper, Zhu. And it's with China again. And they're static in possession, just again gathering their bearings in their defensive third. It's well measured football for them. Across it goes now to Yu. He's just inside the middle third, but he's under a bit of pressure, and there's no patience shown by the Brazilians as Mendes comes forward. The Japanese were a little bit more tentative when they faced them in the quarter-finals. Here come Brazil now, and the number 9. Silva tries a shot, but he's blocked. Yeah, and that will be a corner for Brazil.
Yeah, good block by the Chinese number 3 there. That added a little bit of weight on it, and this is developing. As you say, Toby, it's different styles, and Chinese patient build-up, and yeah, it's corner to Brazil.
12-10 remaining. Still goalless here in this second semi-final. 3-1 victory for Argentina over Colombia in the earlier semi-final. Chance for Suarez. He's in the attacking third. Will shoot low, and it just rolls into the arms of the Chinese goalkeeper, who rolls it upfield off the kickboard on the near side. Now the number 6, Zhang, the captain, gives chase, and he's thundered into the kickboard on the left-hand side. He's held up down there by the number 5 for Brazil, Lopez. And Lopez combines with Silva, and Silva sends it long, and it just trickles over the halfway line. And now the number 8, Mendes, will look to break into the attacking third, but he's blocked off, and I think that came off the heel of a Chinese player. It did. And it will be a corner for Brazil. 11:29 on the clock.
Yeah, Brazil just don't look flustered, do they? They just seem to play their stuff, and they never seem under pressure or stressed or anything. They just get on and play. So here we go.
Brazilian coach giving some instructions to Lopez. The ball is still in play thanks to Suarez. He moves into the D, but that's a good challenge by Liu. And now Yu will look to bring it away, and he moves past Suarez, but is tripped. I think they're bringing it back for the previous foul. He went to ground Yu there, but it was actually the challenge from Suarez that was penalised initially.
Yeah, good refereeing again there. There was a trip earlier in the move, and the referees brought it back for that one. So it looks like we're going to have a substitution as well.
It will be for China, number 8, due to come on, Haifu Li. And he will replace Yu. Lee comes on and immediately trots across to the right-hand side to take up his position in some space. I think the Chinese will probably try and square this straight away to him. The number 3 for them, Liu, and the number 6, Zhang, are over the ball. And Zhang takes it forward and moves into the middle third of the pitch. Penetrates through that Brazilian defence, but he can't keep up with the ball, and that will be a corner for China. Good work from him, and he just takes the ball from one end of the pitch to the other.
Yeah, it was the pace he took it at as well, though, wasn't it? It was so fast, going across the ground, get the ball really close to him, and yeah, he's turned attack into defence into attack in a very short period of time. He's done really well. So they got a corner 8 on the far side.
China then through Zhu will come forward. He's well tackled there by the number 5 for Brazil, Lopez, and it's sprung upfield into Chinese territory, and the ball will go all the way through for a goal clearance for them. Scooped up by Zhu, the goalkeeper, rolled out to the near side in front of the kickboard. Zhang goes careering into the Brazilian number 9, Silva, held up on the kickboard by China again. Under a bit of pressure by the Brazilians, just inside the Brazil half, between the halfway line and the defensive third, and there's a bit of a battle of the legs down there, and number 9 eventually, Thiago Silva, brings it away. Flicks it out to the near side in front of the main stand. Off the kickboard it goes, over the attacking third line they are, but then the Chinese bring it away through Zhang. Zhang is dispossessed. Good challenge from the number 11, and it will go out for a corner. A bit of a lapse in concentration there by the Brazilian number 5, Lopez. And the referee gives the ball a shake as the number 12 goalkeeper for Brazil, Basuma, is organising his 3-man wall of Suarez, Silva and the number 5, Lopez. And the two players in this Chinese side, the two threats going forward, are over the ball here, and they'll look to probably try and arc their run around the edge of the D, but they've been blocked off by Lopez. And Lopez is battling really hard just to make amends for that mistake that led to the corner in the first place. Here come the Brazilians though. Good chance here, through one-on-one with the goalkeeper. The flick almost came, but the Chinese goalkeeper was there in the nick of time.
Yeah, just run away from him a little bit at the end there. Just needed a touch on the ball, and I think the Chinese keeper could have been in all sorts of trouble there, but he survived this time, and the Chinese are coming down this near side with the number 6.
Thank you for joining us, whether you're watching us in China or Rio, where it's 2:40 in the afternoon at the moment. You know, there's a strong contingent of Brazilian fans that are watching to see how their side fare and see if they can progress onto the final here and keep up their incredible record in men's blind football. This is the IBSA Blind Football World Championships, of course. Second semi-final to tee up a place in the all-South American, potentially, final against Argentina. It's Mendes on the ball, scoops it back towards the number 5, Lopez. Now it's Suarez trying to find a way through, still with Suarez. He was about to line up a shot and then change his direction, stands on the ball. Mendes now takes over. Mendes scoops it wide of the post, and that will trickle out for a goal clearance. There might be less Chinese fans watching. It's approaching 2 a.m. in the morning in Beijing. There's a number of them here, though, in the stands supporting their team, their national team. Forward they go through the substitute, Lee. Lee tries to poke it beyond the final man there, and the final man was Lopez. There is a corner. The two players stood over this one are number 11 and number 8, Zhu and Li. And they take it on here on the edge of the D. He was just lining up a shot there, Li, but he opted to pull his leg back slightly, and he lets Zhang take over. Zhang goes to ground on the 4G pitch here at the University of Birmingham campus up in the West Midlands here in the UK. And we thought the ball was going to go out of play there, but he needs some communication there. The number 3 for China, Liu, from his goalkeeper, which he gets. And he just tentatively plays the ball forward to the number 11, Zhu, who moves inside and just pierces through the middle of the centre circle. Still in his own half is Zhu. And he's just biding his time, but the pressure does eventually come from Mendes. And Mendes takes over, moves into the D, fires just wide of the far stick, but that's a good chance for Brazil.
Yeah, a bit sloppy there, China. Sort of playing around with it in the middle of the park, and they got robbed, and they need to sharpen up a little bit. It's Brazil are going to take one of these chances in a minute.
Good defending that time, and Mendes has the ball now up against the kickboard, just inside the offensive third for Brazil, next to the main stand. As we look down at it, the floodlights are shining brighter now as the sun goes down. And China trying to force a way out up against that kickboard, but again, will just take their time over it. And a bit of a mix-up there between two Chinese players, but they're still in their own half, and they might just trap back here, I should think, and release a pass to one of his own man? Yes, he does. That's a good pass across the middle of the park up to Zhang, but he's under pressure immediately from Suarez. Zhang might go back into his own half. He does do just that, and he finds number 8, Lee. Lee sends it forward again to Zhang, who moves into the Brazil half, up towards the offensive third, but again he's well marshalled back by Lopez, and Lopez comes forward. Still Lopez going a bit too much on the ball maybe, as the Chinese player almost keeps it in, but it will be a corner. Took a deflection off a Chinese player, I think. Yes, it did. I think everybody thought it was a goal clearance, bar the referees.
Well, the guy behind the goal was sure it was a corner as well. But, yeah. A tight one.
6 minutes and 12 seconds left on the clock in this first half. Suarez will take it on here. Up against the Chinese, and it almost sneaks over the line. Was that a goal? My word,
No.
I want to see a replay of that. That looks so close.
It was close, but the referee was there and he said no goal straight away.
He was banging line. Of course, the whole ball needs to go over the line.
It was certainly close. I expect we'll get a replay
in a moment's
anytime
time
soon.
But it's rolled out in the meantime to Lopez by the goalkeeper Basuma. Basuma been solid so far, and a chance now for Brazil on the edge of the D. A second good chance of the game, and wow, I mean, Mendes takes a swipe at it there and misses completely, and it will be a goal clearance and a needed timeout, I think, as well, because that's been a pretty breathless opening.
Nearly 10 minutes.
Nearly 10 minutes. And we're just going to get this replay now. Here we go. Here it comes. Mendes just checks across. He shoots. It was close. It doesn't. In fairness, I think. Well, this is the angle. Whether we get a clear enough view. Yeah, you can see that it doesn't quite cross the line.
No. Let's say a bit of sloppy goalkeeping to start with, but he recovered really quickly and fell back onto the line and just got his hand on top of the ball and dragged it back. But a bit sloppy to start with by the Chinese, and they need to sharpen up a little bit. Giving the ball away too much in the mid-park area, and Brazil have been right down their throats. So at the moment, Brazil, I would say, look the more likely at the moment. The Brazilian keeper hasn't had a lot to do, has he?
Absolutely. The referee's just checking the face masks of all the players before we get back underway. The timeout was called just as the Chinese goalkeeper was set to clear upfield. See all the cameramen there behind the goal, wanting to get the best footage of the semi-finals here. This is where the contest really heats up, and of course Argentina, if you are just joining us, already successfully in the final, and will be, I'm sure, keeping a close eye on this as to who will meet them. Here come China, just tucked inside their own defensive third, move into the middle third, over the halfway line, still going. What a lovely mazy run this is from Lee. He does shoot and forces a save from the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's legs are all right in that situation to leave the box, presumably.
Yeah, that's okay. It's where the body makes contact with the ball is the important thing, because the areas are so small that some parts of the body will come out, but his hands were in contact with the ball and they were clearly inside the penalty area.
Well, all the Chinese outfield players are on the edge of the D, near the kickboard of the main stand, trying to navigate a way out of their defensive third at the moment, and it is Lee who's making a real impression since coming on, that is the one to take it forward, but he's only met by the big frame of Mendes, and Mendes might try to shoot now as he moves into the D, loses his footing, trying to clear, and they get up to about their defensive third line, trap back, and they'll set off now, the Chinese, through Zhu. And they've just got over the halfway line, but he's bundled to the ground, and Mendes takes back over for Brazil and skips past one tackle. He's proving a real threat here, Mendes, onto his right foot, and again can't quite swipe at the ball. And China will keep the ball in play and look to progress further up the field. It's playing at a real pace this now, as Liu moves up over the halfway line, out towards the right-hand side in the kickboard, and he's just shrugged off the ball, and that'll be a free kick. The referee not happy with that one.
No.
Didn't attempt to play the ball there, the Brazilian, and the Chinese player, number 8.
He's still down, hasn't he? He's not moved. In
a heap on the floor. I think it's the number 3, I beg your pardon. It was Liu that took it forwards. he's down in a bit of a crumpled heap. The guide comes on to check he's okay, and I think he will just gingerly get back up. He does.
Yeah, China have been better this last couple of minutes. They've had a couple of runs from deep and got into the attacking third.
Change for Brazil. Number 8 goes off Mendes. And the man you were talking about, Jefferson Goncalves, comes on.
Yes, he's quite a player and quite a superstar in Brazil, but evidently I was just talking to Adam Bendel, the England team manager, and he says he's been out injured for 2 years, and this is his first tournament back, so he's not played hardly any football, so because he's not looking like a superstar now, is he, at the moment?
Lee and Zhang take the free kick. He's going to maybe just be eased back in, and Lee tries to get beyond there, but now it's with Brazil on their defensive third and their number 11, Zhu, who spreads the play looking for Goncalves, and he goes down the right-hand side but is lost out there. Tracking back with the Brazilians though, and they've won back possession, and it's a bit of a ruckus there just inside the Brazil half. Brazil will come away with it though through their number 9. And it's Thiago Silva moves into the offensive third, still going. Silva fires straight at the China goalkeeper. Fabulous save. He's adjudged to have stayed in his box, so it's a fair one, and China will come away with it. They move through the middle third through Zhang, and Zhang now will just consolidate and go back and just let everybody catch their breath a touch and pass it along the defensive third inside the Chinese half.
Yeah, it was a good break from Brazil, and fair dues to the keeper. He stood up and to be counted there, and took the ball right in the midriff, and it bounced back out away from him. It's a good save.
Pulled away from Goncalves as he was trying to attack there by the Chinese number 8 Li. But China, they're not overruled by the occasion. They're not fussed by the fact they're facing Brazil here. They put in a confident display so far. Here is the number 11 Goncalves. He tries to keep the ball in play, and it will be a corner. 2 minutes and 32 seconds left on the clock, and we'll see another substitution. 9 leaving the field for number 4. Mendes comes back on. Silva leaves the field, and here's that save again. And he could have hit it anywhere else, and it probably would have gone in, given the proximity.
He was very close to the keeper when he hit it, wasn't it? Fair dues to the keeper, though. He's got his head down there. My word, he's a brave boy. Yeah, this half is flying by. We've only been playing for 20 minutes, and we already got just over 2.5 minutes to go, so it's a good game.
Yutan Yu is ready to come on. The next stoppage as Goncalves takes it from the corner but loses possession to Zhang. Straight back though for Brazil. One back by Goncalves, and now Mendes is twisting and turning and just gets into the offensive third. But he can't line up the shot. He's blocked off by a Chinese player. We're back on the halfway line. But Brazil just sort of scoop it forward, looking for Goncalves again. He goes from right over to the left-hand side. He's supported by Mendes, but he'll look to go it alone. Goncalves, off he goes, reliving his pass, and he just loops it over the crossbar, and it goes out for a goal clearance. And just as we trickle into the final 2 minutes of the game, we'll see a substitution now for China, and Yutan Yu will be reintroduced.
Yeah, that was a great run by Jefferson there, and instead of looking for power, he's just looked for height and just lifted over the goalkeeper, and unfortunately for him it cleared the bar as well. But yeah, a little bit of a glimpse into the class that this guy's got. And
Yu comes back on then. China back to full strength. Out on the far right-hand side as China look to move up over the halfway line, which they do in a kind of cumbersome way up against Goncalves. It's still with China, back on their defensive third now. Here is Mendes. Now it's with the number 6 for China, Zhang. Zhang brings it forward. He's stopped by Suarez. Good press from Suarez. He's really keeping China penned in their defensive third at the moment. It digs that one out and finds Goncalves on the near side in front of the kickboard where the coaches are. Still going Goncalves here. He might try and shoot. The ball almost trickles out of play. but Goncalves eventually gets his body back to scoop it back into play, and now it's back on the halfway line with the number 4, Mendes. Mendes comes forward, runs along the line of the offensive third. He's just had it nipped away from him at the last second as he was about to pull the trigger, and Zhang now pushes him further upfield, but still in the offensive third for Brazil. Good shot there, but given the tight angle, it just sort of squirmed through and into the arms of the goalkeeper.
Yeah, all the pace was taken off it. We've got a Chinese lad down there feeling like he's had a bit of a knock somewhere.
Yes, the captain Zhang. And, we're going to see a substitution nonetheless for Brazil. The number 8, Mendes is... I think, is that Mendes? My eyesight is...
Number 11's going off and 8's coming on.
Yeah, number 8 is due to come on, Mendes. Number 11 will give way for him.
Yeah,
Renato Mendes, and Jardiel Suarez is the player to come off. So
40 seconds left of this half. It's flown by.
Mendes, Lopez, Goncalves are on the field of play. And the number 4. And the Chinese goalkeeper just rolls it out, and I'm sure China will just be happy probably at this point just to consolidate until half-time, because they've been under pressure as we move out of their defensive third into the middle third of the pitch through Zhang, who just picked up a knock a few moments ago. He skips pretty comfortably past Mendes, but Mendes gets back goal side and disrupts him. Now it's with the number 5, Lopez. Lopez lost the ball away towards the near side onto the kickboard, and here comes Goncalves, and he rushes down the right-hand side against the kickboard, checks back onto his left. He'll have to shoot quickly because we're running out of time. Goncalves still going here. The ball is kept in play by the Chinese. 3 seconds left on the clock. Will trickle down, and the buzzer will go. And that was a very fast-paced first half, probably the quickest we've seen for a while. 26 minutes to see through the 15 minutes. Goalless at the break between China and Brazil to set up a place in the final against Argentina. Let's have a short video about the rules of blind football and a message from IBSA.
It's fast, technical and tense. This is your guide to five-a-side football. There are 5 players per team, 4 outfield players and a goalkeeper. The aim of the sport is to score a goal by kicking the ball into your opponent's goal, and at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. Players must wear eye shades to ensure that all players have the same level of vision. That is apart from the goalkeepers, who aren't required to wear eye shades and can be fully sighted. Their job is to keep the ball from going in the goal behind them. But how do the players on the field know where the ball, or indeed the goal, is? Well, the ball in blind football is specially designed to make sound whenever it moves. Also, each team has a guide behind the opposition goal to help direct them. Each player is required to shout "Voy" when going for the ball. This ensures every player has the cues they need to help build a picture of what's going on and what to do next in defence or attack. To help this, total silence is required from the crowd until a goal goes in. Voy is Spanish for go, and it was the Spanish who were credited with originally developing blind football in the 1920s. As well as the Paralympics, teams from all corners of the world can compete at World, European, Asian, African and America's Championships, as well as a World Grand Prix.
Blind football can be played by both men and women, with the historic First Women's World Championships coming up in 2023.
So what are you waiting for? Give it a try.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Here we go then, back for the second half. Here in the IBSA Blind Football World Championships, the second semi-final of the day. Will China or will Brazil book a place in the grand final against Argentina? We've got a cracking crowd in now and loads of people back behind us as well. We can't see them here necessarily, but there's plenty of support in the main stand too, which is fabulous. A lot of Chinese fans and a lot of, I'm sure, Brazilians particularly watching from back at home, given the slightly more social time to be watching the game.
Yeah, it's Jefferson, the number 7's gone back off again. So
just easing him back in by the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks like he's having a few minutes here than there. Bit of a luxury to have that.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of a reminder then, Brazil in their dark blue shirt and socks with white shorts. Yellow names and numbers on the back with a bit of green trim around the sleeves as well. The Chinese team are wearing all red, just as the referee decides to come down and shake everybody's hands again for the second half. And the goalkeepers, well, the Chinese goalkeeper all in yellow, and then in black is the Brazilian goalkeeper with green names and numbers on the back of his shirt. Off we go then. Oh, and there's a kick in straight away.
Yeah, you were only saying yesterday you hadn't seen one.
I hadn't seen any kick-ins until I think today, I don't think, and we've seen loads. Well, I'm losing track of days, but nonetheless, it's Brazil that have the kick-in, only 6 seconds into the second half. And they'll get things back underway with Suarez. Right up against the kickboard in front of the main stand. The Chinese number 11, Zhu, is far enough back, according to the referee, and we can get things going again. Off we go. It's with the number 9 for Brazil, Silva, who tries to thread it through to the number 11, Suarez, but to no avail. It will be a goal clearance.
Yeah, he's touched that a bit hard for him, hasn't he? Much chance.
Rolled out by Zhu in the China goal. That was a big collision there, but a bit of a warrior, the number 7, Yu, for China. Unfazed by that one. Back inside the China half we go, and Brazil battling hard. Just in between the halfway line and the offensive third it is at the moment for Brazil. Taken forward by Suarez, slightly more central to the goal now. He's tripped on the way through, and that will be a free kick, and they're pretty well disciplined, the Chinese, but they've let it slip slightly there, and a good chance now in a central position just outside the offensive third for Brazil.
Yeah, two Chinese players converged on in and then shut the passageway. There was nowhere for it to go. Boom, down you go, sunshine. And so they got a free kick very central. A couple of feet outside the attacking third. And so the attacking coach can't have any influence on this at all. So it'll be up to the guys to make it up as they see fit.
Silva lays it off to Suarez. Suarez onto his left foot, shoots, and it ricochets off a Chinese player. Goes out for a corner for Brazil, and that's just got the bench going a touch. They've swapped sides now. A bit more animated, the Brazil bench, than that of the Chinese bench. I think you were looking forward, Dixie, to seeing them down this end so we can get a close-up view.
The Chinese benches all the way through the tournament have been very polite, and but the Brazilians tend to be a bit more excitable, should we say.
Suarez, he moves into the D, but the sting and the shot was just taken away by the number 7, who now breaks thanks to the throw out from the goalkeeper. We're back in the Brazil territory, level with the edge of the D, but up against the kickboard. It's laid off to the number 9, Silva. Silva scoops it up and sends it forward, looking for Mendes, who hears the rattle of the ball as it passes him, and he chases after it. Now China on the attack again, up against the kickboard into the offensive third. Still going China, a bit of a lacklustre shot there. Is easily gathered following Zhu's effort by Bazuma. He rolls it straight back out to the right-hand side, and it's taken on by Silva, who spreads the play to the left, and Suarez picks it up, checks back inside. China win the ball back. It's got a bit more frenetic now, this game, and Suarez comes forward again, checks onto his left foot, and the interception comes in the end by number 5, Lopez, and we'll have a corner for China. So their first chance to put some pressure on with a set piece.
It's a polite round of applause from the Chinese fans on the bank behind us.
There's a suggestion from the referee on the side that one of the eye masks needs to be checked. He just pointed out who. Probably was 11 red that he requested the check was done for. He's leading him somewhere. I'm not sure where he wants him to go necessarily.
I think his patches they've ridden up, I think, underneath the mask, and
well, the guide will guide him off. Yeah, you can see there's a bit of. Well, actually, it looks like
blood.
There's a bit of blood. Actually, he's
Yeah.
obviously taken a bit of a bash to the face. Hopefully, he can get that sorted out, and we'll see the guide come back as well, along with the number 11.
Yeah, so they'll have to substitute him. Let's hope the guide can run quickly. Absolutely. Here he comes.
The number 8 comes on for China, Haifu Li, and the guide Jin Li returns to his station behind the goal, ready to deliver some instructions from this corner. Li is straight into the action. He was good when he came on in the first half, so they're not really weakening with that substitution. Zhu was the person to come off. I'm sure he'll get time to be re-involved in this semi-final in a few moments' time as Yu gets pushed back to the offensive third line. And then there's a big coming together. It's back in the China half, and it's picked up by the number 6, Zhang, the captain.
Go through to the keeper.
Just goes over the line in the end. It will be a goal clearance for China, and it's aggressively thrown forward, and it's snuck through kindly for the number 7 there, Yu, but he's had his pockets picked in a surging run forward. He loses his footing then, the number 9, Silva, and it goes out for a goal clearance again for China. That was a pretty pacey run there. He was gathering momentum. If he collided with anybody at any great angle, it would have been nasty. China, though, back in possession. They leave their defensive third and operate in the middle third now, but just outside of the line for the defensive third, and it's 8 versus 8, and the 8 for Brazil. Mendes has won the ball here. He's up against the kickboard, lays it off for Suarez. Suarez checks back in onto his right foot, then onto his left on the edge of the offensive third for Brazil. This game has been really free-flowing. Suarez again on the edge of the D now. Might consolidate and opt to play a pass. He goes for the shot, in fact. And China send the ball upfield, back into the Brazilian defensive third. It's well cleared up by Lopez. Sent back into the China half, and it's now end-to-end. And China, as they always do, will take their time. They're tucked in up on their goal line, but there's 3 of them back alongside the ball. The ball is played forward into the Brazil half, only to a Brazil player in Suarez. Suarez takes it up over the halfway line. Good run from him. Weaves back the other way. Twinkle toe. Suarez forces a save. Almost lands for Mendes. But before he shoots, he just hesitates. And it allows the goalkeeper to get back to his feet. With China now tucked in against the kickboard near their goal line. Just keeping the ball moving. All 4 players there. But I think that just went over the line. The referee says no, and we play on again. The number 8 for China comes forward, Haifu Li, but he loses possession. And now the 9 takes over for Brazil. Could be a chance here still. This is a real interesting battle now as the number 9 is forced backwards, but he runs along the line of the offensive third for Brazil, and he just runs out of steam, and it goes out for a goal clearance.
Yeah, China have got a problem. They've dropped and dropped and dropped, and now they've got no out ball. Every time they do win it back, they send it up the other end of the pitch, and there's no one there, and they need to get up the pitch through 4 or 5 yards and make their attacks a little bit.
Here they come now. What a shot that was, straight off the chest of the goalkeeper. It was the number 8 for China, Haifu Li, and that was their best chance, probably of the game, in fact.
Yes, indeed. That's flustered the Brazilians. They've knocked it out for a corner now, and there was no pressure on there at all. It's a fantastic shot by the Chinese, wasn't it? It's come out wide. He's right, just on the attacking third, and yeah, keeper's really right meal of that, really.
He hits it with such gusto. Maybe just through the crowd of players, kind of wrong-footed the referee initially. Just noticing a bit of blood on the back of the number 11 Suarez for Brazil. I wonder if that collision with the player Zhu, who went off for China, meant that he just ran into his back and caught his mask. But here we go, China with a shot again. Parried away by the goalkeeper, Bazuma. But China now really inflicting some pressure on this Brazilian defence, right on the offensive third line. They sense there could be an opportunity for them to take the lead here. 2 good chances, forcing fine stops. Brazil win the ball back though on the edge of their D through Suarez. It's been a captivating passage of play. Suarez moves up towards the halfway line, scythers through the centre circle, but he's stopped in his track by the number 3 for China, Ming Lu. Ming Lu moves up over the halfway line. 2 of the Brazilians knocked together, and then there's a big clash there, and it will be a corner for China. And we've already seen 5 minutes of this second half. It's been free-flowing stuff.
Yeah, it's good, quick. China tried to push up a little bit more, and they've had probably their best 2 moments of the game, and got a couple of shots away, forced a couple of saves. And yeah, it's another good save by the keeper. So yeah, they're making a game of it now.
Another corner then for China. No stoppages in play. Some of the Brazilian players warming up, but they've not been called upon as of yet. Just as Lopez uses his strength to fend off one of the Chinese players. The ball is in the defensive third for Brazil. All 4 players back behind the ball. They just maybe sense that they need to ride out this pressure as it's lumped upfield for a goal clearance for China.
Very un-Brazilian like that, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Time's back on. 9:39 left of this game. If it stays the same, we'll be heading for penalties. Here comes Zhang, the captain, over the halfway line. Cuts through the centre circle, changes out to that left-hand side. He's got such ability with the ball at his feet. He moves past one marker there and just tries to, well, commentators curse, just as the Brazilians attack now. Chance at the final. Just as he was looking to shoot, he loses his balance and is put off maybe by the sort of feeling of the presence of the goalkeeper coming towards him. And China rolled it out, and that was typical of me, saying just as he trips on the ball there, the Chinese player. But they will come again. Move out their defensive third through their number 8, Haifu Lee. He's forced back in the same direction. Moves through the centre circle. Still going, Haifu Lee. Haifu Lee is pegged back though by Suarez. And Suarez now on the offensive 3rd metre line. Bit of hesitancy there, and he's had his pockets picked by the Chinese player. It's still in the China half. Bit of confusion as to the whereabouts of the ball as the 2 number 8s come together. Mendes and Haifu Lee. Back it goes. Forwarded again towards Mendes, but he can't quite keep tabs on the ball, and that's a bit of sloppiness there from the Chinese, and it goes out for a corner for Brazil. 8.5 minutes left, and we'll see a change. Number 4, Maicon Mendes, set to come on for Brazil. Fresh legs altogether, and then number 9, Thiago Silva will come off. Not a bad name to have if you're a footballer, Thiago Silva.
No. It's a good name, that is. Well, it is for Chelsea supporters, I suppose. But, yeah, it's really hard to call this game which way it's going to go. You think Brazil are getting on top, then all of a sudden the Chinese pop up the other end and fire off a couple of good shots, and you think, oh, I got that one a bit wrong.
Mendes pokes it through to the number 8. The other Mendes, I should say. There's 2 Mendes on the pitch now. Mendes, number 8, takes it into the offensive third, moves beyond 3 attackers, and then, well, the referee has spotted an infringement.
Yeah, he's brought it back. There was an infringement earlier in the run, and he let it go. And he's brought it back for the foul, which is probably 10 metres out, I would say. A bit closer to the referee's tent than what it is to the middle of the goal. You've got 4 and 11 over it.
Some nervous looking Brazilian substitutes. One of them down on his knees praying a few moments ago. Maybe hoping that he gets onto the field of play so he can influence things. Mendes and Suarez over the ball. It's Maicon Mendes that will lay it off for Suarez, and this is a dangerous area. You can sense the direction Suarez will go. Probably just move it onto that right foot of his. Waiting for the guy to tap the posts. He does on the left post if you're a Brazilian attacker. Makes his way around the lining of the goal. And taps the Right post now, just only tapping the lower part of the post. Off he goes, shoots, and it's about a yard wide of the far stick. And the Chinese goalkeeper was fairly undeterred by that. He didn't seem to be too fussed. He felt as though he had his goal covered.
Time out to China. He was travelling at a rate of not so, wasn't it? Even though it was a little bit wide.
It certainly was. Very difficult to call this game now, Dixie.
Yes.
I mean, it really could go either way. They're both having their sort of passages of play where they look like they could score.
Yeah. Well, first couple of minutes I was starting to write China off and say they're going too deep. Then 30 seconds later they produce two best shots of the game. So it is ebbing and flowing, and it's making a great watch. But if you're a betting man, I don't know where to tell you to put your tenner. I haven't got a clue.
Certainly is. The two Chinese goalkeepers looking after each other there. Huacho Zhu and Xiao Wang. There's the injured player there with a towel draped over his shoulders, looking a little bit glum as he makes his way back out. It's obviously a bit of a serious injury. That's a fairly extensive bandage wrapped around his head there as he takes some water on. He's got a towel around him as though that's his day done, but you never know. He may, again, he's going for the Terry Butcher look.
Yeah, he's leaking a bit of fluid, isn't he?
Of course, there must be a lot of bruises that come out of these games, given all the contact that there is and the flying into the kickboard and this, that and the other.
Yeah, the body takes a bit of a battering in this game, and the physios and the massage people have their work to do in the evenings to get these guys ready to play again the next day. There's not much pampering going on here.
Absolutely not. Forward comes Zhang into the Brazilian half. He's just shy of the offensive third line. He needs some support around him. He gets the cry eventually, and it does come from his number 7, Yu. And Yu checks back onto his left. And he's just trying to sort of move that quartet of Brazilian players from right to left and maybe just confuse them a little. But it's now back with Zhang inside his own half, just shy of the halfway line. It's squared to the number 8, Mendes. Mendes pushed back into his own half by the very physical Suarez, who picks up the ball now in the offensive third and moves back into the middle third, looks for an option around him, just sends it across and hits the face of Mendes. Mendes pushes his way through, still going Mendes, just wide of the post. The goalkeeper untroubled again. It was probably about a metre or so wide in the end, but a good chance.
He had no right to get through there, though, did he? There was 3 Chinese players in front of him, and he's managed to bundle his way through and get a shot off, really, albeit a bit wide.
Muscle his way through. You almost don't want this game to end on penalties because it would be heartbreaking and undeserved for either side, as Suarez tries to push through again. Lays it off to Mendes, who had that chance a few moments ago. Mendes in the middle third of the pitch again. Sweeps it back out for Suarez, just trying to stretch the Chinese player and disorientate them slightly. Here comes Mendes, clatters into a Chinese player, has no sympathy for him and just sends another one to the floor as well. Still going in the offensive third, out to Suarez. If he'd been a metre or so further forward, he would have connected with the ball there and had a free strike at goal. Back heel from him. Tries to be too tidy with it, and it's picked up by a Chinese player, and then there's a collision between the Chinese player who loses his eye guard, and I think the referee will stop play here. He does. It's the number 6, Zhang, and the Brazilian coach is furious that the player's been stopped there. Not sure they can have too many complaints with 6 minutes and 5 seconds left.
No, if it had been one of his players lost the shade, it would have been a different story, I can assure you. Right, the Chinese guide is being told off in no uncertain terms about he can only coach when the ball's in his third. And the Chinese number 6 is having to leave the pitch. He's limping really heavily.
But look who's likely to make an unsuspected sort of return to the pitch, the number 11 for China, Ru Mingzhu. His competition's not over yet. He wants to go out and give everything to the cause. He's got some extensive bandaging to his head.
Yeah, he's back
for
on.
An interesting hairstyle there. On he comes, and just the...
It's hard to say where the patches end and where the bandaging starts.
I don't think the referee needs to check that too much. It looks pretty conclusive that is covering his eyes.
Yeah.
On he comes. And he just barks some orders at...
They build him with stern stuff in China.
Barks some orders at his colleagues.
And number 9 for Brazil's getting ready to come back on as well.
I don't think he'll get the chance until this set piece is taken.
Yeah, they are letting it...
Oh no, the substitution will be made. The number 4 set to come off for Brazil. Maicon Mendes comes off, and number 9, Thiago Silva, returns to the field.
Everyone's just sort of left the referee with the ball, because the 5 was going to take it. He just walked off. So number 9 is going to have the pleasure of starting this again from a drop ball from the referee, and we're off.
It's been the longest stoppage we've had in this game, which has been pretty free-flowing so far. Here is Suarez, checks back inside on the edge of the centre circle. Still going, Suarez shoots, blocked by the final defender for China. Just picked up by Mendes, still in the attacking third for Brazil. There's a Chinese defender on the floor. Oh, Suarez so close to bringing that under control. He would have had a free run at goal at that point. Backed up against the kickboard now, and he plays it back to the number 9 for Brazil, Thiago Silva. Silva moves over the offensive third line, checks back, looks to try and pick out Mendes on the far side. He'll have the pace to get back goal side, and that was a nasty clash there between 2 Brazilian players, but the referee has let play continue, and
then there's another one.
Chaos out there as another player goes to ground, and the poor chap that had gone off with a bandage to his head
is absolutely flattened.
We're going to have an extensive stoppage here, I should imagine.
All his bandaging's come off.
The bandaging has come off. Everybody's back to their feet. We're almost back to their feet. Yeah. But the 2 Brazilian players came together first of all. They looked fairly unfazed by that. I can't imagine that the Chinese player won't be receiving some treatment. The guy's taking his bloodied bandage back to the edge of the pitch, and he'll put that down. Maybe they're just going to carry on without the bandage.
As I say, they make him with stern stuff in China. My word. He took a right batter in there, didn't he? No real fault to the Brazilian. It was just one of those things. And it was, first of all, the 2 Brazilians smashed into each other. And the one Brazilian jumped up and just smashed into the back of the Chinese guy. And they gave each other a little cuddle then, didn't they? And I don't think there was any issues there going on. They're just checking his shades, and yeah, the patches are still on.
Well, my word, of all the times the physios have come on throughout this competition, you'd have thought that would be the moment, with 3 players down like
in a heap.
In a big heap. But no, we are ready to go again. 5 minutes and 21 seconds left in the IBSA Blind Football World Championship. Still goalless in this second semi-final, with a place against Argentina in the final, the incentive.
So we're going to have an uncontested drop ball. Dropped at Brazilian number 11's feet, and we're off. And it's sportsmanlike. He's kicked it back to the Chinese.
Applause all round.
This is this game's certainly played in a different way from some of the other games we've seen over this last week.
Certainly has. I think you spotted the Italian coach that was sent off in the stands. Hopefully he's watching this and getting a bit of a lesson in grace and decorum.
I think he's a little bit old for changing his ways.
China trying to find a route out of their own half and see if there's any clear-cut chances for them right at the end here. Could be a big one for Brazil, shaping up nicely here as Mendes is forced wide. Thiago Silva waits for the pass inside. It comes through to Suarez. Suarez will pick it up in the offensive third. He's pushed back into the middle third by the Chinese number 11. Ru Mingzu's not shying away from any challenges considering the injuries he's had so far. Suarez now just tucked inside the offensive third for Brazil. He's squeezed that through there to Mendes, but Mendes can't quite take the shot quickly enough. He's still got it though, Mendes, dribbling nicely, shoots from range. The diving goalkeeper jumps back up.
He was just closed down so quickly, wasn't he? Just didn't have any time at all. The Chinese are really, really working hard.
That's an excellent ball forward there, and well controlled as well by Mendes. Could this be the moment for the Brazilians? He runs over the China number 8. And now China will look to break. They've kind of moved away from their principles a bit, China. It's getting a bit scrappy now as the legs start to tire. The ball is trapped. Still inside the China half, and a Brazilian players go flailing to the ground there.
That's a corner.
That'll be a corner.
Bit of a mix-up by the two Chinese lads there. They bit of lack of communication, and they tackled each other, and it's gone out for a Brazilian corner. And we've only got, what, less than 3:40 to go, so I hope we can get a goal. It's not from the lack of trying, is it?
Absolutely. We don't really want this concluded with penalties. Let's have a clear winner as Suarez tries to force the issue. He's pushed further wide against the kickball in front of the Chinese dugout. Snuck through to Mendes here. It's Brazil that are looking more likely to score now. Mendes still going. Can he shoot? Mendes! Oh, that was the moment to shoot. Can't quite poke it beyond the Chinese defenders. It would have been scrappy had he found the back of the net. There will be another corner, but there was a couple of moments there you're like, just pull back and shoot, but he didn't quite have the presence of mind to do that.
No, or the guy couldn't get the words out quick enough, one of the two, but the Chinese are defending like their lives depend on it. They are throwing themselves into these tackles when it's in and around the box, and yeah, here we go again. Brazil coming around, flicks it back.
Back heel to Suarez. Suarez still going, trying to get it onto his left foot, then back onto his right, still got the ball at his feet, and well, it's amazing how the Chinese defenders just swarm around in a quartet and block the ball. Thiago Silva pushed back towards the halfway line, moves back into his own half, checks back and takes a Chinese player out of the game. Still going Thiago Silva, just as he was about to shoot, the ball just disappears beneath his legs, and China clear.
It's going to come back again now.
Wave after wave of attack at the moment for the Brazilians, and that will be a goal clearance.
Yeah, give him a little breather. Keeper decides, no, you're not having the breather. Get after that down the line.
2:23 left on the clock, and it's rolled all the way down to the other end of the pitch, and Brazil will roll out. And they sense that China have committed numbers forward, but they get back goal side quickly. And Thiago Silva spreads the play out to Suarez. Suarez will look to pick it up here. Crucial moment in this game. And the head of the referees just I think he got the message there from us that he just came and stood in front of us at exactly the wrong moment in this game. Nonetheless, you've not missed any action there. 1:48 left on the clock. Lopez scuffs it into the China half, and China will pick up possession here. Everybody seems to have run out of legs, but Mendes through a goal!
Oh, that's
what
a good
save.
save by the keeper. Down low to his right, he's got down really, really quick. It's a fabulous save by the keeper.
Looks like we're going to have another substitution late on here.
Or is it a timeout? I think it's a timeout. Yep, it is a timeout.
Well, one final chance to get together. I wonder if there'll be a switch of tactics here. The Brazilian guide behind the goal, can't believe that's not found the back of the net. But at the start of this tournament, if you thought China would be here now, goalless, heading for penalties against Brazil, you'd have probably, disagreed.
Have I disagreed with any?
No. Well, I'd have been surprised, put it that way.
Well, no, I wouldn't. They've been there or thereabouts for the last half dozen years, so they're improving every tournament they go to. They get better and they get fitter and they get more knowledgeable, and they're a good outfit, and they work really hard to keep the clean sheet and everything. And you can see the way they defend. They hate giving goals away. I don't know how many goals they've conceded in. Oh, well, there you go. They have yet to concede a goal, and it shows. Just having a look on the sheet there, and as I say, they've yet to concede a goal. So you can understand why. And the Chinese fans behind us are letting rip with a chorus.
They sense that their players need them now as they defend this corner.
We've got quite a few photographers in and around the ground as well. So we're going to start. Jefferson's back on again. Didn't see him come back on, but he's on there now.
Yeah, Jefferson Goncalves. Maybe he's going to provide some late inspiration. The corner is taken. Off he goes. Swivels, arcs round, gets all the way back to the offensive third line and sort of runs out of room in the end. Might end up taking this too far. He does.
Yeah, it's gone out for a keeper. Chinese keeper has just slowed it all down for the first time.
He's lost his boot there, Goncalves, so the goal clearance will be delayed. He's back onto the field of play now.
Well, what sportsmanship is that then? You know, the keeper's held it up because the Brazilian's lost his boot. That's pretty good.
Well, there is a fair play award at the end of all of this, of course.
That's going to the Italians.
I will disagree with you on that one. Here's a late chance then for Mendes to finish it. And what a save
Still
that
there.
proves to be. Still there, though. The danger hasn't passed for the Chinese. That would have been cruel late on in the game.
Ooh.
Mendes squares the ball out to Goncalves on that far right-hand side. Goncalves could do with squaring it again. Back to Mendes. Bit of rustiness maybe from Goncalves straight off the bench. Toe pokes it up against the kickboard. Mendes takes over. He flicks the ball away to Goncalves. That's a good touch that time. Here is Goncalves. He shoots from range and he forces a corner. 33 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
Here's this effort again now.
They're finishing strong, aren't they, the Brazilians? They want to get it done.
Here he is, Mendes. And wow, I mean, that sort of went through the legs, but the trailing leg from the goalkeeper just saved him there from it going over the line. It was a really powerful toe poke. And with 33 seconds on the clock, this is probably the last opportunity, and then we will be heading for penalties.
Oh. What a way to reach a final on penalties, eh?
Looped up into the box, but it evades everybody, Mendes included. Time ticking away now. Mendes scrapping away there. Can the Brazilians win it late with 19 seconds left on the clock? Trying to squeeze a way out, but nothing doing at the moment. The Chinese just doing their best to hold on to the ball. Could be a late chance though, but it's poked away in the nick of time.
We're going to have penalties.
And here we go then. It will be penalties with 5 seconds left. Flicked away to Goncalves. He'll have to act fast if he's going to do anything.
It's a good tackle by the Chinese, isn't it? They've defended brilliantly, the Chinese.
Well, you sense by the applause that they kind of wanted and were just playing for the draw by the end there, I think.
I think so.
They don't run out of steam in an attacking sense. And now they'll feel they have a 50-50 chance, really, when it comes to penalties.
Yeah, so we'll have all the players onto the pitch. And, well, eventually we will. And none of the coaches, please. They don't need to be on that.
A few replays now as the coaches prepare their penalty takers for this. It's been an entertaining game, plenty of chances, end-to-end stuff.
That's a good save against. He's pushed it out by his post. There's another chance for the Chinese. Yeah, he's done all right there.
It's great that we've had such a atmospheric game as well. The crowd have done their bit to make this a bit more of an occasion for the players.
Yes. Well, you would hope so with a semi-final, wouldn't you? You know, we're in...
That was a cracking save, just by the way. Sorry to cut in there, Dixie. Just the way it was really... It was just heading for that bottom corner.
And he didn't have long to react to that, did he? He was only about 4 yards away when he hit it.
No, absolutely.
He hit it with some force.
There goes the buzzer.
Well done.
Two captains now will come together with the referees and decide which end the penalties will be taken from. Hopefully it's our end again.
And if it is, we should be standing up.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. Because we can't actually see the goal from whoever put the tent up, put it up slightly in the wrong position. But
the Brazilians are just hidden behind their gazebo having a huddle at the moment. I think the referee quite keen to get
them
things
back on
moving,
the pitch,
but they'll take their time. China just again sort of just calmly in discussion, going about their business, getting ready for this penalty shootout. Who are you going for then, Dixie?
Well, at the moment, the Chinese have only got the starting 5 still on the pitch. The other players haven't come on. But I'm sure... Excuse me, pal. Thank you. Sorry about that, if you caught that. One of the Chinese...
No nonsense from you there, Dixie.
One of the Chinese photographers just jumped up in front of me, so I politely told him, could he go away? And you might have overheard that. You weren't supposed to. So, right, all the Brazilian players are on. You're asking who am I on now? Well, you can't beat experience, can you? And I'm sure Brazil have been here once or twice before. So, yeah, you've got to think Brazil have got to be in a bulk seat here, I would think. But hey-ho, what do I know?
Well, the officials have brought the 2 captains and the goalkeepers together. This, as you'll have maybe seen there, he's just waggling his fingers because this is a toss to decide what end the game will go from. And they've chosen to go at the other end, Dixie. So
well, we won't have to stand up then.
We're going to have to pick up all the kit and wander down there, I think. No. It will be taken at the scoreboard end, which is the coffee shop end as we know it. And there's a second toss taking place, I assume, to decide who will go first. The Brazilians, it would seem, will get the decision. I think...
I'm not sure.
I think we're going to go with Brazil have decided to take the penalty first. But don't quote me on that. We're not sure for definite. We know which end it's taking place at,
definite. Though. It's going up the other end. But there's a lot of arm waving going on, pointing, and I'm really not sure who's going to take the first one. We'll soon find out which goalkeeper goes in, won't we?
Absolutely.
At the moment, it is the Brazilian goalkeeper that's heading that way. Or is he just going to drop his kick back behind? No, he's going in. So obviously it's China first.
Got it wrong.
And... the Brazilian keeper is on his hands and knees, offering up a prayer or two to someone. He's put it in the middle of the goal, just inside the net there. Can't see if it's a St. Christopher or not, but it's definitely a silver chain, and he's put it, it's well behind the line. It's not going to interfere with anyone. But he's put it down there for a reason. And it obviously means a lot to him. And if it means a lot to him, why shouldn't he do it?
So this is where it all gets a bit tense now.
Yeah, who's going to be first up out of the Chinese? The one with the head wound? Do you think?
They were waiting there for the guy to come forward and...
Oh, it's the number 3.
It's going to be the number 3 to go first.
I wonder if they lined up in order. We'll soon find out. Being the Chinese, they'll probably be really well organised, and they've probably lined them up in order that they're going to take it. So that would be 3, 8, 11 would be the first 3.
It will be Ming Lu to go first.
Referee asking to see the patch in, make sure all that's still on.
He's happy with that. Checks the goalkeeper's okay with the...
Being on the line.
And now we'll have the instruction for the guide to do his bit.
Yeah, this is the bit that takes a bit of time, unfortunately. Or is he not going to knock the posts?
That's
like he might not be. He's just... Oh, I thought he would.
Back stanchion at the bottom. 3 taps and a few at the top for good measure. The left post, I should say. 1 at the bottom, 1 at the middle, 1 at the top, and a few more at the top on the right post. Right.
Do you think he wants him to be top bins?
Here we go. For China to take the lead then. Toe punted and through the goalkeeper. The keeper will be disappointed with that, and a big celebration from the Chinese guide.
He's caught the underside of his arm and gone in, and he's picked his chain up from the back of the goal.
Well, the Chinese goalkeeper has been in brilliant form today, Huacho Zhu. So I'm sure he'll be feeling pretty confident leading into this shootout. The number 5 comes forward, Casio Lopez, to try and even up the scoring.
I see we've got a little graphic showing the dots, green and red dots on the bottom of the screen, which is nice. Because we do tend to lose count, don't we? Right, here we go.
Casio Lopez then, up against Huacho Zhu. The tapping starts, a bit more vigorous from the Brazilian guide Edson Jr. Starting at the bottom, makes his way up to the top, and takes his place back in the centre of the goal, crouches down and delivers some orders. Up he steps, and it's saved
a good
by
save.
the Chinese goalkeeper.
Yeah, it's gone to the keeper's left, and he's got both hands down on it and pushed it well away.
Big celebrations as Lopez rejoins his team, but hugs all round.
Yeah, and it is the number 8. They were lined up in order. Well, that's Chinese efficiency for you. It's very quiet in here now. You can hardly hear anyone at all. People have been very respectful to these players and realise that they need to concentrate on the sound effects that the guides are offering.
Haifu Lee then up against Basuma. The tap in the middle of the goal is taking place, and then the guide works his way up the left post as Haifu Lee faces forward. And the tapping is done. Now this is interesting. If they score here, China, big pressure on Brazil.
Yes, it will be.
Haifu Lee shoots
off
he's
the
at the
post.
Big celebrations from Basuma.
God,
Brazil goal. He hit that at some force.
That, didn't he? Good grief, he smacked it.
I mean, if it had gone just inside the post, the goalkeeper would have been nowhere near it.
Oh, no, he hadn't moved. He just stood there and thought, well, I ain't getting that. I wonder if he called it safe.
Interesting who's taking these penalties for Brazil. It'll be the number 2, Renato Silva here, which is surprising, really. You thought Mendes or Suarez, the more attacking players, would be the ones to take them. Maybe they're just going for sheer power.
Yeah, you would have thought he'd be one of the forwards, wouldn't you? That goalkeeper's just been told to be careful of his feet.
Tapping starts. Way to the right stick we go. And it will be then Renato Silva to take this one. Big step back from him. Looks like he's going for power off the crossbar.
No, it's not crossed the line. It's not crossed the line. The referee was right. He's on the line there. And he smashed it against the bar, and it's come down this side of the line.
Still advantage China. So if they win this, if they score this, they are through to the final to face Argentina. And the responsibility lies with the man that's been in the wars, Ruming Zhu. He went off with his head bandaged, came back on, and he had that ripped off of him, but he carried on.
He's only on for about 30 seconds and he had it ripped off his head. Right, some pressure here. More pressure on the Brazilian goalkeeper, I think, than the Chinese player taking the penalty.
There we go then, Ruming Zhu. He's just waiting for the tapping of the post. He's on a bit of an angle there, so he's obviously going to try and hit the ball with the inside of his foot, you'd think.
It's a bit of a strange angle he's addressing the ball by.
Obviously knows what he's doing.
Well, you'd hope so.
Here he is then for China to win this. Taps the ball. Taps the ball for a second time. Gets his bearing. He shoots and drives home. And
that's
China.
In the corner. China are there.
They are through to the football final here. The IBSA Blind Football World Championships final.
Wow.
A huge win for them.
Well. That's Brazil out.
Maybe a surprise to see the Brazilians crash out. Huge applause from the fans up in the stands. Dejection on the faces of the Brazilian players. But it's hugely deserved for China. They've been magnificent throughout the competition. And
look at them picking the goalkeeper up.
It sets up a fascinating final as well.
Brilliant. Well, the Brazilians are not used to this, I can tell you. Oh, my word. When was the last time they got beaten in the penalty shootout? I wonder. But they've been good sportsmen, and they're mixing in with the Chinese players, and there's a lot of backslapping going on, and yeah, that's good to see, isn't it? That even in defeat, they're prepared to come and offer a hand.
Big cheer from the Chinese fans. I suspect a lot of those are students from the University of Birmingham as well. It's brilliant to have them in to support their side, and it will mean a lot to those Chinese players as well. So there you have it, the end of the day. It's been a cracking day of football here at the IBSA Blind Football World Championship. China will face Argentina in the final. Dixie, it's been a pleasure as ever. We hope you enjoy the final tomorrow. It should be a cracker.
Well, it won't be tomorrow.
Well, it won't be tomorrow, it'll be Thursday. But it's been Friday rather.
Yeah.
It's been a long week.
But it's been a pleasure working with you as well, Toby.
Absolutely.
Thoroughly enjoyed it, and I think you've opened your eyes to blind football.
I certainly have, yeah. It's been fascinating, a joy to watch. And there you have it then. The Chinese players celebrating with the fans. They're in the final against Argentina on Friday for the title of the champions of the IBSA Blind Football World Championships. We'll see you then.